Good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome to your favorite weekend show, New Day on Signature TV. It's a beautiful day to be alive. It's the 8th day of February 2025. And fun fact today, in history, precisely in 1910, the largest youth group was incorporated in the United States by William Boyce, talking about the Boy Scout. So this should be enough motivation for you to go out and begin to chase your dreams. Begin to chase your dreams, incorporate that company, establish that business, enroll for that course. Whatever you do, keep moving. The sky is just a stepping stone. As usual, I'm your host, Chigichi Agorom, and we're going to go on a short break. When we come back, we will start off with our newspaper review and headlines. Please stay with us. Well, many thanks for still staying with us. Don't forget, this is still New Day on Signature Television, and we would love to hear from you. So go on over to our social media platforms on YouTube, on Facebook, at Signature Television Official. Again, at Signature TV Official. Go like, go comment, go share, and of course, subscribe. Welcome to our newspaper headlines. First up, Saturday Punch. And just above the masts, or beside the masts, my brother has never demanded a kobo for funding my election, coming from Adeleke. Tinubu orders database cleanup as federal government uncovers 6,000 Nigerians with NIN. Warri refinery undergoes maintenance 1 month after resuming operation. Government and businessmen back anti-IPOB vigilantes as Southeast violence escalates, with Rider States VIPs raise funds to equip vigilantes against rampaging gunmen. Lagos community where Christians, Muslims, and traditionalists worship side by side. Why I can't blame God for death of 11 family members, coming from ENUGU tanker fire victims' relative. On Ganusi, how funeral snide remark turned instant social media rave. And finally, on the Saturday Punch, Thames crowned Afrobeat new queen, and how police bullet shattered caterer's womb in Ogun. Next up, The Nation, and just above the mast, PDP crisis, fury over Board of Trustees backing for Ude Okoye, with rider that says, Southeast Legal Advisor slams resolution on authentic National Secretary. Our contractual relationship with First Bank of Nigeria by General Hydrocarbons, with rider describes deal as project finance relationships. Both can be found on pages 4 and 6 respectively of the Saturday Nation. And boldly written in front of The Nation, state creation hurdles agitators must scale by Deputy Speaker, says they have till March 5 to fill application gaps. Ex-Minister Turaki arraigned for adultery and others. ICPC arrests former naval chief, NSCDC commandant over alleged 3 billion naira fraud. How kidnappers killed lawmaker after collecting 100 million naira from his account. With rider 9 arrested, 2 pump-action guns recovered from them. And finally, on The Nation, benefits of contactless passport application by Minister. Over to the weekend blueprints. Above the mast, INEC to Nigerians support electoral reforms on page 10, with riders says alterations should include trial of electoral wrongdoers and reiterates call for electoral offences tribunal. Heightened terror attacks in northeast, northwest. Nigerians express fresh concerns, suggest solution. With riders, government must increase military numerical strength to boost war efforts coming from CSO. Nigeria can't win against terrorists without adequate technology coming from experts. Their sources of funding must be tracked, I beg your pardon, to dismantle them coming from Ishaku. Influx of foreign fighters responsible for renewed attacks coming from headquarters on pages 8 and 9 of the weekend blueprint. Nigerians in Europe can now renew passports online coming from Tunji Ojo. Dark web. Bizarre how Nigerian babies are sold online. The historical evolution of Zazao Emirates. And finally, on the blueprint, federal government didn't scrap JSS SSS classes, minister clarifies. And equity market sustains growth profile and gains 371 billion naira. Over to the weekend trusts. Farming is the stupidest thing to do for a retiree, coming from Alhaji Garba Gumel. Your budget lacks transparency, Obi tells Tinubu. A day at Lagos exotic meat market. All 3 news items can be found on page 8, 25, 29, respectively, of the Weekend Trust. Why VP is yet to occupy new house. And finally, on the Weekend Trust, our position on Lagos, Calabar, Sokoto, Badagry roads, Umahi on page 11, and bandits abduct 12 worshippers from Sokoto Mosque on page 25. The Guardian. Shoinka's death and the King's Horseman lights up Sheffield's theaters. And on politics, people are concerned with stomach infrastructure and act with emotions coming from Fahimi. And below the Guardian mast, El Rufai Amechi party chieftains with axe to grind against the APC. Nigeria unveils contactless passport renewal system across Europe. And finally, why Uni Abuja needs more than firing VC. All right, that's the much we can take on our newspaper headlines. And over to our review this morning. And as usual, Chris Madoka is in the studio to do justice to that. Good morning, Chris Madoka. Welcome to the show. As usual, nice to have you here.
Good morning, Chigi. Good morning, everyone.
All right. So let's head on over to the main issue that caught your fancy.
Well, there are so many issues that caught my fancy, but you'll be surprised that I penciled down here APC axe grinding chieftains.
Yeah.
So it's a turn of APC to grind axes. Their chieftains are there to grind axes. And it brings to my mind what I used to say, that whatever a man soweth, he reapeth.
Absolutely.
And then the Nigerian political parties will have to know that the sooner the later. Because breaking of agreements and, conspiracy, what they call the, corporate conspiracy against individuals. Probably at the point you say we are party members, we have constitution, we are moving on, attacking other oppositions, trying to convert new members for our party, and we are talking about party. But when it comes to sitting down to share the dividends, probably to share positions, some conspiracy will put some people at the back. It's funny that Amechi and the Rufai, of all people, one of the chieftains of APC that were grinding axe. I remember history, we always remember the ATM. The automatic, what they call it, machine.
Teller machine.
Teller machine of the party. Now has axe to grind. It used to be, and that's also a point of reflection for every of these politicians. I keep saying it in Igbo. If you do not know that no matter what you do for your girlfriend's son, he will never call you Papa. If you never know that in Nigeria by now, then you have a lot of thinking to do. A lot of set of people have deceived, marginalized, and they use them as tool against their own people. I remember during the days of, nobody will ever believe that you hear Amechi having axe to grind with APC or El-Rufai. These are tough people that have done so many things and even attracted bad names to themselves for this single party. Why are they grinding axe now? So whatever a man soweth, he reapeth. That's all I put it. Don't have any issue with them. I don't have any issue with APC. Neither do I have with the PDP nor Labour. I'm here to review the fact that chieftains of APC have axe to grind. And I wish them well. Let them grind it very well.
APC is not exempted from the internal
party squabbles that
they're not exempted, obviously.
We have discussed over time. It was the PDP turn and it's still there. Now APC has entered the line.
The race.
Then that's what they have. When you are talking about Nigerian politicians, talk about it with a pinch of salt. Because you might think they are grinding axe. The next morning they are there sharing whiskey and Hennessy and sharing drinks or grinding some other things that does not sound that deadly. So they are good luck.
All right. Could you speak to this, because it actually it got to me where Tinubu on Saturday point, Tinubu orders database clean up as federal government uncovers 6,000 Nigerians with NIN.
The same thing, or what I'm saying, that a group of people call themselves a country, gather themselves, and there's a complex country God has created in diversity. Put a lot of people together to become I don't know where they can couch beautiful words. You used to grow up, they tell you is strength in diversity, or whatever. But along the line,
unity in diversity,
the strength that makes us what we are is that diversity, human resources, natural human resources that God has blessed this country with. And we saw them then I don't think I'm still seeing them now. When I was growing up, I saw it. There was so much zeal. And when we sing and stand to sing national anthem for this country, it was like, oh God. Some of us went to NYC camps, and when the beagle sounds very early in the morning, you sing national anthem at the anthem of NYC. Youths obey the clarion call. You stand with that,
Right.
the hairs on your body will rise, and you are looking forward to a nation you are going to. You hit the street of Nigeria nation. You are disappointed. So many things of Nigeria will happen on you. You start thinking something is wrong. Why are we telling ourselves lies? Who gave the Nigerians how many thousands? And these are the ants. You clearly go. Fetch firewood infested with ants. Bring them home. When you see lizard, you start looking at your neighbor's house to whether he sent the lizard to you. Then that person something must be wrong with that person. He's either not thinking well or he's wicked, even unto himself. The porousness of Nigerian borders, and I want me to talk about it. When we have the NIS, the DSS, all the security apparatus that are working at the borders, allow these people in. Someday they told us, even the terror, the banditry in Nigeria, were part of calculated attempts for some people to hit below the belt, to win a boxing fight. That's, it recalls, I can bring with nostalgia what Azikiwe said. He said, I can never hit below the belt to gain any advantage over my opponent. I will follow the rules, what it means. In a boxing fight, when you hit below the belt, it's deadly, you are disqualified. And imagine men mostly are doing the boxing. When you hit a man below the belt, you know what that means? You are a murderer. Many of our Nigerian politicians have been hitting below the belt. They forget yesterday, and today is here. What do we have? With that kind of people, I tell you, this banditry and terror that happen in Nigeria, Chigimi and you may have issues, but there's an extent to what I can do to you. When I remember we are Nigerians, we have a lot of ties that brought us together. That's a lot. But when people who do not have any attachment to you are involved to deal with you, relate that to the terror, where people are cutting people's head off. Nigerians, shooting and killing innocent children, women. They will enter a complete village and burn it, and they say it's banditry and people are giving them money to do this. How much will you pay a Nigerian to do this? When a Nigerian is involved in it, he will have some reservations. But when strangers come in, and they open our borders, and these are people that come in, who are they? This is just the tip of the iceberg. You say Nigerians. What about Malians? What about other African countries that have surrounded us, that have looked here as a mining ground? There used to be a story of what some Nigerians will do in South Africa. And the South Africans raised alarm. Because they go there, they feel that they are just going there to make money and come back. So at all means, they can even kill and maim. That's something that's happening here. When you open the borders without data, in 2025, Nigeria is still battling with data. We don't even know the number of Nigerians we have here holding our passport, our NIM, all of the all-powerful NIM. Nigerians that are over 5,000, how much do you say?
6,000.
6 are holding that. And when government just work it out in your mind that there are over 20 million.
True.
Over 20 million people in Nigeria that are not supposed to be here that are holding this thing. So if Trump is asking people who are illegal to go, I think deportation is loading. It's loading in so many African countries, and it's loading in so many countries because Udara, the Abalomo tree says, I am not the only tree that bears a child that they always press his mouth. If you beware people in the US and you come here, you have illegal immigrants. Higher Kuala Lumpur. It's high time they also go. You used to have when you say a beautiful Ghanaian brothers or Ghana must go. Sometime now, when you have Nigerians that are over 6,000 that are not supposed to be here, maybe what is loading is Nigeria must go. I don't know. I'm not speaking the mind of the NIS. They know. But if they don't want, let them open the mothers more. Well, you know, why are we deceiving ourselves? Open it wide. Why do you keep people there when we have 6,000 people that you cannot determine how they come in here? Open it more. Let Nigerians know. No matter however you prepare your mat, a goat lying on the ground is lying on its skin. Good luck, Nigeria.
All right.
Terror, technology, international community, conspiracy. That's the note I made for myself.
Okay.
You say we need technology to fight terror.
Yeah.
You find that when you have close talk with our Nigerian young men and women who are sacrificing their life every day protecting this nation, like the Nigerian Army and other security agencies, they will tell you that when they are in the forefront, the front line, they see this terror, the terrorists, and the sophistication of equipment they have. You now will ask yourself, these international communities are suspect. Who is supplying these people blood money all over in the name of capitalism? I think we should look back, probably go back to socialism, all those clearing and days when we were growing up. Russia was feeding Nigeria with, you know, socialism and all those kind of things. When it's good for one, it's good for all. They are talking about, but this capitalism that has leading us to blood money when people want to make money. Some international communities, why can't they allow Africa to breathe? They are wicked. They give you with one hand and take with the left hand, give you with the right, take with the left. Who is sponsoring terror in Nigeria? Who is giving the sophisticated equipment that Nigerian government cannot even buy? And they sit down in one place, they call the United Nations. United, my foot. It's a union of unequal, wicked people gathered together looking for hawks and vultures, looking for the rats to swallow. And we come back here, we're talking about, look at the terror, the extent of terror and banditry in Nigeria. Some viral videos that are unconfirmed going around, you can't pretend you didn't see them. Helicopters are coming into the bushes, dropping equipment and dollar for people to collect, to fight Nigeria. And they say they don't know about it. They're all fake. If they are fake, there was video of one time during Buhari era that was, they say, there were millions of people crossing as if they are, you know, Israelites when they are leaving Egypt. That was that video, viral video. Nobody talk about it. Open the borders and bring these people in, probably to win election. Now the elections are over. There were issues one time in Anambra State. I was working in media house. There was war in Umuleri and Aguleri that almost cleared when the police and security agents started releasing what happened. That group of communities were fighting. What happened after that fight and it was quelled? The crime that started emanating from around that area of Anambra State because of unused weapon. And some of the thugs that people can go and hire, don't have sophisticated those politicians. You know, Nigerian politicians are heartless. Some of them have gathered these young people, gave them drugs, gave them arms, win power, abandoned them, and they face the communities with their weapons. Because when they are hungry, somebody has trained them to kill and maim, and they promise them heaven and earth, and win election, they abandon them, and give them the legendary bicycle man's greeting. Because when you follow, a bicycle man comes to your house, he's following to a point where you want to go, he will show you the backside when you want to climb it, and off. That's what the politicians do to this. So a lot of issues about how Nigerians are clearly created scenarios, created situations, created template structures of insecurity. And we are facing it. Fortunately, none of them is out of it. None. Even the highest at the highest level. You can see people in government. Look at the issue of Anambra State.
Yes.
What is happening
It's on the news.
everywhere is here in the news.
Yes.
How 100 million from one person's account. Young
Yes.
Nigerians that are not, some of them are not up to 17 years. When you see them, the viral video of when they caught them and see the rotten body of the honorable member of the house, Azoka. And they start hearing stories of even the nurse that runs a pharmaceutical company, a pharmacy shop in Asaba, how they got involved and all that kind of, and the head will begin to, your head will begin to tingle, and even your ear will tingle at hearing of wickedness that this situation Nigeria has created. Who do we blame? I told the story of ENUGU. Whatever is happening to us now, we cause it. What is happening to Nigeria? We are the cause. Nobody should blame nobody or blame God for what's happening to us. We created consciously, directly or indirectly, either by wickedness to win, to gain advantage over situations, and it's now showing. Garbage in, garbage out. They play, they show. What Nigeria has sold, they are reaping. I wish, only my prayer, let those innocent people, God in your mercy, remove them from this. Let the head. That's what the proverb that said, let the head that went and stirred up
The wasp.
the wasp. Let him be let him get the stinging of the wasp. Because what you do not know should not know you. Let the people who caused it get higher value of it. What else? It's biblical, Chigi, because I know you are a Christian.
I try to be.
Yeah, you are. You have shown that. No, I put it to you. You are. The Bible said those who did not show mercy, they shouldn't
receive mercy. Let's speak to the state creation and the hurdles agitators must scale. 31 states.
I spoke about it yesterday. I don't want to go back to it. He said, you are creating 31 new wahala. And you know what these people are? I see National Assembly knowing very well creating 31 states is not viable. They are just on there now to cause another hazardous problem for us. We begin to discuss 31 state creation when 36 plus 1 we have is not working out. Some of them are unviable. Some of them cannot pay 70,000 naira. And they clearly tell you that they can't pay minimum wage. Some of them depend hand to mouth from Abuja FAC allocation. And here we are. At this time, we have so many issues. We go back, National Assembly, with our money, or blood and sweat, sitting down talking about issues that will not work. When it comes to 31 states, some people's leg will be matched and they will cause more tension. Because even if you're going to create states, you may not create up to 31. So which of the regions of Nigeria will you not satisfy with their request for states? It will not come back to creating bad mind where people say they have done selective discharge of favor. That's marginalization, tribalism. These things will start playing out and then making the political situation more expensive and tension. Why? Why do we need 31 states at this time? Yesterday I told them, why are you looking for 31? I've always been that, using that negative psychology to come back, reverse psychology. We have 774 local governments in Nigeria. Why bothering yourself with the only 31 states? Make every local government a state. So that I go back to my state as a member of House of Assembly. If I go there to campaign in my local government, I might win. Or have some close affinity to government, even if it's start working as clearing the street as a garbage collector.
Right.
Because that will mean development to the grassroots. Why leave it at? Because if you say 36 plus 1, 37, add it 31. It will be more than United States. United States, you're talking about 50 states. And they started early enough, structuring it, and they're building up. If you begin now, what are you going to do?
That's right. All right, that's much we can take for our newspaper review. Thank you so much, Chris. Always a passionate analyst. And I will tell you, watch out for this space as the news and developments, unfold. Don't go anywhere. New Day continues right after this time out. All right.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Yeah, there is no way you totally eliminate alcohol in the society like Nigeria, you understand? So the alcohol of the thing, I don't really know, but there are things that, why would they even put, the Nigeria inflation is not in a balance that somebody will just go to bed without alcohol. You get me right? You will not sleep well. You won't sleep well. Are you with me? Some of us these days, if our eyes are not dirty, we cannot sleep. But based on the situation we are facing today, like me in person, if I should go to my bed without the content of small alcohol, I cannot sleep. You got me right? I don't really know if when Nigeria fix our situation, we would divert from alcohol and be eating our food.
Cancer is not minor disease that someone can take for granted. So having linked the alcohol, having linked to the cause of cancer and the rest of it, my advice to those taking alcohol would be that there should be a minimal intake of alcohol, not excessive. And for those that are addicted to it, there will be a kind of sensitization towards it, so that they, when someone is addicted to something, stopping it entirely will be very difficult. So when sensitization comes in, the sensitization will basically focus on minimizing it, the intake now. And it's also good to sensitize those that have not embarked on taking alcohol or that have not been addicted to on taking alcohol. So all I can suggest is proper and thorough sensitization towards the effects or the consequences of alcohol, or taking alcohol, or too much of alcohol intake that regards or leading to the cancer problem. I think with that can minimize the rapid increase of cancer.
Normally alcohol is not that bad, but much of it is bad. So You have to, alcohol is good for the body in some certain circumstance, but don't take much of it. It's a risk though, but there are alcohol that is also nutrient, it's a nutrient to the body. For stress, sometimes you need it, though don't take much of it, that is all.
Honestly speaking, we have to like see how we can incorporate, or should I say, have like a lot of rehabilitation centers, and then also try to see how we can cancel all this ethanol, all this rubber drinks on the streets. Let's see how we can take them off the streets. It's affecting, and we should do it now. We shouldn't wait for any time. We should do it now.
It has caused a lot of harm than good. So some people will say that they are taking it because of the situation, they find themselves, and maybe the environment, they're not conducive enough, people due to loss of job and all that, and some other frustrated issues. But the truth is that alcohol has never been a remedy to any issue. Yeah, and also, once you continue taking alcohol due to a problem, it increases it, it doesn't reduce it. So my response to it is that, in fact, it's better to mitigate the use of alcohol entirely. And once that happens, people will begin to find solution to their immediate problem other than running to a shop or a bar to get alcohol.
Many thanks for still staying with us, and welcome to Saturday Retrospect Rundown, when we bring you highlights on some of the very interesting discussions and conversations we had in the course of the week from Monday through to Friday. Well, first up, on Tuesday, we had an interesting discussion within the health sector, and we captioned the abuse of health workers. And we had Dr. Ezora Chima. He is the president of the Association of Resident Doctors. He came into the studio and we had this conversation. Please take a listen.
Within the space of December and January, in Parkland, for instance, we've had over 5 attempts, although only one degenerated into physical abuse. Then there is also another case that was reported at National Orthopedic Hospital in ENUGU here, okay, and then across other tertiary hospitals in ENUGU here. So health workers, yes, there are different forms of abuse, okay. There are physical abuse, emotional abuse, psychological abuse, okay, but the one that actually triggers the association most, okay, because we are resident doctors, and then we'll have an association called Association of Resident Doctors, and then we're under the umbrella of the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors. So the one that triggers the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors.
And that was Dr. Ezora Chima on his take concerning the abuse of health workers within the Nigerian healthcare ecosystem. Very quickly to Wednesday, we talked about MPF, talking about the Nigerian police force as they begin third-party insurance. Barrister Uche Madwesi, a legal practitioner, had this to say. Please listen to him.
You have two options. Either you do third-party, which is mandatory, in line with Insurance Act 2003 and even third-party insurance ordinance of 1945. It has always been there. Or you do comprehensive, assuming you have money. Comprehensive means in case of anything, the insurance will take care of the whole thing 100%, assuming your vehicle kind of was damaged beyond repair. The insurance company can provide you a brand new vehicle and all the rest. But for the third party, like if I have a car and I hit your car, child's car, then what my insurance company will do is to go and take care of your car, whatever it entails to repair. But there is a limit up to 3 million because it has been increased. Now the premium used to be 5,000, is now 15,000. So that is it. So it has always been there. When the police said it, everybody was shouting, police, maybe they are now into alliance with insurance companies to help them up their business or whatever. We need not. It has always been there. The problem has been that the police left their job and they were now doing all these things on the road. Because I know time was, if you are driving a car and they are doing these vehicle checks after, they will know whether They will check whether you have a valid insurance cover. But most policemen on the road, if you give them your, how many of them check particulars? They don't. So if you give them particulars, some may not even be, some may find it even difficult to identify a valid insurance cover, even the paper. You understand me? So I'm just using a literal to let you know that they left their jobs. Now they have kind of woken up. A lot of Nigerians will say, how? You know, what is that? It's not, it has always been there. It's lawful. It's their duty to do it. And that is what they are supposed to do. It is mandatory. Third-party insurance cover is mandatory.
Yeah, but again, one would wonder, they are not the one who issue the car documents, isn't it?
Yes.
They're not the one who issue it. Why are they concerned about it? If there should be an enforcement, shouldn't it be a FRSC or a VIO?
No, you see, the primary duty of the police is to ensure enforcement of law and keep law and order. It is mandatory. It is lawful, and it is the law that you must have a third-party insurance minimum for your vehicle. You know, so it is the duty of the police to enforce it, to ensure that you have that minimum insurance cover before you apply on any Nigerian road. So they are doing their duty. It's law. It's enshrined in the code.
What
so
I'm saying
we
is,
should not interpret it in any way.
Wouldn't it be somewhat too much overburdening the police, given that they're adding this thing to their line of duty? I don't know this particular part to be a part of their line of duty, to check insurance of vehicles on the road. I don't know them. We have Federal Road Safety Corps. We have the vehicle inspection officers. Those are offices that we know that deal with directly vehicles on the road. Well, why don't you push this thing? Why is the police the one pushing for this? Why is not FRSC or the VIO pushing for this?
Well, Charles, sorry if I say this, don't just feel, I don't know your age. Because there was a time in this country, you have some policemen that normally have this white something on their car.
Yes.
You know, there's a white something there, and that is the traffic, that's the traffic section of the Nigerian police.
Okay.
You know, initially when Federal Road Safety was set up and other, you know, there was this war between the police. They are feeling that these people are trying to take their jobs and whatever. Now, it is not official yet, at least as far as I know, that the traffic department or whatever of the police has been scrapped.
Okay.
They are still there. But the problem, like you get everybody wants to belong to the other side, where maybe you do one investigation or whatever, you get some money, and not to go and be standing on the road, you are checking license. There was a time it used to be, there will be an announcement, police will say, this week, they will be conducting checks on vehicles to ensure that their papers are correct. It used to happen. But now, problem we are having is that there's this overlap in terms of duties and responsibilities. It's now left for government to now say, police, you are now divested of this role. It is now the responsibility of Federal Road Safety or whatever. You know, but for now, we've not been told, it has not been made public, as far as I know, unless, you know, I stand to be corrected, that police is no longer supposed to perform that responsibility. It is still their duty. It is still their role. It's not.
And still on Wednesday, Raymond Ken Mbata spoke to U.S. deportation. Still on Wednesday, and this is what he had to say about that conversation.
Going back to the Roman times, the Empire of Rome had encompassed the known world as at then, and different nationalities of people that have been conquered under the Roman Empire found their way to Rome as the capital city. So it's not a strange affair. If you want to be a world power, you should accept the fact that those countries which are now your subordinates, their citizens will come for a better life at the capital city or at the capital country per se. So Rome, as it been then, had also had to welcome immigrants into Rome, and at a point in time, the Roman Empire had to even promise a Pax Romana a Roman peace in the whole world. That means that the Roman police was now the police of the world. The Roman army was now like the protectors of the known world as at then. So they had to take on that liability and that responsibility because they were now in charge of administration of the world as at then in the whole provinces. And after the Roman peace expired, it's over time, Britain took over the Pax Britannica and assured peace around the British Empire, of which there was a time that even in Britain it was said that the sun never sets in the British Empire. So as huge and as large as that territory was, London became the focal point of all immigrants. And up till now, it still constitutes a makeup of those ethnic nationalities around the world, because at a point in time, the British government was administering different locales and different vicinities. So it's a thing that has to do with when you aspire for world power, you should have to take over the responsibilities of being a world power. And the Pax Britannica ended, and the Pax Americana succeeded that. And America now should accept the responsibilities of being the world police and also administering justice and social welfare around the world. And as such, definitely everybody's focal point will be in America. You cannot take one and leave the other. With those titles come their responsibilities. Definitely immigration in the United States. The last time such a mass deportation of people from the United States, undocumented illegal migrants, was in 1954. And since then, there has just been piecemeal ways of being able to address the issue of illegal immigration. And I think that presently under Donald Trump, it has turned into a TV show. And he is known for wanting to catch, he thinks everything is like, is like The Apprentice that he was hosting way back. And because it is causing hysteria, which it's not supposed to draw so much attention. I mean, countries around the world do this. I mean, I'm a product of immigration. My parents had me in India. India has never at any time made a mass deportation of people, but they bring some kind of policies that you know that it's not comfortable for you being here over time. They'll say, okay, we will not allow you to have Indian citizenship, but you can come here and have your education just as my parents did in the early 80s, and have your children, make a good life, but find your way back home when you can. And I think even under Obama, I think it became a bit lax. I'll say that it became a bit lax under Joe Biden, because the borders at that time, I mean, everybody was strolling in. But we should not say that should give the impetus for a national emergency up to the scale of what Donald Trump is doing. Is causing hysteria among the undocumented population. I mean, you have the agricultural sector being under the immigrant population. Most of the true-born American citizens wouldn't take some menial jobs.
Absolutely.
Yes, some services industry, cleaning,
even the construction too.
Construction. So I mean, who is going to do these jobs? Then don't even remove the fact that they also spend into the American economy. You get a point? And they are not liable to get housing and all that, but they still contribute to the economy of America. So I think that he would have been able to achieve this without the hula baloo that is coming with it, because he is just trying to create a sensation per se, because every country in the world does that. Germany did that. I mean, United Kingdom did theirs. Canada is presently even limiting the amount of foreign students coming. I mean, for education, because their welfare package is being stretched to the limit. I mean, their healthcare and their housing, they can't attend to it, but they did not cause this kind of furor.
And then on Thursday, our topic of discussion was on drug use and its abuse in social dimension. And Omunwa Ibezimako, a deputy commander in the LEA ENUGU, was here with us to do justice to that topic. Please take a listen.
Everybody takes drugs, but there are some drugs that is harmful.
Okay.
Even when you take drugs like Panadol, paracetamol, Panadol Extra, if you take these drugs outside the normal dosage, it's drug abuse. If you take these drugs outside the way the doctors have asked you to take, it's drug abuse. But for the purpose of why we are here, or why the federal government decided to establish NDLA, is there are some drugs that are prohibited by law, in that even if you have to, there are some certain conditions. Some are used for pharmaceutical purpose. But if you just go and procure them for the purpose of getting high, and you are arrested, you go in for it. That is what the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency.
Okay, so what would you say are the social or cultural factors that influence the use of drugs to the point of drug abuse?
Well, these predisposing factors, they're all around us. It's like sin.
Recording
When you
in
look to the
progress.
left, sin. You look to the right, is sin.
Recording
When you look backward, sin
stopped.
is surrounding us. But even as at that, the Bible have advised us not to dwell in sin. There are so many reasons why people, especially here in Nigeria, get involved in drugs. Peer group. Like they say, if you don't talk to your child, other people will do it for you. Again, depression. They need to get along. Unemployment. Some of our youths today, or our young men, they will graduate 5-6 years, no employment. Why some, even the minimum wage will not be enough to cater for their daily needs. And for them to get away from all those problems, they take drugs. There are so many reasons. Job dissatisfaction. So many reasons.
Job dissatisfaction?
Yes.
How does job dissatisfaction make somebody use drugs?
Beautiful. You know, these days, we don't do what we like. We do what is available. So sometimes, if you're supposed to work for 5 hours and you're working for 10 hours, you're not happy with your job. There are some drugs that when you take, it will give you the energy to work those extra hours, in spite of the fact that you don't want to, but because you have to make ends meet, and that is what is available. So job dissatisfaction can make, at the slightest time you have, you go and take some of those illicit drugs to give you strength to do those jobs, especially those menial jobs.
So what are the dangers of these kinds of things? Because so many persons will say it's for the good for themselves because they are doing extra work, but not knowing that there are actually dangers behind whatever those actions are.
Yes. Practically speaking, you know, there's this proverb that says it's easy to give cup and water to the monkey, but it's difficult to retrieve it. A lot of our children, you know, some of them become social, occasional, can't say chalo, can't say chalo, you know, to get high. But at a certain stage, that's the level of dependence now, they take it. And those of us that are conversant with trending and happenings, Whitney Houston, she died of drug overuse. The daughter, Bobby, died in her bathtub. Amy Weinstein, is it Wine? She died of drug overuse.
These are celebrities that are supposed to be role models. Here, we have been witnessing a couple of suicides, depression, drugs, and when it becomes too much, you see the person taking the unusual bow.
And finally, on Friday, Mr. Ifediora Amobi, an economist, spoke to federal government increases 2025 budget allocations. Do take a listen.
It wasn't really a shock per se, because these things happen. Government generates funds and generates revenue on a continuous basis, even after the budget has been signed in. And so it's not particularly a surprise. The only difference this time around is that it has been officially announced. What we have heard in the past is that even after the president assents the budget and the implementation starts, as revenue is generated from customs and VAT and the rest of them, it's usually warehoused somewhere and then either implemented either as a supplementary budget. But in this case, what the president wants to do is to add it to the already existing budget, which is something new, and that's why it's a bit there's a bit of confusion around how it is going to be applied. But they have been specific in terms of two key areas where they want the funds to be, channeled to, which is solid mineral development and infrastructure. It's actually clearer. However, there are still some ways that it could have been, or at least some other suggested ways that it could have been applied, better. When the budget was just passed in December. The budget
is still being looked at. They submitted to the House, so they're still deliberating it.
Yes. And so it's still in the process of being finally assented, which hasn't happened yet. So it is not particularly out of place for this adjustment to be done, so that when it's approved, once. However, when one looks at it critically, you can say, why, if these are windfalls that are coming in after the budget has been planned and after the budget process has gone on, why not channel it into areas that will impact the average Nigerian directly? Create jobs, areas where things can become a bit more affordable, where more monies can be put in people's pockets, as opposed to channeling them to, to certain sectors. I don't have a problem with infrastructure, because that is critical. We need every penny we can muster to go into infrastructure. We need to get our roads, our power, our bridges, water supply, everything, housing. These are all, critical infrastructure that is required. For solid minerals, for me particularly, I'm a little bit skeptical about that. The reason I say that is because solid minerals is an area that is quite attractive, not only to local investors, but also foreign investors. And so if the solid minerals sector is packaged properly, investors will troop in and Nigeria can make a lot of money out of it. So you don't really have to put money into it unless, and although we haven't seen the details yet, unless part of this fund is going to go into the development of the solid mineral, in other words, packaging it for investment. Because, that is actually one area that one could have looked at. On the other hand, we have a huge deficit. Our foreign deficit today is probably about 35 or 30, 34.8 billion US dollars. If between December and now we have generated about 4.5 trillion naira, which is about $3 billion dollars, if we can generate $3 billion in 2 months, and we have a deficit of about $30 billion, then another school of thought could say, why don't we use part of this windfall to pay off, at least, finance that deficit in the budget, or even take care of our debt. That way, there's less pressure on the economy for future revenues that will be generated. So it goes both ways. It has its good side, which is to know that, at least, revenues are still being generated, and we can get up to, 3-4 trillion naira within a short period of time. And this is going to be ongoing. So this is not just a one-off.
Well, that's the much we can take for our Saturday. With respect, I'm sure you gleaned a thing or two from the conversations we had in the course of the week. Well, following the announcement of the compulsory third-party insurance policy for all Nigerian commuters, the Nigerian Police Force have actually gone out to begin to implement this policy in some states of the country. Well, and it's not without its own, backlash from some quarters. So this morning we're going to be discussing the third-party insurance policy in Nigeria and matters arising. Our guest is Mr. Chijioke Nwafo. He's an insurance and financial security expert. He joins us from via Zoom to say a thing or two based on his perspective on the subject matter. Good morning, Mr. Chijioke Nwafo.
Good morning to you.
Good
morning to you.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Chijioke, let's just get right into the subject matter. Now, in the course of the week, we have actually spoken somehow to this topic, but for the benefit of those who might be new to the conversation, could you, in very simple terms, define what third-party insurance policy means?
Well, for any commercial contract, there are 3 parties to a contract, okay? 2 parties to a contract. So this particular policy is called a third party because it has nothing to, the policy is designed to cover a third party, somebody that is not part of this particular contract entered into by the insurer and the insurer. And that's why it is called a third party. Simply means that the beneficiary of the policy is actually a third party. And that's why the policy is called a third party insurance policy.
All right. I am aware that before now, third-party policy, it's not new. It's not a new phenomenon in the transportation, ecosystem. But what would you attribute, the rave for, third-party? Why has it suddenly become so, important, if for lack of a better word, why the rave for third-party insurance policy? Because it's not something that is new. So what do you think led to all this new wave or rave for it?
Well, I think since 1945, it has been very compulsory in Nigeria that before you can put your vehicle on the road, you must have a third party, at least a third-party insurance policy. But the IGP just made reference to it because most of the time, maybe as a policeman, they've seen on the road that most road users do not have a genuine third-party insurance policy. Hence, he re-emphasized it. It was enacted in 1945 Act, reinforced in 2003, and he just made a pronouncement to remind Nigeria that this particular document is a compulsory document for all motorists to have while on the road. So it's not something new. It's not something new. Also, occasioned by the fact that you see most road accidents, at the end of it all, nothing happens. Somebody will be involved in an accident, a vehicle will knock someone down, and after spending about 9-10 months in hospital, the person will go and do Thanksgiving. What happens? That's not how insurance is supposed to work. That third-party policy is supposed to take care of that person, the injured person. And all this are not happening because there is no, most of them are applying this without genuine insurance policy. And that's actually what the IGP, to the best of my knowledge, it's not something new really. So you just try to re-emphasize on what has been in existence even before 1945.
All right. I want you to speak to something that you mentioned once or twice in the course of your explanation. You mentioned genuine insurance policy. Now, what do you mean by genuine insurance policy? Are they fake insurance policies? And then speak to how the police, is involved in this whole situation. Are they there to identify the genuine from the fake, or they are there to implement? So very quickly, what do you mean by genuine insurance policy, and what is the role of the police in all this?
Well, if you apply Nigerian road recently, you see both the VIO, road safety, police, all those agencies that are in charge of the road, they'll go with their phone on hand, and when they see a registration, or you can even try it right there. Take your telephone, go to Google and just type NIID, Nigerian Insurance Industry Database. Once you type there, it will pop up something that will ask you to register your registration number. Once you put there and ask the system to confirm, the system confirm whether what you are having is a genuine one or whether it's an expired policy. So maybe out of their experience on the road, when they test most of these registration numbers along the road, and they've discovered that majority of them do not really have a genuine, an active insurance policy, and yet they are carrying some papers, at hand. Maybe that's why they came up with that idea to advise people to seek for genuine insurance policy while whenever they want to buy one.
All right, thank you very much. But could you speak to the role of the police right now? I know you're not a lawyer, but you have an experience with, insurance policies and implementation. You think the police force has, the police force have jurisdiction, over implementation of insurance policy? You mentioned it's contractual. It's between the insurance company and the client. What is the role of the police in all this, and why are they going out? You could see videos where commissioners of police go out to implement, this policy. What is their role really in this whole policy implementation?
I believe they have jurisdiction. Whenever there is a law in the country, it is for the police to make sure that people obey the law. So when the police are arrested for not obeying the law, I don't think they've gone out of their powers. It's within their powers to make sure that laws are obeyed in the country. And because of that, Section 68 of the 2003 Insurance Act, made it compulsory for every vehicle owner to have a motor insurance policy before they put their vehicle on the road, at least a third party. So it is for the police to find out those, because it is their job to make sure that people obey the law. So I think it's still within their jurisdiction. It is.
All right, Mr. Chijioke, could you tell us the limitations, or rather the coverage of this insurance? Because yes, that's become some sort of a buzzword, third-party insurance, but people don't know the extent of the coverage. Now let's use a hypothetical scenario where there is a car crash, probably between two cars, and one probably has third-party insurance. How does it pan out? Will the insurance cover for the damages for both cars or for the person that has the insurance? Just in real terms, let's understand how this works in real life.
Okay, let's take it that the two vehicles, all the two of them have third-party insurance, and one is at fault. The one at fault hit the other one and caused damage to the other vehicle, party's vehicle. With the third-party insurance certificate that the person has, that liability which he has incurred by hitting the other one, that policy that he has should take care of that repairs up to the tune of 3 million naira. If it's a bodily injury, it's unlimited. And that's why just the 15,000 naira will pay covers property damage up to the tune of 3 million and bodily injury unlimited. Unlimited means that if it takes 10 million naira for the medical examination or the treatment of the person, the policy pays. That's what it means. And if there is death, definitely they go look for the life expectancy and all the value of the person and pay the members of the family. That is how powerful this policy is. In addition, before now, when you want to travel with your car to maybe any West African country, you must go and look for what they call ECOWAS brown card. Now, if you have an emergency that you need to travel, you cannot take your vehicle beyond the borders of Nigeria without getting that ECOWAS brand card. So the industry agreed that let us incorporate that certificate, that ECOWAS brand certificate in our policy. Okay, so in that 15,000 naira, you have the ability to enjoy coverage all over the membership of West Africa ECOWAS, and also third-party property damage to the tune of 3 million, and the bodily injury or death, which is unlimited. That is what that particular 15,000 naira third-party policy covers.
All right. So what are some of the challenges that policyholders may go through in trying to claim, compensation? How easy and seamless is the process when someone wants to lay claim, of compensation? Could you take us through the protocol?
Well, anything that I normally tell people that whatever that is worth having is worth insuring, and whatever that is worth insuring is best insured through a registered insurance broker. We all know that Nigerians don't like reading. An average insurance policy is a bit voluminous and technical. Most of the time when people read it, it's not interesting. So you really need a professional whose job it is to go through that policy and make sure that the conditions there satisfies the client. And whenever there is a claim, you don't need to start pursuing any insurance company. If you have placed your business through a broker, all you need to do is to refer the claim to your broker, who now pursues your claim on your behalf at no cost. You're not paying for it. So it's just because of lack of awareness that people go to licensing office or by the roadside to go and purchase insurance. The same 15,000 naira you pay anywhere, what they are going to pay. If you walk into a broker's office and say, look, I need a third-party insurance policy, please let me have it, and pay your 15,000 naira, we'll collect all your data, open a file for you. So whenever you have a claim, all you need to do is just to call your insurer, the insurance broker, who now takes it off from there. But if you don't have a broker and you have a loss of this nature, you may not know what to do next. So I think I would like to advise Nigerians to always place their insurances through a registered insurance broker.
All right, let me take you a little bit away from your area of expertise. I also trust that you will do justice to this question. Now, a very well-known insurance company in Nigeria has come up with a particular package right after this policy, began, to become enforced in Nigeria. They came up with a package called Third Party Plus, and they went on to reel out the benefits. Now, what this looks like from a particular point is maybe it was some kind of a political or power play where Nigerians are being told, okay, you must go for a compulsory insurance policy just to create the market, for this well-known insurance company to sell their product. What's your take on this?
Well, every organization has their marketing strategy. You can actually, fine-tune your policies to enable you carve a niche for yourself in the market. But provided that minimum requirement is satisfied, it's okay by the regulator. I'm sure it will be okay by the regulator. By the third-party plus, okay, fine. Third-party policy does not cover the insured. I may decide to design my own policy, come and take third-party plus. Yes, you can repair a third-party vehicle up to 3 million. How about your own? Okay, we can repair your own up to 250,000 or 500,000 naira. That becomes a plus. They will calculate the additional premium for that extra cover they are giving you and add it to the 15,000, which you will pay. Okay, so it's just a way of, trying to meet the needs of people, because some people may not have the money to pay for the comprehensive, but when they hear about this, maybe top party plus, and it's okay, they can cash in on it, and at least get some sort of when their own vehicle is damaged in the course of the accident.
Yes, Mr. Chijioke, you've explained what the package is all about, but my question really is, isn't it so convenient? Doesn't it look like it has become convenient for them to sell their package right after the heels of the announcement for third-party insurance? It seems as if it's convenient for them. So my question is, do you think the government, it's a political play to create a market for this particular product from this well-known insurance company? So that is my question, really, and I want you to, respond to
No,
that.
I'm old enough in the industry to know that policy, that third-party plus, have been in existence for long time. It's not a new thing. Most insurance companies in Nigeria offer that third-party plus. You understand? So it's not a new thing. Maybe people are just getting to know of it after this announcement, but they have been in existence for a very long time. And moreover, third-party plus has nothing to do with the third-party cover itself, which the IGP is talking about. Whether you have the third-party plus or you have a ordinary third-party, the law requires you to have the minimum cover, which is a third-party policy. So whether you are carrying the third-party plus or you are carrying the ordinary third-party, it's the same thing. And to the best of my knowledge, third-party plus has been in the market for a very long time. This is not the first time. It's not new. It's not new. So if people cash in on immediately after the announcement to also sensitize people about it, I don't think it's they want to do it. The job may be a marketing strategy. It's not new. It's not new at all in the market.
All right, Mr. Chijioke, I feel that the issue of insurance is much like that of taxation, where you see Nigerians need a lot of sensitization and convincing to get on board. Now, as a financial security expert and of course an insurance expert, what sort of awareness is already, on the way or has been rolled out to ensure that people are well sensitized? Because from feedback from the people, some people are still saying, okay, give us some time, we need more sensitization. Do you think Nigerians really need sensitization, or you feel, yes, there should be time for people to be more aware before, punitive measures are meted out to commuters? What's your take on that?
When people talk about more time on this insurance third-party stuff, I just keep wondering. The act, the section 1 and 2 of Insurance Act has spelled it out that if you don't have it and you are caught driving without an insurance, is a 250,000 naira fine or 1 year imprisonment or both. So it is not. It's just that the current leadership of the National Insurance Commission, the regulator of the insurance industry, had taken it upon themselves to make sure that Nigerians become aware of it, that it's a criminal offense for you to put your vehicle on the road without any insurance protection. And that's why they started by visiting the Commissioner of Police, from where this particular statement was made. They have visited the road safety and other agencies of the government that had to do with road management, and they are getting results. They have also engaged themselves in the desensitization program, adverts, flyers, and all that in most states of the Federation. They have a standing committee on implementation of compulsory insurance in Nigeria, which is chaired by them and managed by them, and they are doing a very great job in trying to sensitize people. And Nigeria is a very large country. If you go to Lagos State, for example, you can't even put your vehicle on the road in Lagos now with type of mechanisms they are put in place, or have your put up a building without insurance now anymore. So they are taking it gradually. Lagos, Abuja, and other states, with time, they will cover the entire state of the Federation. But one thing that we should know is that insurance is not part of our culture. It's a borrowed culture. Okay, and in the West, you cannot point to a vehicle on the road without insurance. And I can tell you, the premium we pay in Nigeria here for motor insurance, one of the cheapest in the world. You can't go just Cameroon here. You can't cross across to Cameroon and get a third-party policy for as low as 15,000 naira. It doesn't work that way. But because of our size, population, insurance is based on law of large number. The premium is so low so that people can be encouraged. You cannot say you can afford a vehicle of maybe 200,000 naira. Let me see if there's any with such a value, and you cannot afford 15,000 naira to buy a third-party insurance policy. So I don't think it is something new. It's just that they are re-emphasizing on the need for people to have that particular policy, which has been made compulsory by law with penalties attached to it in some sections of the 2003 Act.
All right, Mr. Chijoke, we have been discussing, the policy as regards to individual commuters. Now, let's talk about companies like haulage companies and oil companies that will have to transport products, in large, heavy-duty vehicles. Does this policy also cover them, and does it play out differently for them? In view of the recent tanker explosions, in Niger State and, of course, in Enugu State. Please speak to us on that.
Yeah, it does. The 15,000 actually is for cars. As you graduate, maybe to a minibus, to a truck, to a trailer, the premium is changes from 15,000 to up to 200,000 naira. So the liability attached to that particular policy did not exempt the petroleum vehicle or this. It says third-party liability. Third-party liability. So be it a tanker, be it a truck, be it a car, the liability remains the same. Once the liability is incurred, the policy should be able to stand for it. As a matter of fact, I don't see a third party as a very, with the type of rules we have in this country, and it's not even lucrative for insurance companies to write it. But because the law, it has been made compulsory by law, we must write it. You understand? So those tanker accidents and those trailer accidents on the road, the third party policy is designed to cover such liabilities whenever they occur.
All right, still on the tanker explosion and the mayhem, after its week. Now, I had this conversation with a guest earlier on, and I was asking the guest, I said, are there punitive measures that are going to be meted out to these companies after probably an inquiry into the cause of the explosion implicates certain people? Now, in this case, if after the inquiry comes up with the fact that there were no third-party insurance policies to cover the tankers, are there going to be punitive measures against those companies? In this case, case in view being the recent explosions in Nigeria.
Well, you see, like I said, Section 2 of the Act, spelled out the penalty for anybody that does not have it. As a matter of fact, in some crime, when you drive your vehicle without insurance certificate, okay, they may look at you as, they may charge you for attempted murder. You don't have a driver's license, you don't have the insurance, and you put your vehicle on the road. Some laws will charge you for attempted murder. For the mere fact that if a driver is found guilty of reckless driving that took the life of people, the person can be prosecuted under the law and definitely pay the price. So that's just
all right. Let's go back to the compensation that I spoke to earlier. What exactly is the turnaround time for an insurer to receive compensation? How long does it take for the insurance company to respond positively to a policy user?
Well, it depends on when you lodge the claim. Okay, whenever there's an accident, sure, they may have some time frame with which you must lodge your claim. But there's something we call date of knowledge. Sometimes you may not even know that you have such, the third party may not know that such policy exists, or the members of the family may not know that such policy exists. And once they realize, they can lodge their claim, even without going through once they can get the insurance company that covers that particular, they can lodge their claim directly without going through the negligent party. But like I said, if you have a policy through an insurance broker, the broker takes it upon themselves to place all those, lodge all those claims on the behalf of the injured third party and make sure they have their claims settled. You understand? So it is, some policy will say you must notify us within 7 days or 2 weeks. But that notification clause is subject to date of knowledge. Because sometimes an accident may happen, you may not even know that you have so and so right, or may not identify who is at fault or who you should hold responsible. Whenever you identify those ones, then the time start counting on you. So there's always a time frame, and our regulator, the National Insurance Commission, now have set up a template for the insurance industry that whenever a claim happens, is notified, you must time it within certain period to settle that claim. Claims are now settled faster than before. So if anyone suffers the claim and notifies the claim and can prove his claim, sometimes 60 days, 30 days, depends on the documentation requirement and the delay from the third party, the claim is settled.
All right, so in an event where, God forbid, this is hypothetical, maybe there was an accident and probably the policy user dies in that accident and probably nobody knows he's a user of an insurance policy. Are you saying that the company will not try to reach out, or maybe for some reasons got to know that this person has passed? I mean, is there a policy or a clause that says you go out and reach out to your user, to your clients, rather than wait for them to come and probably for some reason, one reason or the other, they may not even be aware. I mean, the relative may not, be aware that such policies exist. Is there a clause in your policy that says, okay, we are the insurance company, we can reach out to our clients?
Yeah, insurance company can. Under one of the basic principles of insurance is utmost good faith, and it's a two-way thing. While you are expected to tell insurer everything that you know about the business, it is also the duty of the insurer to make sure that and acts in an utmost good faith, so that in the contract. So based on that, whenever there is a loss and the insurer discover that this particular vehicle that is involved in this accident is insured by me, they can actually on their own go out and look for those people that are injured. But whenever there is an accident, members of the family of both the insured and the insurer definitely visit the police station and that is where the documents, the issue of who insured this particular vehicle can be gotten, because we have so many insurance companies in Nigeria, and once they know the particular one that particular insurance company that covers such a vehicle, they can take up the claim from there, or at least make it known, because the insurer A may not know that this vehicle belong to him, especially when there's a fire incident. Everything is burnt. It's only the policeman, and the owners of the vehicle, if it's a company vehicle, that will give the police people the particulars of the vehicle to enable them to do the further tracing to get to the insurer of the vehicle. Also identify the person as their insurer. Like there are some companies that will know who their insurers are. Okay, maybe it's talk of Bobo, talk of all these big insurance, big multinational company. Whenever their vehicles are involved in an accident, the insurer knows, because they are the exclusive insurers of their vehicle, so they can actually activate it on their own without the insured or the third party coming after them.
All right, let's talk about insurance premium. How exactly is it calculated per client? Does it ever increase in time, maybe in line with market forces? And if an insurer probably defaults in payment of premium, how is it tackled? Just tell us all we need to know about premium and the way it's calculated.
Well, the minimum premium you pay for private motor in Nigeria is 15,000. Like I said, it's graduated to 20,000, 50,000, 100,000, and 200,000 for tankers and trailers. But that's for third party. But for comprehensive, the rate is 10%, between 5 and 10%, depends on how good the risk is. Okay, if you have a very good risk, an insurance man can charge as much as 5% or as low as 5% of the sum insured, the value of the vehicle. But as more risk is being identified, the risk can move from 5% to between 5 and 10%. Now, the premium also, when you have multiple claim experience, the insurance company can apply some other measures, like increasing the policy excess. Excess in insurance means the portion of loss the insured is meant to bear. Portion of loss that you bought your car for 10 million naira today, you insure it today, and it is stolen today. Insurance company cannot give you 10 million. They give you something like 9 million. That 10% becomes the portion of loss you are going to bear as insured. That makes you be more careful while handling the subject matter of insurance. So if, for example, the person has repeatedly, been involved in multiple claims, that 10% policy excess could be increased to maybe 15 or 20%. We call it a punitive measure, underwriting measure, to punish you for the frequency of your claim, so that People who lodge less claim will continue to enjoy the benefit of that policy SS, while people that bring in more claim will have to pay more to cover for their, because insurance is just matter of a pool. You know, if one particular person keep drawing from that pool, the pool could get dry. So as he's drawing, he should be putting more than others to be able to balance the pool and make it afloat, so that the pool doesn't run dry. Because if it runs dry, it means that the company has gone into liquidation. You understand? So that's how insurance operates and how they do their pricing. So for now, the third party motor for private vehicle is 15,000. We know quite well that the economy is not, the cost of doing business is also increasing. The cost of running an office, stationary, office space, and all that keep going up. Right, for today, it is 15%. If the economy continues to, go southwest, the possibility of the rates being increased is there.
All right, so how do you deal with defaulters? Because I understand that it's possible to deduct premium from source, maybe for people who are in the system, for example, civil servants. But for those who are not in the system, maybe traders and freelancers, how do you deal with defaulters when they eventually don't keep up with their, own part of the agreement?
There's a section of the Insurance Act that says no premium, no cover. If you don't pay your premium as at when due, you are not on cover. If you have a policy between January 1 to December 31st, and the policy enters January 1st, 2026, and there is no instruction from your broker who's handling the business to notify the insurer of your intention to renew, you don't have any other cover. Sometimes that's why it is advisable for you to have a broker, because when the broker knows your policy when it's going to expire, can even stand in the gap for you. We have seen brokers that pay premium on behalf of their clients. Okay, if I have a very valued client that's traveled outside the country and cannot pay, I will not allow his policy to lapse. I can make some payment on his behalf to keep that policy alive. So the act says no premium, no cover, which means if your policy expires and you have not renewed it, the policy ceases. There's no cover on it. So there's nothing like penalty for not paying. The only penalty for not paying is not issuing you a cover.
All right, so when this conversation started, you spoke to genuine insurance policies. Now, where can drivers and potential insurers rather go for, to obtain these genuine insurance policies? Because we are aware of, people who are touts who tell you that they are going to get you the papers, and at the end of the day, they are fake. So where can drivers go and get the genuine insurance policy?
If you go to the National Insurance Commission platform, the list of registered insurance companies in Nigeria, you can find the list there. Also, that of registered insurance brokers. Or you can go to the website also and type NCRIB, which stands for Nigerian Council of Registered Insurance Brokers. Once you type it, over 500 names of insurance brokers will appear. If you click on anyone there, anyone that's very close to you, you can just go there and engage them for any insurance transaction. But please, let us stop buying our insurance policy as if we are buying peanuts on the road, because by so doing, we may fall into wrong hands and get the wrong ones. And whenever there is an accident, the injured party will not have anything, no support, nobody to fall back on. So, but if we have our genuine insurance policy, believe you me, insurance companies in Nigeria today are well positioned to take care of all the risk, at least vehicle risk in this country.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chijioke. Thank you for your insights and your perspective to this matter. You've been very helpful.
Thank you very much.
All right, that's much we can take for the interview on third-party insurance and matters arising in Nigeria. Don't go anywhere. New Day continues right after this time out.
heard it on radio. They said if he mistakenly hit somebody, then third party will come in and take care of the damage. The two will come up in a way that they will negotiate to come in one settlement. So that the load will not be too much on you that hit somebody.
We didn't hear, even on news, even though I didn't hear anything. This is my first time of hearing it. I'm hearing from you. They should take the police should enter bush to rescue our loved ones that are inside the bush. People are inside the bush lavishing the hand of bandits, kidnappers. It's not to come and enforce something that is not necessary. Even if you insure your car, if anything happens to your car, you go to the office, they will not even answer you.
We've seen some moves.
Yeah, many people have gone to our cars. We are always paying for insurance, but whenever we have problem, the insurance company will not answer you.
Who are going on some of this
So this is not working out. It's a means of extorting money from the citizens.
I have not seen them yet, but I heard that they will soon start work, which they will be checking and stopping and search the very good particulars anyway. But I have not seen them anyway. For now, I still prefer they should leave it the way it is before. But nevertheless, because actually now it's going to be you doing your particulars with VIO, and that insurance must be police that will do it. It's another stress again.
We are saying that it is not going to work because they told us about the insurance before. We paid when we are renewing our paper and it's not working. That was why I was just checking my paper and I said, see the insurance, it didn't work. For all the years we have been renewing paper, it's not working. Why are they bringing another one again? To use it to obtain us to be collecting money from us. It doesn't work that way. Let the one we are paying with the government, with the VIO, they are renewing for us, let it be working now. So that they cancel all this one. With this new one they are doing now, we don't know the importance, whether a person have accident. I stayed outside the country before. Once you have insurance, you have insurance. And if you want the insurance to cover all your passenger in your car, there is a place you go and fill the form and you pay. Then when you pay, they will give you one card. That one, anytime you have accident, they will ask you, do you have insurance that cover your passenger? You say yes. They will say bring your card. They will take the card. They will register it and do everything. They will take care of them. But if you don't have, it's only you and your passenger. That is you and maybe you and your wife. It covers. That's all. That insurance that they give to you, that is the only one. Any other one, they will not take care of it.
Only one that I know that when I want to renew my paper through VIO, so that you get the one that they are giving us as insurance. So I don't know whether it's the one that you are talking about. That insurance that they want to enforce, what is the benefit? Because I don't know the benefit of it. So that if it is something that will benefit us, like maybe if your motor had an accident, there will be compensation, or maybe if you are anything at all that will affect you, you are driving. If that kind of insurance, I think I'll buy the idea.
I've heard about female genital mutilation, that is FGM. I have heard that some communities, in the bid to circumcise their female daughters, go a long way to mutilate the female genitals. And to some extent, it makes the female genital become insensitive. It's a very, very ugly thing to do, but many cultures in Nigeria are practicing it. In fact, for me, I can't see it around my community, but I hear some people say that that is the way it is done elsewhere around Nigeria, and I don't think it's a good practice to follow. Why I think it's not a good practice, I read a clip about that recently. And a young man who wrote that said it is very difficult to make somebody who has gone through FGM to have sexual satisfaction. That is, you can make the person feel excited during sexual practice. So I think the best thing is for people to desist from that practice. I suggest a campaign about this so that people will come to know and to understand. Even in the Bible, when God was talking about circumcision, he never mentioned women. So some people just start doing that. And maybe, I don't know how they feel about it, because it was only the males that God told Abraham to circumcise. So in the situation of circumcising a woman is not a good one. It's not a good one at all. So by the time a campaign is carried out, maybe schools, maybe secondary school campaign, maybe women market campaign, or advertisements on televisions or radios to make parents understand that that is a very bad habit. That is not something they should practice. Of course, I have a daughter. I can't do that on my daughter. I can't do it. No matter how people feel is okay. For me, I can't do it on my daughter. And I feel parents should not imbibe that kind of culture.
Well, from how it sounds, female genital mutilation deals with female circumcision. In a the fact that there is no lecture based on this kind of incidents doesn't mean that the government is doing very well. He needs to tutor people based on dangers or having our female genders. Through advertisements, first of all, to having lectures like organizing classes for this kind of incidents. 3. Public sensitization. Like, in order to make people know about it, you have to go to places like people are really interested in, like stuff like open an Instagram account and go live to talk about kind of cases and stuff. It's not only physical, you can also do it online.
Female genital circumcision can also be put as female circumcision, which is removing some organs of the female gender. It can be said to be the removal of the outer layer of the female organs or the female reproductive organ. To me, it's a bad thing. Well, for a man, they can remove the outer organ, it's alright, but for a woman, I take it to be wrong, because sometimes in life it can also affect them in their interaction with other people. Calling people to order in sense of awareness or in form of just awareness simply. For instance, going to different villages which has not been oriented or being taught of this female circumcision, we can tell them about it, tell them the disadvantage, tell them everything about it, for them to be able to know that doing this can affect a woman both in reproducing and both in socializing with other people.
Female genital mutilation can be seen as the intentional act of taking partially or fully the external organs, especially sexual external organs, of a female from between 15 years and above. It has been scientifically proven that most girls who experience that undergo certain psychological effects and severe pains, and it causes infections to them. Like, it infects their urinary tract and it gives them difficulty during childbirth. It's mostly found among Africans, and I don't think it's actually something good, because it has no medical impact on those girls. So it needs to be abolished. And I don't think people are well informed about it, actually, because if they are well informed about it, they won't carry such acts. But ignorance is not an excuse in law, so you shouldn't take it like that. They need to be aware. The government should create some agencies who partake in going around cities and informing people about disadvantages of female genital mutilation.
I see female genital mutilation as a kind of situation whereby girls, like females, are being circumcised, and it's a very bad and harmful situation. So I just wish some of them are, some are being downsized, some get diseases, like different diseases, and those diseases can lead to them not producing children. And just know that it causes a lot to females, like it causes a lot nowadays. Like, we're now in a modern society, but there are these societies, like there are these villages that I think we need to open their ear and talk to them. They need to hear this because they damage females in that society. Like, we need to talk, like stretch our hands to them and like talk to them so they will listen to this. Because now we're in a modern world. The government should bring out a specific organization, association of people who would go around to societies, each and every society, and talk to them about it. Yes, enlighten them more about it.
For what I've gathered, from the knowledge I have now, female genital mutilation has to do with female circumcision, because it's not written in the Bible. What is written in the Bible has to do with male circumcision. The Bible didn't say anything about female circumcision. As far as I'm concerned, reading the Bible, I have not come across any part of the Bible which states that a woman must be circumcised. The government can stop this by intervening, creating awareness on the effects of female circumcision.
Nigeria has the third highest burden of female genital mutilation globally, with 20 million cases and over 14 states highly affected. In 2015, the then president of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, introduced a law to help fight FGM and, of course, punish the offenders. But some communities, especially villages, are not even aware that this law exists and are still practicing the act. Female genital mutilation is a severe human rights violation that affects millions of women and girls worldwide, particularly in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. The practice involves the partial or total removal of the female genitalia, often performed on young girls without their consent. An estimated 86% of females were caught before the age of 5, while 8% were caught between age 5 and 14. With an estimated 86 million girls worldwide said to be at risk of female genital mutilation between 2015 and 2030. The implication is that millions of girls are being robbed of their childhoods, health, education, and aspirations every day by the harmful practice. The prevalence of FGM is highest in the Southeast with 35%, and Southwest with 30%, and lowest in the Northeast with 6%. Medical experts warn that FGM has severe physical and emotional consequences, including chronic pain, infertility, and psychological trauma, which could last a lifetime, impacting not only on the individual, but also their families and communities.
There are some immediate and long-term complications of FGM. By cutting the clitoris is what gives arousal, okay? The labia minora you cut and majora may consist of some little secretions, organs that secrete and wet that area, okay? So you cut them, there's problem. Some even the infibulation, it just opposes the opening for the vagina, so it makes it look tiny and narrower. So it can cause what you call vaginal pain during sex or sexual pain.
There could be some urinary problems, difficulty in urination. Then it could affect childbirth and delivery, where you can have a narrow opening for delivery.
There will be complications. The short-term complications would involve shock, infections, excessive bleeding, hemorrhages. Why? Because most times we notice that, 90% of the time we notice that the people that carry out these practices, one, are not medically trained. These are traditional experts that have little to no substantial knowledge of the human anatomy. Secondly, they do these things in septic conditions.
Sensitizing the community and the society at large on the effects of female genital mutilation, because it causes a lot of harm than good to the public.
A broadcast journalist, Hyginus Odo, emphasized that FGM is a cultural belief that should be eradicated and discouraged.
When a way of life becomes inimical to human, to life itself, when a way of life becomes inimical to life itself, what do? You have to review that way of life. And that's why it's not to eradicate the culture of the people in totality, but those aspects of the culture of the people that are inimical to the existence of human being in the society should be looked into.
Women's rights advocates shared their views on the legal implication of FGM during a recent Zoom session with Signature TV. A legal practitioner, Chioma Ode, revealed that the case of FGM in Ebonyi State often go unreported because victims are reluctant to report their loved ones, which she said is a major challenge in addressing the harmful practice.
Actually categorized under GBV, which is gender-based violence. And just like I earlier said, we have VAP law, which is violence against persons, is actually under that VAP law. You can also see it under the Child Rights Act, because when I say that FGM is a crime, and FGM is a gender-based violence crime. And this gender-based violence crime is actually brought under the VAP law. And this VAP law, just like other states, is being domesticated in Ebonyi State. And this Child Rights Act is also being domesticated in Ebonyi State. But just like what I earlier said, because we have not seen a case study that was followed into a logical conclusion, because most times these perpetrators, the people that go on to carry this out, are family members.
More awareness needs to be created. In fact, I want to laud Signature TV for taking it upon you to create this wonderful awareness via your platform. It's a laudable venture, and I commend you for that. Okay, but I think, being a media person as well, I think that there should be much conversation around female genital mutilations. Being someone from Africa, and especially Nigeria, and most especially from the Southeast, where female genital mutilation is very, very prevalent, I think we need more creation of awareness.
The year's theme, Step Up the Pace, emphasizes the imperative of strengthening alliance, building movements, and mobilizing collective actions to end FGM. It is a clarion call for governments, civil societies, organizations, community leaders, healthcare workers, and individuals to unite and wage all-out war against FGM. Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Many thanks for still being here with us. I'm sure that we have fulfilled our own end of the bargain by keeping you informed and inspired. Well, that's the much we have today, this morning on New Day. And from all of us here at Signature TV, ENUGU Studio, my name is still Chigichi Agoram. It is goodbye, and do have a wonderful weekend ahead.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Eva is the Entertainment Show on Signature TV. I am not here alone. I'm your baby girl, Queen Konta. And I am not here alone. I want to sing one song for this fine girl. There's this fine girl that is sitting close to me. Should I introduce her first or should I sing? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the studio. A very demure, very pretty, very elegant, our action woman leader. You know who I'm talking about.
Please,
Ta-da!
please guys. It's like me, Ademi. I don't know what's going on with her today, but she's hyper. We like it. We love it. I'm sure you guys love it. You are ensured of pop and arts and culture here. The very best of entertainment is entertainment. You know, it's time for us to jiggy. Stay jiggy.
I told you she's woman leader. You thought I was joking. She's woman leader. I wanted to sing one song, but I know she will embarrass me, so let me just relax. Alright, so we have stories today. We have memes of the week. That particular segment you don't want to miss, especially the meme lovers.
Yeah.
So we've got it all covered for you today. But first, let's delve into the stories of the day. Veteran Nollywood actor Nkemowo, popularly known as Osofia, marked his 70th birthday on Friday, taking to social media to express gratitude for the milestone. Owo posted on his Instagram page and wrote, "Che Fogo, and it is my 70th birthday. What else can I say? To God be all the glory. Special thanks to you all for being part of this journey. I love you all." Several Hollywood stars and entertainment figures flooded the comment section with well wishes. He was born on February 7th, 1955. Nkemowo has had a distinguished career as an actor, comedian, and singer. He won the African Movie Academy Award (AMAA) for Best Actor in a Leading Role in 2008 for his performance in Stronger Than Pain. In 2017, he was honored with the AMAA Lifetime Achievement Award, further cementing his legacy in the Nollywood industry. His unique comic style and memorable roles, especially in the classic movie Osofia in London, have made him a household name in Africa cinema. I'm supposed to play one of those his songs, honestly. There's one that I was reviewing last week. What's that song again? I forgot, but now I'll remember. Though you know those is very funny.
Yes,
music.
I know he always has like a funny sound. You know,
Yes.
comedy is like his thing. So even when he's acting and when he's singing, we are seeing the whole comedy and we are laughing.
Kissing me small, my sweetheart and my darling.
Wow,
I love you. Well, that song is going to join this Valentine's.
Oh yes.
And this is another song that he has to I'll still remember. It comes to my brain. But honestly, he is a veteran actor.
He's a veteran.
And we love him so much. Happy birthday in arrears to him. 70th birthday. According to him,
like, I didn't even know he's this young. I don't, maybe growing up, seeing him on our screens with Aki and Popo and all the rest, I used to think he was very old then. Not knowing that, wow, he's just clocking 70. Wow.
And he's aging well.
Yes,
he's aging well. I saw this particular clip of him and Mama G on TikTok, and you need to see what's going on that comment section. Like, they are growing old and they're really aging well. You won't see that spark as of when they were young, but like you will still see the whole. You will notice that acting is in depth.
Yes, they still have the passion for it.
Script,
yes,
they are good. And Nkemowo has always given us this legacy and milestone that
everybody can look up to and say, "Oh, I want to emulate this." Yeah, very true, very true.
There are so many, so many. The fact that we lost one yesterday, another is celebrating a birthday. So
that's life for you guys.
So that be the glory.
We celebrate life, we celebrate death. And what's important is that the life was well lived, whether the person dies today or not. Like, there's something worth celebrating. There's something worth celebrating. So guys, let's move on to our next news. The Nigerian music star Fuse has achieved a career milestone as his 2022 hit single Finesse featuring BNXN received a gold certification in the United States from the Recording Industry Association of America, RIAA. This marks Phil's first gold certification in America, where Finesse enjoyed commercial success marked by entries on the Billboard Global 200 and US Afrobeats song charts. Released on March 3rd, 2022, Finesse became an instant sensation fueled by its infectious melodies, catchy lyrics, and a TikTok snippets that bettered the hashtag Folake challenge. The track, produced by Mikel, became Phil's biggest crossover hit, with over 180 million streams on Spotify alone. He also performed it at the red carpet of the 2022 BET Awards. Since he kicked off his career as an artist after producing his hits for Olamide, Fireboy, DML, and Davido, Fuse have become one of Afrobeat's most consistent hit makers. 2024 was another eventful year for Fuse, who released the second installment of his Fuse Good EP. He also wrote, produced, and featured on Usher's Ruin, which earned him a nomination for Best Afrobeat at the 2024 MTV VMAs.
What's that song again? Finesse. If I broke, now my business.
To think that you wouldn't hear the name Fuse like so much,
but whenever he drops a single, it is always a banger.
Yeah.
To think that it's the music that he released in 2022
is still earning gold certification at this time. Oh my goodness. Congrats, Fuse. It just shows that you're doing good work and you shouldn't stop doing good work. I think we may even need more songs from you so that we have like quality music, because it seems like we're lacking a bit of that lately.
Ouch. Ouch. But I'm so proud. Like I never thought of it. You know, whenever we have a guest that comes here, we're always like, what could get you to that milestone? Because sometimes on TikTok, you will notice that most music that has trended before comes back and they end up being like, it's great. It's not like they gave a different promotion for it or anything. That Folake challenge trended. Honestly,
yes,
a whole lot. I think for a whole year, people used it for so many things, for drama, for, you know, comic and all. So for that particular music to get him to this milestone right now, I think he needs an accolade and applaud for it. And it's not even easy. Most people will be like, why this particular music? Why him? But you wouldn't understand.
No, but we can't deny the fact that it was good music. It was catchy. It was something we could resonate with, even play around with if we'd want. Yeah.
People even change the lyrics. So many people change the lyrics. But let's not even go into that. All right, so still talking about that, R&B superstar Tems has added new RIAA certification to her Plague collection as she continues to enjoy commercial acclaims in the United States. Her hit single, Free Mind, is now 2 times platinum after selling 2 million units. The song charted on the Billboard's Hot 100 in number 46 peak and an impressive 26 weeks on a run on the charts. Tems Higher also reached 1 million units in sales, which makes it 2 platinum please of her debut EP for Broken Ears. Found her hit collaboration with Brent Fires and her BET winning single Me and You of her debut album Born in the Wild. Both earned RIAA Gold certification. 2025 has gotten off to an eventful start with them from Tems, who was nominated in 3 categories at the recently held 67th Grammy. The singer won her 2nd Grammy Award for Best African Music Performance category, thus making her the first Nigerian artist to win the prize. Among other feats recorded by Tems at the recent Grammys includes being the first Nigerian female artist to be nominated in the Best Global Album category, as well as the first Nigerian artist to earn a nod in the R&B category, where she was shortlisted for the Best R&B Song prize. After a hugely successful 2024, where she released her debut LP, Tems went on a world tour that included sold-out shows in Europe and North America. 2025 is set to be another eventful year for the two-time Grammy winner, who has become one of Africa's biggest music exports. People will say Thames
big
to
ups
do
to
too
Thames.
much.
Big ups to Thames.
Thames is giving it to us back to back.
Yes,
She's
like
not
you guys
even
must
leaving
know I'm
anything
the real
unturned.
deal. I really love it for her. I
She's
really
in
love
for
it for her. I
business.
really
Like
love it
she's
for
ready
her.
for this. That's what she's right. I'm here for business. To think that she's an R&B artist.
Like no, and her voice is amazing.
Do you get?
Her voice, I feel like she deserves it. She deserves the award. She deserves the
Honestly,
certification.
to tell you
It's
that
just
you
so
can
nice.
you can do R&B, you can do Afrobeat. At the end of the day, like they said, it's grace. Do you understand? At the end of the day, it's grace. It's not even your lyrics. It's not even your lyrics is part of it.
We need to know.
Voice
We
is
need to
part
still
of
give
it too.
accolades to hard work.
Yes,
because
honestly,
there's some people
true.
that they will just say, "Oh, the grace will help me cover it," and their songs are rubbish.
Great, you
the
just-
sound is rubbish. We're not hearing anything.
Not to call
sensible.
names, actually.
I didn't call any
Not
names.
to, I know. I wanted to mention the name, but that's why I had to correct myself in my brain. That not to call names. So big congratulations to Thames. I'm so proud of her. Super proud of her.
I think generally
Super proud of her.
for a lot of artists in Afrobeats, like in the Nigerian music and all, and are really putting in their best. It's kind of like a very good year for them. We heard of Burna Boy Zone as well. This feels now we're hearing Thames as well. Like it just shows that okay, your hard work is not going in vain. Like Nigerian musicians, like artists, we're seeing a lot.
Good. I don't know how to express my joy, but I'm happy.
Yeah,
extremely.
So we'll be moving on to our next story for today. The American rapper Kanye West has responded to those criticizing his wife, Bianca Cesori's outfit at the 67th Annual Grammy Awards on Sunday. Recall that Bianca Cesori's semi-nude Grammy outfit sparked controversy, with many criticizing West for allegedly humiliating his wife by subjecting her to dressing scantily. Reacting in a statement shared via his X handle, Kanye West stated that he approved of Bianca's controversial outfits, but ultimately she chose to wear the dress herself. He clarified that he has dominion over his wife and would not be humiliated by feminist rhetoric.
Quite interesting.
I'm trying to understand. Like you said, she has her own opinion on the dress, but at the same time, you have dominion over her. Make it make sense. I'm really trying to understand this, guys.
Because at the end of the day, right? If you have dominion over your wife and you're seeing that your wife is looking,
he approves of it.
Oh, you approved of it.
Yes,
But he said she had a bigger she decided to wear it.
No, he
Good.
said
I'm not saying
he had approved on the dress. Like he
Yes.
said, this is what you want, and
Yes.
she's like, okay.
Yes, I'm not saying she shouldn't wear it. Do you understand my?
Me, I'm saying
but
she
at
shouldn't
that
wear it.
point in that red carpet,
Me, I'm saying she shouldn't wear it.
Wait now. At that point in that red carpet, you knew your wife was going to remove that jacket. You cannot tell me.
I heard rumors.
Oh, you
I don't
didn't
know.
see?
I heard rumors that he was the one that encouraged her to remove the jacket.
Honestly speaking,
I heard those
because
rumors.
I kept watching the video. I wanted to see the whole. I wanted to see where he said, but I didn't. Maybe it was all language.
Maybe a non-verbal communication. That's
something like, or maybe they had the agreements before
outside or
that
something.
you're going to remove the jacket. But at the end of the day, of course, she had in mind that she would remove.
Are you
the jacket.
seeing the dress?
That's the
like...
dress. That's what the dress looks like, my darling.
Please, can we return sanity back to the world?
Okay.
I think we've already gotten enough of. Okay, people are showing cleavages. People are showing their
Shoulders
lower backs
and all that.
and everything. And we said, okay, we will not fight. Why are you wearing nets?
Apart from that Grammys award, apart from the Grammy award, whenever you see Bianca Censori and Kanye West,
she has to be
honestly
nude. She has to be naked.
Sorry,
like,
I'm so sorry.
What's she
not
promoting?
I don't know, showbiz, I guess. Someone said it's showbiz or
It's
showmax or
showbiz.
something.
Being naked, showbiz. Sorry, now I have a question. Is showbiz directly proportional to being naked?
Maybe.
So we should all go naked. Why
I
do
think
showbiz
maybe
now?
for them it's a thing of choice, because look at this particular picture. Is this, and to think that the husband is all covered up.
Yes, why is he also not wearing nets?
Maybe
And
she doesn't
showing us
have dominion over him
she
too.
doesn't oh she needs to have dominion
Yeah,
for
maybe she
him to
doesn't
be
have
wearing nude.
dominion over him too.
Please, can we move on?
Yes,
Let's
let's
move
move
on
on.
from
Let's
this.
move on. All right, so Greece former Prince Nicholas the Greece married Chrissy Vandino Gianni, the daughter of a Greek shipping magnate, in a private ceremony in Athens on Friday. The wedding took place at the Greek Orthodox Saint Nicholas Ragavas Church in Athens, attended by members of Europe's royal families, including former Queen Sofia of Spain. People gathered outside the church ahead of the ceremony, including supporters of the former royal family. This is the second marriage for the former prince, who is now known as Nicholas the Greece, after the former royal family was granted Greek citizenship in December 2024 and took the surname, which translates into of Greece in French. The Greece split with Tatiana Blatnik, a Venezuelan entrepreneur, last year after 14 years of marriage. This is also the second marriage for Vardinogianni, who was previously married to Greek singer Nino for 5 years, with whom and the Gino and Prince Nicholas wedding. So like as we were saying, Athens later stripped of him and his citizenship, and his family had lived in London for years before returning permanently to Greece in 2013. So let's take a look at the view of the wedding.
One more, please. One more, Έλα λίγο σε παρακαλούμε. Φωτογράφος.
Ακούτε τα πάντα όσο γίνονται εδώ στο...
Εντουάν φοράς.
Φωτογράφη.
Λίγο...
Επειδή από εδώ ήταν πάρα πολύ.
Ένα λεπτό σε εμάς.
Alright. Happy married life.
Wow, he's a second marriage. I didn't know that.
And his second marriage.
Okay,
his second
both
marriage,
of them.
yes.
Wow, I didn't get
They're
that.
both getting married for the second time. You see, there's always a second time. But wait, too.
What's that?
It's just that. So the first person you're marrying is not your soulmate. Is that what they're trying to say now?
See that matter.
Okay.
But happy married life to
happy married life to
Prince
Prince Nicholas. And happy married life to, I don't even know how to pronounce her name.
Her name
happy
is
married
so
life
powerful. So guys, see, the Nigerian artist Sheriff Abdul Rafiu has distinguished himself in the art scene with his unique technique of creating beautiful portraits by cracking glass. With just a drill bit, the 30-year-old Abdul Rafiu meticulously strikes a glass to control the impact and create precise cracks using his bare hands. These repeated actions form the features of his subject, a method that he refers to as knacking. You have to get the accurate place you are knacking. Abdul Rafiu told Reuters in his workshop in Abuja, if you don't get the accurate place, the art can maybe look different from what you even want to do. Abdurrafi's journey into cracked glass art began in 2023 when he stumbled upon a similar technique in an online video. The self-taught artist has produced over 80 masterpieces for his clients both within Nigeria and internationally. His favorite pieces, portraits that captures a person's face, particularly the smiles. The ones he said he enjoys to do the most are portraits, pictures, that's just the face with a smile, that the teeth of the person will be showing, and that brings out the beauty of art, he said while working on the portraits of Nigerian's Afrobeat producer Don Jazzy. Depending on the complexity of the subject, a piece can take him from 6 hours to a few days to complete. In order to avoid damage during delivery, Abdurrafi says he uses an 8mm glass for his work. He says, I use 8mm glass through, though when I started with 5mm glass, but I used to have a problem when I weigh bill to the owner. Sometimes it breaks before it even gets to the owner. So I decided using an 8mm, and since then I started using 8mm for everything. It's okay, it doesn't break anymore, he says. Abdurrafi's work has gained wide admiration on social media platforms where he regularly posts his latest creations. One of his clients, businessman Oluwafemi Ogundipe, said, actually, I came across his page on TikTok and I fell in love with the artwork and craft, so I decided to order one for my office. But I'm still planning to get more because I love this artwork. It's impressive. Like Sheriff Abdurrafi, many Nigerian artists are finding unique ways to distinguish their work in global art world. Abdurrafi's cracked glass artwork not only challenges traditional methods but also adds a unique flavor to the local art scene. Let's have a look at Abdurrafi's work, please.
This one, it is knacking, not drawing, you understand? You know, something you draw is even different with knacking. You know, knacking is, you have to get the accurate place you are knacking, you understand? If you don't get the accurate place, the art can maybe look different with what you even want to do. The ones I enjoy most doing is the one that is portrait picture, that is just the face and with a smile that the teeth of the person will be showing. That brings the beauty of the art. So this artwork is being ordered by one of my clients. Yeah, he asked me to crack a tiger that is squat and a beautiful hand sharp. So I tried to make this one for him. So this will guide it to prevent the breaking. I use a 8mm glass. Though when I started with 5mm glass, but I used to have a problem whenever I way bill it to the owner. Sometimes it's break before you get to the owner. So I decided using 8mm, and since when I started using 8mm, everything is okay. It doesn't break anymore.
Actually, I come across the page on TikTok and I fell in love with the artwork and the craft. So I decided to order one for my office. But I'm still planning to get more because I so much fell in love with the artwork. It's impressive. I be fearless, so that's why I prefer Tiger, because Tiger is fearless. You really fear. So I need to fear anything.
I was kind of, how would someone who draw his own images on a glass? This is not drawing. So, you know, I have to drive down here just to look at it with my 2 eyes, not the one I'm seeing on a video. So I was so impressed with what I was seeing. It's different with the normal drawing. You know, when you see your face on a glass, you know, I was so impressed.
This one, it is knacking, not drawing, you understand? You know.
The funniest part is, who wouldn't be impressed?
Like, how would
Who
you see
wouldn't
such a
be?
thing and say you're not impressed?
It's
What?
magnificent. Like I was saying while we were watching the video, I was like, maybe he drew the face.
Like sketch it out first.
Yes, before, but I didn't get to see that. You understand? I didn't get to, so probably, but how would you get the accurate?
That's what
the head,
said,
the ear.
Obviously, having to do something over and over. He was saying in an interview that he's always like having to be like very careful and make sure that wherever he's hitting it, you know, because it's glass, you can't repair it, you can't clean it.
It's gone. It's gone.
Yes, wherever he's hitting, he has to be very.
That means there's always a sketch or something. There is no sketch on that thing, no. When they carried it,
yes, now
there's no sketch on it. So that means if there is no sketch,
he's looking at some the painting or the picture and he's hitting it.
This guy is
we have
good.
to give him.
He's too good. If there is no sketch on that glass, then he's too good. It's.
Oh my goodness.
No. If there's no sketch on this glass,
and
he's too good. That's just it.
It's amazing. It's amazing. So guys, let's not talk dwell too much on this. Even though I'm sure we are wild, we are all wild.
Very wild.
Beautiful. So now we'll be moving on to memes of the week. Meme lovers, gada. We're about to
let's distribute rice and Capri Sun for you.
It's the rice and Capri Sun. I don't know what she's talking about, but yes, it's time for us to get into our memes.
Yes.
So
let's have our first meme.
We're so excited.
Let's have our first meme, though. Okay. So, ever been around someone and realized, bring our first meme now, let's see. Please, we are begging you in the name of God. Ever been around someone and realized if you mirrored their energy back to them, they wouldn't like you very much? Laugh out loud. Yes, I've dated. Bro,
wow.
What's that?
That's a shade.
What's that?
It's not allowed here.
What's that?
It's not allowed here.
I was even thinking you would just say yes. I've experienced that.
Say no, I've dated
energy.
Women,
so women are.
I stand and say not all women are like that. Yes, not
you're actually being dramatic now, sir.
No, not all women are like that now.
Okay.
Actually, it's not everybody that the energy.
But energy is energy, whether it's quiet energy or raz energy, crazy energy.
Yes.
Energy is energy. But that's let's have our next meme.
Job role, team lead, salary 40,000. Where you they lead the team to? Someone replied, Emeka replied, astray. It has to be astray.
Where will you lead the team
with
to?
40K? You yourself will not go. You not go even see chance, see road, not to talk of lead person on the road.
I don't even know. I don't know what's coming.
In this econ coming. In this econ coming. No, economy. In this econ coming.
Excuse me. Lie on me, econ coming.
Econ coming.
You are not a serious person at all. Please, let's have the next meme. That person that's nonchalant with you is chalanting with someone else. I say let me just remind you, and it's not a lie.
But it's the choice of word for me.
The chalanting for it. So there's the one like chalant Nigerians. And at the end of the day, you see this word in dictionary. You see this word in dictionary. But it's fine. So we came here to tell you that person that is nonchalant with you,
it's probably chalanting.
It's chalanting with somebody else that you have no idea about. So
wise up.
I use your brain.
Can we have our next meme? Love don't cost a dime, but Valentine package na 250K.
Oh!
This love is very costly. This love is costly.
How do they say it in the Bible?
That what?
For God so loved the world.
That he gave it.
They gave. You see, he gave.
Love has always been costly.
There must. It's always costly.
He used this. He gave his only son.
Begotten son.
Preach,
to die, yo. To die. So what are you saying?
Love is costly.
Love is expensive.
Say love don't cost a dime.
It costs a lot. It costs a fortune. A life.
Thank you. Can we have our next one?
Okay, I need all of my friends to marry so that I can wear slippers and be walking up and down at the reception hall looking for what is not missing whilst holding the tail of my dress. The whole seriousness.
It's giving a
yes, now the whole seriousness. No, don't take it there. Please, have you given them the souvenir? No. Please go and give the chairman his rights.
He said that you really know how to do this
Me,
work.
I cannot. You see that I ready to do all this. I'm so ready, holding my dress like this and walking. I'm so sorry, sir. Don't worry.
And those slippers, there's a way it looks like 2 strands.
Yes.
Like
it was within cram on the floor.
Thank you. You understand it.
Let's have our next memes, please.
Sign in with Google is such a lifesaver, man. I see sign in with Google and be like, hell yeah, thank you, God bless, every single time. Only Android users can really relate to this.
But they do it on Safari now. I get that notification.
Yes, sign in
with Google or remain signed out. I see those 2 notifications on Safari.
But it really helps you not to have to remember passwords.
Yes.
Like, just sign like immediately. The easiest thing,
honestly.
Just sign in. You're done. You're in. It's LinkedIn, and anytime you want to sign in again, you can always use your Google account.
Yes.
I think the person that came up with that. Brilliant.
God bless you.
Brilliant.
God bless you, like this person that made that comment. Okay, let's have our next meme. We have so many memes today. Called my father 3 times. He didn't pick. Man sent me a text in a meeting. Bank app not working. And I wanted to greet him. This is talking to me direct.
You two they build
now. Jesus, liar. When we don't have
change
time.
Change your ways. Repent. Don't always only reach out to your parents when you need money.
But it's not true now. It's not true.
How many times do you actually call your parents and it's not money related?
I call. Okay. But the truth is, in my dad's subconscious, you know that at the end of the day, maybe tomorrow, your call is money. Maybe you call today.
I think I do that strategic billing. I'll first chat you up and be like, "What's
how you doing?" That kind of thing. Then tomorrow, I'll now come up and be like, "Daddy Alpha, your daughter is broke.
As in, we need money."
And my dad will be like, "How much do you want? How much? Which textbook are you buying?" Especially when I was in school. Right now, I don't care.
It's one of those
adulthood.
Can we have our next name? I know say I be red flag, but this material na quality one.
I swear.
Wow. I swear. There are different materials to this red flag. No. Check this one, na quality material.
This one is not. What's those materials? Quizly will know.
Why are we like this?
This one is not about medo. This is not about all these net materials.
I thought red flag was supposed to be a bad thing. Now there are materials to it.
Yes, now because you cannot shade the shade.
The shaded,
the shaded or the shadeless. I don't know how they speak. Okay, you cannot shame the shameless. That's what they say. Yes. But sure, you cannot shade the shadeless.
Wow,
I brought my own.
Let's have our next
meme. The first time I cooked soup for my late grandma, she tasted it and said, "Even during the Biafran War, our food was not this tasteless." I fainted.
Only African grandmas can really do this. There's not, if you check that thing very well, it's an African grandma. Oh, I'm seeing Gona already. You have said it all. Their shades can be so shadeful.
Even during the Biafran
War. It just make you like
our
food
was not this tasteless.
You make you rethink and be like, what?
You would have just told me, this your food is not sweet.
It's not sweet.
It's like you have to speak so many English. It's like, let's have our next meme, I beg.
I
think it's the last one.
Yes.
It was. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Well, I'm sure they enjoyed it.
Yes. So let us know what you think about all the memes we gave you today. The comments, share your comments and laugh. If you made you laugh, let us know as well. Then when it comes to our news, you heard a lot of things. We've given you a lot of news. Let us know what you think about it. Don't be silent. Don't watch this show and be silent. Give us feedback. We want to hear from you. Do well to follow us on all social media platforms. It's down there. Make sure you follow. Know that we are live on YouTube 24/7. Entertainment or news, or we there for you. Why not subscribe and turn on that notification button? And know that we are live. E-Vibes 1 p.m. Monday to Saturdays. Do well to tune in and enjoy the very best of entertainment. I've been your wonderful host, Layomi Adeyemi, and with me was the beautiful pink head.
Wow.
Pink head.
Wow. I'm your baby girl, Queen Etsokota. Today is Saturday, tomorrow is Sunday. Make sure you are going to church. Go to church. No problem. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye.
The country is actually gradually sliding away from democratic approach. You see, when you look at what is playing out in the country, it's becoming clearer to us that the present government doesn't want any dissenting voice from anybody. They don't want the voice of opposition or anybody that will say anything that is different from what they have in mind. They also want to flog us without anybody crying. That is what they want to do. And once you are speaking against their actions, once you are speaking against their policies, you've become an enemy. You know, the initial time the police invited him, we were saying that there was a different intention from what they were painting. And you saw it, even when he got there, there was no clear interrogation there. They were moving from one baseless corner to another. You can't even say that this is exactly what they invited him for. Now, the DSS said it was petition written by NLC, which means it's an NLC thing. Or did the NLC person or persons accuse the president of being a terrorist or what? They haven't told us. Because if it's labor matter that has to do with labor union activities, why should DSS be involved? That is the first question. Then if it borders on the nation, and you are saying this petition was written, when was it written? And why must it be when he was attending TUC conference, international conference for that matter, that you should hold him? Was there any restriction on his movement? Did you give him order not to move out of the country? Because sometimes when they talk, they believe that we're all dafts and they're the only people that know everything, principally because they were given the powers to lead. That we are given the power to lead doesn't mean that your followers do not have sense. That is what some people do not understand. And it doesn't also mean that you think faster than the people you lead. It's only that somebody must be in front. So the way they reason, the way they go about things in the country doesn't suggest that they actually understand the nitty-gritties of democracy.
Yeah, there is no way you totally eliminate alcohol in the society like Nigeria, you understand? So the alcohol of a team, I don't really know, but there are things that, why would they even put, the Nigeria inflation is not in a balance that somebody will just go to bed without alcohol. You get me right? You will not sleep well. You won't sleep well. Are you with me? Some of us these days, if our eyes are not dirty, we cannot sleep. But based on the situation we are facing today, like me in person, If I should go to my bed without the content of small alcohol, I cannot sleep. You got me right. I don't really know if when Nigeria fix our situation, we would divert from alcohol and be eating our food.
Cancer is not minor disease that someone can take for granted. So having linked the alcohol, having linked to the cause of cancer and the rest of it, my advice to those taking alcohol would be that there should be a minimal intake of alcohol, not excessive. And for those that are addicted to it, there will be a kind of sensitization towards it, so that they, when someone is addicted to something, stopping it entirely will be very difficult. So when sensitization comes in, the sensitization will basically focus on minimizing it, the intake now. And it's also good to sensitize those that have not embarked on taking alcohol or that are not been addicted to on taking alcohol. So all I can suggest is proper and thorough sensitization towards the effect or the consequences of alcohol, or taking alcohol, or too much of alcohol intake that regards or leading to the cancer problem. I think with that can minimize the rapid increase of cancer.
Normally, alcohol is not that bad, but much of it is bad. So you have to. Alcohol is good for the body in some certain circumstance, but don't take much of it. It's a risk, though. But there are alcohol that is also nutrient. It's a nutrient to the body. For stress, sometimes you need it. Though don't take much of it. That is all.
Honestly speaking, we have to see how we can incorporate, or should I say, have a lot of rehabilitation centers, and then also try to see how we can cancel all this ethanol, all this rubber drinks on the streets. Let's see how we can take them off the streets. It's affecting, and we should do it now. We shouldn't wait for any time. We should do it now.
It has caused a lot of harm than good. So some people will say that they are taking it because of the situation, they find themselves, and maybe the environment, they're not conducive enough, people due to loss of job and all that, and some other frustrated issues. But the truth is that alcohol has never been a remedy to any issue. Yeah. And also, once you continue taking alcohol due to a problem, it increases it. It doesn't reduce it. So my response to it is that, in fact, it's better to mitigate the use of alcohol entirely. And once that happens, people will begin to find solution to their immediate problem other than running to a shop or a bar to get alcohol.
Well, hello to you and welcome to Inside Health on Signature Television, a health show where we have conversations around topical health issues. Well, today we're going to be talking about dietary and lifestyle changes for cancer prevention and management. Of course, I'm your host, Chigichi Agoram. Well, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, I'm going to introduce my guest on the show today. Do stay with us. Well, thank you so much for staying with us. This is still Inside Health, and today we are talking dietary and lifestyle changes for cancer prevention and management. Now, our guest is a dietitian. In fact, she's a dietitian in oncology department. Her name is dietitian Chioma Nwachuku. She's an assistant director, nutrition and dietetics, UNTH Itukwozala, Enugu. Hello, dietitian Chioma. I got that right.
Yeah.
Great. You're welcome to the show.
Thank you. It was my pleasure.
Great. You light up the room. I must give you that compliment.
Thank you.
All right. So, people are wondering, food, diet, and cancer. Some of us can't actually make the connection. However, it is something that is being done, being practiced. Dietary ways of preventing and managing cancer. Now, as a dietitian, tell me exactly where your work is important in managing a patient who has cancer.
Thank you. Before I proceed, first of all, I want to do some clarification.
Okay.
Food, like we all know, food is something edible.
Yes.
Yes, food is an edible substance which, when eaten, nourishes the body. The diet is that portion. Is that portion of food, that portion that you take, food or drink that you take on daily basis. It is personalized to you. It could be a restrictive diet, wherever we try to, remove one or two, ask you not to take one or two different types of nutrients in a particular food just to handle a disease condition. It could be therapeutic in nature. Being therapeutic in nature means that maybe, we are using it to cure a particular disease condition.
Yeah.
Maybe diabetes, ulcer, hypertension, and then of course cancer. So looking at the relationship between all of them, you find out that since we know that we can do, food is something we cannot do without. And at the same time, there is no how that we can effectively manage cancer without bringing in diet. Because diet play a very, very crucial role in the management of cancer. Diet. Your diet helps you, once it is optimal diet.
1 minute. There's something I want to bring out so that we try to break down these complex issues to tiny bits that people can, take and run with. Now, you say not all food constitutes diet. Okay. You're saying diet is a personalized,
that food you eat is
that is personal to you.
That is personal.
Can you now say that there are some people who are not on diet, though they eat food, but they are not on diet?
That is what I said, that diet is that portion of food, that portion that you have, that you eat. It
Okay.
can be food, drink that you take, that portion that you take on daily basis.
Good.
That is personalized to you. What I mean by being personalized to you, it could be that maybe you've seen a dietitian and she placed you on a particular diet, maybe a maintenance diet. Or it could be that you have one disease condition.
There are some of us that have never been on a diet before or never seen a dietitian
And
before.
that food,
Yes.
that was why I said that food you eat, the food or the drink that you take, that makes up your diet. That plate that you are watching is what makes up your diet. It is not left for us to say that it is, after the assessment, looking at what you take, it's not left for us to say whether the food is good or a bad nutrition, whether it's a good nutrition or a bad nutrition that is constituted in that particular plate that you are taking. You understand what I'm trying to?
Absolutely.
So if you have a plate of maybe rice now, a dietitian can look at it and tell you that this is just majorly carbohydrate foods. Yeah. But if you have something like meat there, she can say, okay, that there is protein there, in as much as the rice also has protein, right? There's a portion of protein. Then meat is also there, making or bringing the protein aspect of it. Then if you have vegetable by the side, then you find out that the vegetables are there, something that can supply the vitamins and minerals are also there, depending on how you prepare it again. You understand? You can also say that there is fiber in that plate, because the vegetable has what? It has fiber. In as much as the cereals that you are taking, like rice that you are taking, also has fiber in it. But vegetable give you more of the fiber content of that food. Then you can look at it again and say, oh, it's not just white rice and vegetables, that you have oil there. So the fats are there, right? Fats and oil is also there. So you find out that that aspect of the nutrient is also there. And of course, you prepare the food with water. So you can now, I'm trying to bring in the different classes of nutrients that we have. We have carbohydrate, protein, fats and oil, vitamins and minerals and water. You find out that they are all in that plate. So we can now say that it is what you are taking is balance.
We're taught balanced diet
Yeah.
in
So,
school.
but then I may not really say it is adequate, because what is adequate for you may not be adequate for me. It depends on your age, depends on your sex, it depends on your activity pattern. If you are a sedentary worker like we are sedentary now, we are just sitting down working, in as much as the brain is at work. You find out that what someone that is doing this kind of work will not be the same with someone that pushes barrow out there. The diet of that person will not be the same with those of us that are sitting here. It differs. You understand? So you see the difference there. But whereby we look at the adequate, is it adequate? When we consider all the previous points I just mentioned, you can now say, okay, this is adequate for this person. That is talking about the constituents of that plate we are looking at. And at the same time, we can now look at it again and say, okay, is there moderation in what you are taking? Which is another characteristics you look at again in the plate of food. Is there moderation in what you are taking? Moderation in the sense that, assuming you are taking that bowl of rice that you are taking, you have large quantity of rice and just add little vegetable by the side. You understand? One is not even balanced, considering the amount of vegetable or the quantity of vegetable that is there. And then we can look at it, how often you take it. You can now look at it and say, okay, there is moderation there. But whereby you don't try to bring in all these factors into play in what you're eating, you find out that you may be eating more of a particular nutrient while you are deficient, the body is deficient in some other.
Now, are there proportions, are there percentages assigned to different, types of food nutrients, for example, starch, and then this proportion to protein, this proportion, before we get into how it, affects oncology, patients? We're talking to mothers, we're talking to women, men who cook, of course. How would you look at a plate and say, okay, maybe 50% to carbohydrate, maybe 20%, I'm just, speaking hypothetically. Is there a way you can mentally, get the right proportion that should, it should be assigned to different nutrients?
Yeah, ideally. We have different proportions that we assign to different nutrients. We have for protein, we have for carbohydrate, but it entails calculation, right? So but we try to do it in a pictorial form that even a lay person, when you look at it, you can understand it. We advocate you take more of vegetables, more of fruits in what you are taking. Take more of vegetables, take more of fruits. Then carbohydrate, take moderate portion of carbohydrate.
All right.
Take little quantity of fat.
Okay, we'll get neck deep into that. But right now we'll have to call for our special report so that we can have an understanding, our viewer can also have an understanding of what we're talking about before we get neck deep into it. So please take a listen to our special report.
Cancer. It is a word that carries heavy significance, striking fear into the hearts of millions around the world. Over 18 million people are diagnosed with cancer annually, and despite remarkable advances in research and treatment,
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Every year, millions of people around the world are diagnosed with cancer, a disease that remains one of the leading causes of death globally. Yet, a growing body of evidence suggests that the power to prevent and manage cancer lies not only in medical treatments, but also in the way we live and the food we eat. Dietary choices play a pivotal role in reducing the risk of developing cancer and in helping manage its progression for those already diagnosed. What we consume can influence cellular health, reduce inflammation, and protect our DNA from damage that might lead to cancer. Fruits and vegetables are at the heart of cancer preventive diet. They are rich in antioxidants, vitamins, and fiber nutrients that help fight oxidative stress and inflammation, both of which can contribute to cancer development. The more colorful the plate, the better. Brightly colored vegetables like spinach, kale, and carrots contain a variety of phytonutrients powerful compounds that support immune function and protect against cancer. But diet is only one piece of the puzzle. Regular physical activity is just as important. Studies have shown that exercise can lower the risk of various cancers, including breast, colon, and endometrial cancer. It not only helps maintain a healthy weight, but also improves immune function, reduces inflammation, and supports overall health. Aim for at least 30 minutes of moderate exercise most days of the week. This doesn't mean you need to run marathons. Even a brisk walk, a dance class, or yoga can have significant benefits for your health. Hydration is another essential part of cancer prevention. Drinking plenty of water helps flush toxins from the body, aids digestion, and supports the detoxification process. Opting for whole unprocessed foods, grains, legumes, and seeds adds valuable fiber to the diet, which promotes digestive health and may reduce the risk of colorectal cancer. Healthy fats also play a role in cancer prevention. Olive oil, nuts, and seeds are rich in monosaturated fats that promote heart health and fight inflammation. Additionally, turmeric, with its active ingredient curcumin, is known for its anti-inflammatory properties and has shown promise in fighting cancer cells in various studies. It's important to limit refined sugars and processed foods. Research has shown that excessive sugar consumption can fuel the growth of cancer cells, while processed foods can introduce harmful chemicals into the body. Instead, opt for nutrient-dense snacks like nuts, berries, or even a small piece of dark chocolate. These are not only satisfying but also offer health benefits. Equally crucial to our health are the ways in which we manage stress. Chronic stress has been linked to an increased risk of cancer, as it can weaken the immune system and increase inflammation. Mindfulness meditation and deep breathing exercises can help reduce stress levels, fostering a calmer, more balanced mind and body. Strong social connections and emotional well-being are vital components of overall health. Research suggests that people who maintain close relationships and engage in positive social interactions are better equipped to manage stress and improve their resilience against illness. This connection with others can also provide essential emotional support, which is crucial for individuals managing cancer. Sleep, often overlooked, is another cornerstone of cancer prevention. During sleep, the body repairs itself, regenerates cells, and strengthens the immune system. Chronic sleep deprivation can increase the risk of cancer by disrupting hormone levels, impairing immune function, and raising stress. Aim for 7 to 9 hours of quality sleep each night to help maintain your body's natural defenses. Incorporating these lifestyle changes doesn't require drastic measures or extreme diets. It's about making small, sustainable choices every day. By focusing on whole plant-based foods, regular physical activity, stress management, and adequate sleep, you can create a foundation of health that can reduce your cancer risk and improve your quality of life. Whether you're looking to prevent cancer or supporting the healing process after a diagnosis. Cancer prevention and management is not just about one specific action, but rather about a holistic approach, a lifestyle that nurtures the body, mind, and the spirit. Every positive choice you make, from the food on your plate to the way you care for yourself, plays a role in fostering a healthier, stronger life. And while we cannot always control every factor, we have the power to choose how we respond, how we live, and ultimately, how we thrive. A healthier tomorrow begins with the choices you make today. Choose wisely.
Welcome back. Don't forget, we're still discussing dietary and lifestyle changes for the prevention and management of cancer. And dietitian Chioma Nwachukwu is still in the studio doing justice to this topic. So tell us, let us create a hypothetical scenario where a cancer patient is referred to you. Tell us what is the protocol like? What do you assess and how do you begin to help this patient?
Okay. Thank you. When a cancer patient is referred to us, first of all, he or she comes with the referral. And with the referral, we'll be able to assess the folder. Look at the patient's folder, look at the family history, the social history, the drug history, all this history, then you ask your questions. For us dietitians, we also check, we use NCP, Nutrition Care Plan.
Nutrition Care Plan.
Yeah. So we try to look at, first of all, you get a physical assessment of the patient. You take the anthropometric measurements of the patient, you can take weight and height measurement, get a BMI of the patient. You can take a waist-hip ratio of the patient. Then you can check, the biochemical assessments done so far. You can check the PSA level of the patient.
You know, you're speaking medicinese.
Oh.
So you might have to break it down by chemical analysis. So break it down so that you can understand.
Biochemical analysis or assessment of the patient. That's, you look at the lab results.
Good.
Check the lab results of the patient. So when you check the lab results, you know you are checking the blood volume of the patient, because one of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have, some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet to assist. Okay, so you check the blood test, let me say in such a way that the blood test of the patient. You also check, you can check the serum electrolyte, urea creatinine level of the patient. You check for tumor markers. You check, after checking all the necessary biochemical assessments so far. Then you engage the patient, you do your dietary assessment. Dietary assessment, you can use 24-hour dietary recall. Ask the person questions. The patient should be able to recall what he or she ate in the past 24 hours. At times you do 48-hour dietary recall. But at times, the patient might not really be able to recall, depending on the treatment. If the patient is having chemo brain, when they have chemo brain, they find it very difficult to, to recall certain things, confusion, they forget, and all that. So, at times you need the caregiver around, more especially the caregiver that is staying with the patient, the one that is taking care of the patient, so that you can also ask him or her questions. When you ask him or her questions, the person will tell you, he or she ate so, this and that, and then you'll be noting down. You note down with the quantities. You know down the quantities, then you calculate at the end of the day. But 24-hour dietary recall might not be enough to give you what you are looking for. It might give you the immediate intake of the patient at that point in time. So what you will do, you also take, you can take the diet history. Now you want to look at the feeding pattern of the patient over a protracted period of time. You also want to look at the dietary habits of the patient. It's when you look at all these things, you find out what...
It seems as though there's a long, follow-up.
No, even when you are doing the assessment.
Okay.
So you are asking those questions. You may ask him or her, how often do you take maybe rice or beans or yam? The patient will tell you. I take it maybe once a day or twice a day or 3 times in a week. And as you are doing the assessment, you also ask the beverage intake, alcohol intake of the patient. Ask everything, ask about everything that the patient takes in. So when you take this in, we have a way of calculating them. It's when you calculate, you'll now be able to arrive at a particular kilocalorie. You can now say that this patient takes maybe 2,000 kilocalorie per day, or 2,500, or 3,000, or 3,500, at times 4,000, or 1,000 kilocalorie, at times 1,500, depending. And based on the assessment, you now have your diagnosis. From your diagnosis, you can now come into, you intervene, you do dietary intervention. You now come in and say, okay, this patient will be on maybe low-fat diet, high-calorie diet, or high-protein diet, depending on the assessment. But you know, in as much as you are paying attention to maybe the low-fat diet, or the high-calorie diet, or high-protein diet that you are placing the patient on, you're also looking at the nitty-gritties. There are some, you know, some foods like, you know, in cancer management, when you are managing the patient, assuming it's a breast cancer, you know that from research, it has been discovered or found out that alcohol is traceable to breast cancer, amidst other things, right? Also, dietary intake. You may find out that the person takes foods that contain maybe little dietary fiber, or maybe devoid of dietary fiber. You understand? So you can come in and tell the patient why canceling. Now that's a dietary intervention. Why canceling the patient? You can, you know, increase the dietary intake. You also, while taking the history, you also take into cognizance the dietary, the likes and the dislikes of the patient. But while taking the likes and the dislikes of the patient, you also find out the likes of the patient. At times you find that some people just don't like taking a particular food for no reason. If there's no reason for the patient not to take that food, and you know that he or she needs that particular diet at that point in time, or that particular food at that point in time, you go ahead and you encourage the patient to take it and see if there will be any reaction. For example, some people will tell you that they don't like taking watermelon. No reason. You ask them why. It is good though. It's rich in beta carotene. It is a diuretic. It's rich in, you know, the water content. Some will tell you we don't like taking cucumber. Why? They tell you that the crunchy nature of what they take, you know, when they are taking it, to be as if they are taking foam. You understand?
Interesting.
So what you now do as a dietitian is your work, because you know that at that point in time that the patient needs that. You can now say, okay, can we do it this way? Can we blend it? What if we blend it? Can you be able to take it? Say, blend it. If you now blend, you can, the caregiver may blend, and then you give the patient. And the patient takes it. It's still the same food that he or she says that he doesn't like taking, right?
You know, we're discussing prevention and management, but let's go back to prevention a little bit. Tell us, what are carcinogenic food? Because you hear that all the time. Oh, don't take this, it's carcinogenic. Oh, don't take that. So what exactly are carcinogenic food? And tell us, so that when we go to the market the next time we do, we know what we're buying and what we're leaving.
Foods, the foods that are the foods that have the ability, you know, to predispose one to cancer. That's carcinogenic in nature. The foods that are carcinogenic, they have this have the ability to predispose one to cancer. But then, first of all, we look at fried foods. Fried foods. Because from research, so many foods are linked to that. High fat intake. High fat intake. When you fry foods, depending on the type of oil you are using, because you know we have oil that are heart friendly, we have oil that are also not heart friendly at the same time.
You know, you're going to give us examples, so that's
I'll give examples.
Good.
Yeah. So when you look at it, you know, we have saturated, we have unsaturated fat. The saturated ones are the ones like, let me describe.
You know the types that you go to the market to buy on a very cold day and they're all congealed.
Exactly. If you're sleeping, that type of oil that sleeps when you are sleeping.
Run from it, yeah.
When you are feeling cold, that's how you feel cold. Run from it. These are the saturated ones. But the unsaturated ones, they are liquid or fluid in nature. Even at times when you even put them in the fridge, you find out that what it doesn't congeal, right? So You can go for, should I mention? Because
yes, please. Don't mention the brand, but just sunflower oil, vegetable oil, groundnut oil.
Soy base now. Let me use soy base. Let me not call a particular brand. Soy base oil. They contain polyunsaturated fat. Olive oil has monounsaturated fat. They are heart friendly. They are good. But any other type of oil, because these ones I may be calling brand. Any type of oil that you know that once, once you sleep, you
sleeps with you.
Yes, so you run away from those type of oil. And then another thing about oil is this: when you fry.
So you're saying oil is carcinogenic, or the food that is fried with the oil becomes carcinogenic?
It's the process. It's the process now. Okay. The process. Now, when you now fry the food, you denature the bond of the oil. I'm talking about how it gets to that being carcinogenic. You know, you denature the bond. Once you denature the bond, you still refry again. You see where they are frying akara or even buns. They keep using the oil. You fry it, you refry, converting it from the cis form to trans form, which is harmful to the heart. And at the same time, it's harmful to the heart. It affects the arteries. It can deposit in the arteries and the veins once it deposits there. So the tendency of doing what? Leading to a particular disease condition is already there. Okay, that is for fat. Then you also look at foods like the fruits now, the vegetables.
What about processed food?
I'm coming. Okay. You look at the vegetables and the fruits that we take. Are they carcinogenic? They are not. But can they also be carcinogenic? They can.
In what ways?
Yeah, depending on the way, the condition we meet them in the market. If you go to market now, you see what is happening. They first ripe the fruits. You look at what's it called? You look at banana. Look at the banana. They add chemicals to first ripe the banana. Same thing applies to what? To the citrus. That's the oranges you see in the market.
They fast track the ripening process.
And these are the process. Yeah, sorry. These are the what? These are the chemicals that are not supposed to find their way into food. So these are the cancer forming. That's cancer things that have the ability to do what? To predispose one to cancer if one continues taking them.
No, there's a practice that has been making the rounds, of course, on social media. I don't know how much of research that has gone into it. Aluminum foil. People keep saying run away from aluminum foil, that each time you use it and it passes through fire, it deposits some aluminum inside what you're eating. Tell us about that. How, is it true, or it's just an old wives' tale?
It's still let me say, it's still speculations that are going around, you know. But I know that people emphasize more on nylon, use of white nylon, because of the volatile chemicals that are used in process and producing them.
All sorts of nylon?
White nylons. Okay. And other nylons, if once you cook with them, that the tendency to do what? For those volatile materials that are used in producing them to infiltrate into the food is there. So for us to be safe, there's no harm in trying to do what? In trying to play safe. You can always go back to the olden days, the way they do it. They use plantain leaves. They use all different leaves. We found out that the leaves, they also impart the phytonutrients in those foods, in the food, instead of going for the ones that are, you know, chemically, that has chemicals in them. But you go for the natural ones, you know, that will impart something good, also more nutrients to the food. So that is what we are advocating anyway. But the aluminium one, I haven't seen, but research is still going on. You understand? Yeah. So, but that of nylon, we are asking people to do what? You can cut down and abstain from using those ones. Use the leaves themselves.
Now, what about? I'm trying to remember the name. These packs that are being used to sell food, roadside food.
Okay, okay. The plastic ones.
Stylophone or stylo something.
That they use. The packaged foods.
There's also this word that it's also carcinogenic.
Yes.
And it's the same process.
Yes, yes. Wow. And of course, we found out that there was a time now that came online to talk about it. that people should stop using it. But we found out that our people, I don't know, maybe because we want to make profits or maybe go for things that are cheaper, you still see them using it, right? The plastic phone,
Sure.
still see them using it. So, but if people can abstain, and then let us rechannel to something that is more healthier.
Yes.
We find out that what we will be able to run away from some of these degenerative diseases, like this cancer that is eating deep. And then coming to the processed foods you asked that time, you know, you asked about processed food. Processed foods, the ultra or highly processed foods, you know, they use them, we have them in the markets, right? And they add chemicals to them. They add preservatives to them. The preservatives they add to them to prolong their shelf life is what is our problem, our bone of contention, right? The preservatives. Nobody is there to monitor. Nobody is there to check the quantity, whether they are sticking to the grass level. Nobody is there to check the stipulated level they should have to be. Nobody checks it, right? So you find out that they add it, more especially you have the preservatives they add to them are the ones that have been from history, you know, from research. They can predispose one to this cancer. But we encourage people to go for something natural. Go for natural foods.
All right. Do you also recommend supplements? So tell us about supplements and how.
At certain point in time, because we are talking about cancer management,
yes,
right?
Yes.
At certain point in time, there are you find out that they take certain supplements. They can take supplement, but at the same time, there are some they cannot take, like folic acid.
Cancer patients are not to take folic acid?
They are not to take folic acid. Right? But they can take folate. The other time I was teaching,
what's the difference between folate and folic
folate
acid?
Is in food. Folic acid is in synthetic form.
Oh.
You understand? So this one is in synthetic form, and it can help in proliferation of the cancer cells. Unless there is a research that comes on board to tell us that it's no longer proliferating it, right? Okay, but the folate one is in food. You see them you have it in okra, you have it in vegetables. So you can't say stop eating okra, stop eating, but it's in natural form. The bioavailability is high. The body has a way of converting them and making proper use of it. Unlike when you use the synthetic ones.
Okay. All right, let's talk about, because a while ago, you mentioned something while the special report was ruling, something about turmeric.
Okay.
Let's talk about our natural spices and, you know, and vegetables. Let's, with turmeric as a, you know, case in point. Tell me about turmeric.
Okay. I'll use turmeric, and then turmeric is a herb. At the same time, is a spice. So it's one of the spices that have been isolated. We find out that it has a ability to curtail the cancer cells. It can induce the apoptosis, that's the death of the cancer cells. You know, turmeric. But
is turmeric that selective?
Yeah, it's an anti-inflammatory.
Because the idea we have of cancer is that it's eluding medical treatment because most of the drugs are not able to select the cancer cells. As such, it kills both cancer cells and the normal body cells.
Yeah, more especially when the patient is undergoing chemo. Chemo targets both the normal cells and of course.
Okay, so, but I apologize. I know that you want to run. We need to call for what we call a vox pop, where we find out what the people know so far. You say you're a teacher. Okay. You get to find out what your students know before you know how to go about teaching them. Okay. So let's get to the streets and then find out what people know about dietary and lifestyle changes towards cancer prevention and management. Listen to this.
Cancer is very dangerous, yeah, because most of the ones I've heard about, it has taken the lives of so many people if care is not taken. I've heard about the bone marrow cancer, cancer of the breast, and different other cancers. Actually, it leads to an increasement in that part where it is. Yes, smoking and taking alcohol too much, that is excessive smoking. I think drawing of tattoos and using chemicals in your body, including this eating okpa that has nylon. Due to the heat, chemicals from the nylon will go into the okpa, and when you take it in, it keeps on growing like that because the chemicals will make your cells weak and dead. I think staying a healthy lifestyle, having a healthy lifestyle, such as staying away from alcohol and smoking, eating good food, that's balanced diet, and then fruits, enough fruits, and then also exercising. I think with this, you're going to live a healthy life.
To avoid cancer, people should try and avoid eating foods that has been refrigerated for long, and eat healthy food like vegetables, and also avoid eating food which has gone through lots of preservation processes like canned meat and so on. Civilization has brought us this pain because if you look through the ages, you will notice that the lifespan of humans have been reducing due to our intakes. Nowadays we take canned meat, we take food that has been refrigerated for a long period of time, and it has really affected us in our aging. Now, according to science, you can see that a human can live over 40 to 45 years, but those days you can note that people are living over 100, 150, and even most of the times 200 years. But now it has reduced drastically. So, to my understanding, civilization have really affected us.
Cancer is one of the commonest diseases, deadly diseases, which we have in our country right now. Yes, which kills people like randomly. Yes, obviously, civilization is the reason why we undergo different diseases, most especially cancer. Because due to civilization, due to this our modern world, they bring out a lot of stuffs that, like, they put a lot of stuff in can, and can is also a major cause of cancer. Even now that they bring out all this vaping, boys call it vapor, they vape, something like vaping. It causes cancer in the lungs. To prevent this cancer we talk about, there is something called public enlightenment. Our government should, bring out an association or organization that will talk more on this, and the way at which they package our food, our edibles, should be reduced. Yes, should be reduced, because those things in which they use in packaging our edibles also causes cancer to the body.
Welcome back. Well, before we went to view what the people had to say on the streets, we are talking about turmeric, and dietitian Cholonwa Chukwu is still here in the studio. So tell us about turmeric. You could listen. You heard the young man talk about lifespan. Before now, we had longer lifespans, but these days with instant this, fast that, the lifespan has actually come down. But we noticed that in those days, our forefathers were a lot into vegetables. They were a lot into herbs and things like that. So we were talking about turmeric before we went over to listen to the Vox Pop. So tell us about turmeric.
Okay, so turmeric, like we were saying before, turmeric is a spice. At the same time, is a herb. So turmeric has the ability, because of the active ingredient it contains. It has curcuminoid compound. The curcuminoid compound is the active ingredient, the most potent ingredient that turmeric has. So, but then the body doesn't just utilize it. It needs something that will help the body. Assuming, for example, let me say, assuming 100 grams of turmeric powder, assuming it has 70 or 70% of curcuminoid compounds in it, when you take it, the body will not won't be able to extract up to that 60% content. You understand? Because the bioavailability is low. Okay. But you need something that will help.
What bioavailability
That's being available.
The ability removed from the body easily, yeah?
Ability for the body to extract that active ingredient and utilize it is very low.
It's very low.
So you need to add something.
Okay.
So that's why turmeric, we always tell people, you don't just take turmeric, maybe you are treating cancer or managing cancer, you are just taking turmeric. It doesn't just work. That curcuminol compound requires something that will help it to be extracted. Something like a black pepper. Black pepper has pepperine in it. So black pepper will help to do what? To extract that.
So how do you combine the two?
You combine it, you work in ratios. You can work in ratios. You combine, add to your tolerance, but working in ratio is good. So what you do, you combine the two. more of turmeric anyway.
In cooking,
and then,
you're talking about cooking.
In cooking, well, if yeah, you cook it, you use it in cooking, but most times what I do, I recommend for patients, or apart from cancer patient, any other patient or any other person, but you mustn't be a patient anyway, any other person that is taking it, you can take it in warm water. Add it in warm water.
As tea.
You can use it to take tea.
But can you add black pepper?
Yes.
In
it's
your
the
tea?
two. You mix the two. You mix the turmeric and the black pepper. And wherever you don't want to add black pepper to it, for still the curcuminol compound to be extracted, you can add little oil to it.
What kind of oil?
You can add vegetable oil to it. Add olive oil. Add the one that is heart friendly, not the ones you mentioned earlier. Add a heart friendly oil to it. Add a little to it, and then take. The body will be able to do what? To extract it. Most of the minerals and the vitamins it contains, they are fat soluble vitamins. So they need fat for the body to utilize them. In the absence of fat, the body may not really utilize them well. So in that 60%, the body might just take like 20%. So you've lost up to 40. You understand? So that is what. Then looking at that is not the only herb.
I was going to ask you what other herbs can help.
So that's not the only one. You also have ginger. Ginger raw 6.
Is there a particular way that it should be used to get optimal results?
Yeah.
Okay. Because you know that ginger can be very repulsive when you eat it in a certain way. So
you can take it in powdered form.
Okay.
You can take it in powdered form. We've actually done research on that. The difference is not much, just the moisture content. Okay. So some people say, is it not processed? It is not processed. Even if it is processed, the nutrients are there. It is concentrated. You understand? It is not like the ones that are processed and then with added preservatives. The one the dietitians advocate, the one we produce, like I produce, the one we produce, you do not do it. You don't add any preservative. We don't advocate adding preservatives in what we produce. What we do, we tell you the shelf life. You can use it for a period of 6 months or a period of 1 year, anything outside that. But once you add preservatives, we find out that you see it in the shelf there lasting for 4 or 5 years. It's still there. Then you now ask yourself question, the active ingredient, are they really active? You understand? Are they really active? But like if we can go back to nature, in the olden days, our forefathers, they were into nature. They were taking the vegetables, they were taking the fruits, more of vegetables, more of fruits. They exercise a lot. Somebody might have a farm that is, I don't know even the kilometer. But now you find out that because of the sedentary lifestyle, effects of civilization, secularization, you find out that you sit down and you're pressing your phone. You may be pressing your phone. You don't know that you've already consumed 4 hours while pressing your phone. You are sedentary. You are not. It's not even so. You are not active. Your phone becomes your companion. You become antisocial, but you are socializing with your phone. So you find out that what the activity pattern is reduced, because we are trying to look at those things that revolves around cancer. Because you know that obesity is one of the major leading factor.
Let's talk about obesity a little bit and then alcohol. Okay,
fine. So obesity is one of the major, obesity, overweight is the major risk factors. In as much as we have other risk factors, age, sex, exposure to environmental exposures, your diet. Obesity talks about, your intake and then the outputs. You try to look at your body mass index, your height, relationship between your height and your weight, the fat accumulation. When you take your height, you find out that our health-seeking behavior is very poor. People don't bother going to check. Let me even check my BMI. Most people don't even know what is BMI,
how can someone
right?
check what? Of course, they don't even know what it means. So how would they now? So how would you suggest they go and check? Where or can they do it by themselves?
No, you can do it. You can do it.
Could you walk us through it?
Okay, what you do if you have the measuring scale, at least the bedroom scale.
Okay.
Or if you have the bedroom scale, you can mount it and check. The reading is there. You can read it. Then if you have a calibrated, you can use non-stretcher or these non-stretchable tapes, right? You can use it. You calibrate it, just place it on the wall. You can check your height. It's in kg per meter square. That's your weight in kg. Then The height in what? In meters. It may be in cm. You convert
do the
your
conversion.
Yeah. So what you do, you multiply your weight over your what? Your height in meters squared. So once you multiply, you do what? You get your BMI. Let's see that between 20 to 25, you are within your normals. But if you are from 25 up, you are overweight. Then from 30 up,
obesity. Do you have any success stories, maybe of a patient who was in a particular stage of cancer progression, but with diets and medication?
Oh, yes.
Please, can you tell us about
Yes, I once had a patient, the PSA then, the post-trade specific antigen. It was actually high. So the patient was on particular drugs, Avodat and some other drugs, you know. So the patient was on that drug for like a month. Then after that, I said, okay, can we just try diet? Let's try diet and see how it works. Because one thing about diet, all the different types of cancers, you know, they target the diet. You have diet that target different types of cancers. So, but what we are talking about the general things that you can do, you know, to abstain or to manage, right? But when it comes to one-on-one, you know, discussion or one-on-one counseling, and depending on the type of cancer, because that one now is tending towards post-trade, right?
Yeah.
So what we do, what we did then, I said, okay, it was actually from that patient that it was the patient that told me that he doesn't like taking watermelon. That that if he tastes, it will be as if he's chewing buff. It does him somehow.
All right.
You know? And I said, okay, since you don't like taking it, because as at that point in time, what came to my mind, in as much as we are trying to increase the protein intake, we increase the protein intake, restrict all sources of, you know, free radicals. The body produces free radicals that causes oxidative stress. Oxidative stress are the ones that causes problem in the body that can damage the cells. And once the cells are damaged, we start talking about different diseases, more especially this cancer coming up. Cancer has stages: initiation, promotion stage, then progression stage. It has different stages, right? But at the same time, now, and I said, okay, fine. I said, we can restrict all the pollutions, being exposed to different carbon monoxide, CO2. You know, you get carbon monoxide from my past. I pass my neighbor Jen now.
You know, it's something that you can't control. However, we'll get back to that on how you can control that. I don't see how you can control it, but we'll get back to that. We're going to show special tips, health tips, for you to learn a thing or two for, you know, towards a very healthy well-being and lifestyle. Watch this. Thanks for still staying with us. Now, dietitian Choma Mwachuku, we're having a conversation and we said, I said there was no way you could control carbon monoxide. However, I need you to let us know how exactly, just one tip on how we can control our consumption of carbon monoxide. Then you wrap up this edition, because we have come to the end of our show and time is not our friend right now. So tell us, how can you control carbon monoxide intake?
Okay, you know, we are talking about getting it from emissions, like gensets. In your house, you can cover all the windows. There are some people, once the gen is on, even the door is on, the windows are on. Are open. Yeah, the door is open, the windows are open. So, but if you close all the windows, close the doors, you know that it might filter in, but in a reduced quantity. Unlike once you leave it on. I used to tell my neighbor then, you just leave everything on, everything open. And it's filtering in. You see it as a normal air, it mixes with the air, you are inhaling it. You understand? But if you do that, you can. And at the same time, if you go to market, for those of them that have been exposed or maybe receive one lecture or the other, you see they have pipe, they channel it. Well, for someone that doesn't have anything, you don't know anything about it, you just on it and it's circulating everywhere, and everybody is inhaling it. That's it. Can I just say something about the alcohol?
Please.
Okay, so
use it as your parting shot.
Okay,
quickly,
so
2 minutes.
Alcohol has been linked to breast cancer, colon cancer, and it is very important that we do what we cut down. If we can restrict, fine. We can restrict alcohol intake. Restrict it entirely if you're a cancer patient is very, very important, because alcohol displaces the B vitamins. You understand? It displaces it in the body. Once it is displaced, the B vitamins, they ensure that the nerves are functioning well. Some of them ensure that energy metabolism is going on well in the body. Some of them also ensures that what the proteins, the production of red blood cells are ongoing, and then immune system too. Some built immune system. So whereby you find out that what anything that interferes, because once you take alcohol, it gives you the impression that you are okay, you are high. It solves the problem. False impression at that point in time. Exactly. So what happens is that you find out that you are frequenting the toilet or convenience. You are going there, you urinate, you come back. You think it's ordinary water that is leaving the body. No, it's not ordinary water. It's the nutrients that are just leaving the body. At the time, before you know it, you are done with one problem or the other. And at the same time, it's good we increase our fiber intake. Fiber helps a lot in control the colorectal cancer.
The truth of the matter is that you're coming back on this show for part 2. I see that you're filled with so much to give, and we're going to give you that opportunity to let it all out. Thank you so much, dietitian Choma Wachuku. Thank you for lighting up our studio and our program today. All right, that's the much you can take on Inside Health today. Thank you so much for staying with us. I'm still your host, Chigichi Agoram. See you same station, same time next week.
Cancer remains one of the leading causes of death worldwide, with over 18 million new cases diagnosed every year. In Nigeria alone, approximately 100,000 new cases are recorded annually. Factors such as late diagnosis and inappropriate treatment are listed as leading causes of cancer death, especially in low and middle-income countries. 38-year-old Umu Dolokaina, who is receiving treatment for breast cancer, shares her story. According to her, she dismissed unusual pains, opted for herbal remedies instead of seeking professional help. She now urges women, particularly those in rural communities, to prioritize their health by seeking immediate medical attention if they experience any symptoms.
I have been experiencing pain in my armpit. When I first fell ill, I was unaware of the cause of my sickness, despite trying traditional medicine, which did not provide any relief.
My aunt, who lives in town, advised me to undergo a medical checkup at FMC Kebbi to determine the source of my discomfort. Unfortunately, the diagnosis revealed that I have cancer, a disease I knew very little about. Having relied solely on traditional medicine, which proved ineffective, the medical team informed us that if we were willing, we could proceed with treatment, which involved a series of injections, followed by surgery, and then completion of the remaining injections.
Cancer treatment is quite expensive. Given the significant financial burden, health experts say government intervention to support cancer patients is critical. The Kebbi government says it is dedicated to closing the gap in healthcare within the state by improving access to essential medical services, including cancer care.
State level, Kebbi State government has established a cancer unit in the Kebbi State Teaching Hospital, Kalgo, and also it has established an indigent cancer fund. Based on the category or stage at which your cancer is, the funds is being distributed accordingly for patients for either for surgery or chemotherapy or radiotherapy. The state government is giving funds accordingly for patients to avail those services. Yes, partnership is there with drug companies like Johnson & Johnson, Roche, which Roche is into breast cancer and Johnson & Johnson into prostate cancer. So they have subsidized those drugs that are meant for prostate cancer as well as drugs for breast cancer. So there is counter funding from state government together with these NGOs to subsidize the drugs for patients.
Health experts says medical advancement and improved early detection methods have been significantly increased survival rates, offering a lifeline to those battling the disease.
There has been improvement in cancer survival rates due to simple things like prevention. Within the cancer space, there has been plenty of noise being made, early diagnosis, coming to hospital early, and it has greatly improved the survival rates of our cancer patients. As well as in the chemotherapy, some of the drugs were used in cytotoxic. Initially, the cytotoxic being used usually destroyed both normal and abnormal cells, the cancer cells and the normal cells. But these days, the new drugs being made, they are referred to as hormonal or targeted therapies or immunotherapy. Specifically, they are made to treat the cancer cells without destroying the normal cells. So with that, it has reduced side effects and patients are willing to stay and finish their chemotherapy, thus improving survival rates.
The WHO stresses the need for increased sensitization and accessible treatment towards a future where cancer is no longer a widespread burden. From Brini Kebbi, Excellence Benjamin, reporting for Signature Television.
Welcome to Signature TV's Gender Perspectives, where we explore the complex tapestry of gender roles and identities in our society. Join us as we delve into thought-provoking discussions and challenge traditional norms. My name is Uchenna Chimdi Oloha, and I hope you have a great time. We'll be back shortly. Stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. Well, on the 6th of February, the United Nations celebrated the International Day of Zero Tolerance for Female Genital Mutilation, also known as FGM. Today, we will examine the critical issue of female genital mutilation in our society. We will explore the harmful practices and discuss the devastating consequences for women and girls, and examine the ongoing efforts to eradicate this violation of human rights. But first, let's look at the background reports.
Female genital mutilation comprises all procedures that involve partial or total removal of the external female genitalia or other injury to the female genital organs for non-medical reasons. The practice has no health benefits for girls and women and can result in severe bleeding and problems urinating, and later cysts, menstrual difficulties, infections, as well as complications in childbirth and increased risk of newborn deaths. The practice of female genital mutilation is recognized internationally as a violation of the human rights of girls and women. It reflects deep-rooted inequality between the sexes and constitutes an extreme form of discrimination against girls and women. It is nearly always carried out on minors and is a violation of the rights of children. The practice also violates a person's right to health, security, and physical integrity, the right to be free from torture and cruel, inhuman or degrading treatment, and the right to life, in instances when the procedure results in death. In several settings, there is evidence suggesting greater involvement of health workers in performing female genital mutilation due to the belief that the procedure is safer when medicalized. World Health Organization strongly urges health workers not to perform female genital mutilation and has developed a global strategy and specific materials to support the health sector and health workers themselves to end female genital mutilation medicalization. Female genital mutilation is classified into 4 major types. Type 1. This is the partial or total removal of the clitoral glands, the external and visible part of the clitoris, which is a sensitive part of the female genitals, and or the prepuce/clitoral hood, the fold of skin surrounding the clitoral glands. Type 2. This is the partial or total removal of the clitoral glands and the labia minora, the inner folds of the vulva, with or without removal of the labia majora, the outer folds of skin of the vulva. Type 3, also known as infibulation. This is the narrowing of the vaginal opening through the creation of a covering seal. The seal is formed by cutting and repositioning the labia minora, or labia majora, sometimes through stitching, with or without removal of the clitoral prepuce/clitoral hood and glands. Type 4. This includes all other harmful procedures to the female genitalia for non-medical purposes, example, pricking, piercing, incising, scraping and cauterizing the genital area. Immediate complications of female genital mutilation can include severe pain, excessive bleeding, hemorrhage, genital tissue swelling, fever, infections, urinary problems, wound healing problems, injury to surrounding genital tissue, shock, death. Long-term complications can include urinary problems such as painful urination, urinary tract infections, vaginal problems such as discharge, itching, bacterial vaginosis, and other infections. Menstrual problems, which include painful menstruations, difficulty in passing menstrual blood, etc. Scar tissue and keloid, sexual problems like pain during intercourse, decreased satisfaction. Increased risk of childbirth complications, difficult delivery, excessive bleeding, cesarean section, need to resuscitate the baby, and newborn deaths. Need for later surgeries. Women with type 3 might require deinfibulation, which is the opening the infibulated scar to allow for sexual intercourse and childbirth. Psychological problems such as depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, low self-esteem. The reasons why FGM is performed vary from one region to another as well as over time and include a mix of sociocultural factors within families and communities. Where FGM is a social convention, the social pressure to conform to what others do and have been doing, as well as the need to be accepted socially and the fear of being rejected by the community, are strong motivations to perpetuate the practice. FGM is often considered a necessary part of raising a girl and a way to prepare her for adulthood and marriage. This can include controlling her sexuality to promote premarital virginity and marital fidelity. Some people believe that the practice has religious support, although no religious scripts prescribe the practice. Religious leaders take varying positions with regard to FGM, with some contributing to its abandonment. Female genital mutilation is mostly carried out on young girls between infancy and adolescence, and occasionally on adult women. Female genital mutilation is practiced in 31 countries in the western, eastern, and northeastern regions of Africa, and some countries in the Middle East and Asia. More than 230 million girls and women alive today have been subjected to the practice, with female genital mutilation is therefore of global concern. Female genital mutilation is a harmful practice that violates the human rights of girls and women. While progress has been made in recent years to address this issue, much more work remains to be done to eliminate it completely. This requires a broad approach that includes education, awareness raising, legal reforms.
We are local. We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Despite the main market is in chaos, people are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Awareness and understanding of female genital mutilation vary significantly. Some individuals have little to no knowledge of the practice and its devastating consequences. While this lack of awareness can hinder efforts to eliminate female genital mutilation, as it leads to apathy or even unintentional support of the practice. On the other hand, some individuals have a good understanding of female genital mutilation, its health risks, and its violation of human rights. And this empowers them to advocate for the rights of girls and women and to work towards ending this practice. Let's hear what the people have to say about it.
I've heard about female genital mutilation, that is FGM. I have heard that some communities, in the bid to circumcise their female daughters, go a long way to mutilate the female genitals. And to some extent, it makes the female genital become insensitive. It's a very, very ugly thing to do. But many cultures in Nigeria are practicing it. In fact, for me, I can't see it around my community, but I hear some people say that that is the way it is done elsewhere around Nigeria, and I don't think it's a good practice to follow. Why I think it's not a good practice, I read a clip about that recently, and a young man who wrote that said it is very difficult to make somebody who has gone through FGM to have sexual satisfaction. That is, you can't make the person feel excited during sexual practice. So I think the best thing is for people to desist from that practice. I suggest a campaign about this so that people will come to know and to understand. Even in the Bible, when God was talking about circumcision, he never mentioned women. So some people just start doing that, and maybe, I don't know how they feel about it, because it was only the males that God told Abraham to circumcise. So in the situation of circumcising a woman is not a good one. It's not a good one at all. So by the time a campaign is carried out, maybe schools, maybe secondary school campaign, maybe women market campaign, or advertisements on televisions or radios to make parents understand that that is a very bad habit. That is not something they should practice. Of course, I have a daughter. I can't do that on my daughter. I can't do it. No matter how people feel is okay, for me, I can't do it on my daughter. And I feel parents should not imbibe that kind of culture.
Well, from how it sounds, female genital mutilation deals with female circumcision. In a lecture, the fact that there is no lecture based on this kind of incidents doesn't mean that the government is doing very well. He needs to tutor people based on dangers or having female genders. Through advertisements, first of all, to having lectures like organizing classes for this kind of incidents. 3, public sensitization. Like, in order to make people know about it, you have to go to places like people are really interested in, like stuff like open an Instagram account and go live to talk about kind of cases and stuff. It's not only physical, we can also do it online.
Female genital circumcision can also be put as female circumcision, which is removing the some organs of the female gender. It can be said to be the removal of the outer layer of the female organs or the female reproductive organ. To me, it's a bad thing. Well, for a man, they can remove the outer organ, it's alright, but for a woman, I take it to be wrong because sometimes in life it can also affect them in their interaction with other people. Calling people to order in sense of awareness or form of just awareness simply. For instance, going to different villages which has not been oriented or being taught of this female circumcision, we can tell them about it, tell them the disadvantage, tell them everything about it for them to be able to know that doing this can affect a woman both in reproducing and both in socializing with other people.
Female genital mutilation can be seen as the intentional act of taking partially or fully the external organs, especially sexual external organs, of a female from between 15 years and above. It has been scientifically proven that most girls who experience that undergo certain psychological effects and severe pains, and it causes infections to them. Like it infects their urinary tract and it gives them difficulty during childbirth. It's mostly found among Africans, and I don't think it's actually something good because it has no medical impact on those girls. So it needs to be abolished. And I don't think people are well informed about it, actually. Because if they are well informed about it, they won't carry such acts. But ignorance is not an excuse in law, so you shouldn't take it like that. They need to be aware. Government should create some agencies who partake in going around cities and informing people about disadvantages of female genital mutilation.
I see female genital mutilation as a kind of situation whereby girls, like females, are being circumcised, and it's a very bad and harmful situation. So I just wish to tell you guys that it needs to be stopped in our society. In some situations, some females, when they become adults, some of them some are being downsized, some get diseases, like different diseases, and those diseases can lead to them not producing children. And just know that it causes a lot to females, like it causes a lot nowadays. Like, we're now in a modern society, but there are these societies, like there are these villages that I think we need to open their ear and talk to them. They need to hear this because they damage females in that society. So, like, we need to talk, like stretch our hands to them and like talk to them so they will listen to this. Because now we're in a modern world. The government should bring out a specific organization, association of people who would go around to societies, each and every society, and talk to them about it. Yes, enlighten them more about it.
For what I've gathered, from the knowledge I have now, female genital mutilation has to do with female circumcision, because it's not written in the Bible. What is written in the Bible has to do with male circumcision. The Bible didn't say anything about female circumcision. As far as I'm concerned, reading the Bible, I have not come across any part of the Bible which states that a woman must be circumcised. The government can stop this by intervening, creating awareness on the effects of female circumcision.
Female genital mutilation is a harmful traditional practice with no health benefits, often performed on female children and teenagers. Female genital mutilation can have severe physical and psychological consequences for women and girls, including increased risk of infection, infertility, and complications during childbirth. Well, today with me in the studio to throw more light on this issue is Victoria Chukwu. She is a lecturer in the Department of Anatomy, Godfrey Okoye University. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Much.
It's a pleasure having you here.
Thank you for having me.
So, as you know, February 6th is the United Nations International Day of Zero Tolerance for Female Genital Mutilation. And this is something that, you know, a lot of people don't know about it. Some people know, but they don't really understand what it is about. Okay. So tell us what female genital mutilation is all about.
Okay, thank you very much. So female genital mutilation, just like you said, a lot of persons are unaware of what it is or fully what the consequences of female genital mutilation is. So it's basically any form of mutilation on the female genital area that is non-medical. It's not for medical purpose. Yeah. Okay, so it could involve piercing or cutting off maybe the clitoris, yes, or the labia, any part of it at all, without, not for medical purpose or reasons, right? So any form of it at all, it's female genital mutilation. So there are different types, of course, yes, of female genital mutilations. There are about 4 classifications. Okay. Okay, so you can have the first type where you have the clitoris being cut off, yeah, okay, and you can also have the other part, or the clitoris being cut off alongside with the labia majora, okay, that's the lip, inner lip of the female genitals. Okay, then the second part is where you have both the labia majora, labia minora cut off alongside the stitching of some part of the vagina, okay, to narrow it, yes, kind of, yes, okay. And then you have the third part, you have the fourth part as well. Now, what they do is just to ensure that this is done to prevent, the reason, not for medical reason, just to prevent sexual promiscuity. They feel this is done to maybe keep a girl in check. Yes. It's a way of grooming her for marriage, it's a way of grooming her for adulthood, or even to keep her to be maybe, let's use the term, not a person of immoral acts, yes, in her husband's house. Yes. But okay, that is really, really wrong because it doesn't add up at all.
It doesn't add up, yes, honestly. And I'm actually coming to that because I'm sure this is one of the myths and misconceptions, yes, about, yes, female genital mutilation. Sure. But aside the promiscuity thing, are there other social and cultural reasons behind this act?
Yes, a lot of social and cultural reasons. Something like feeling along. Some society believe or feel that mutilation is a form of an initiation of a family. It's kind of a ritual or a rite where a family or an individual or a girl has to belong or is allowed to now maybe associate with every other person in the society. Some cultures believe it's normal. They take it as a normal thing. Yeah. So individuals who are not mutilated might just be cut off or isolated from the entire community. Yes. So it's a social issue and also a cultural thing. So it might be accepted by different cultures across the globe. For example, we have about up to 230 females, right, yes, that have undergone, between the ages of infants to 15, that have undergone female genital mutilation. And that's because of the different norms across culture, yes, where they believe this is normal, but it's actually not a normal thing because a girl is a violation of human rights. A girl has the right to enjoy sex and pleasure and have pleasure in all of that because that was what God made. But because of the social belief that it's a form of the female circumcision. Yes. You discover that they feel, okay, since the male counterparts are circumcised, this is the female version, yes, of it, but that's totally wrong.
It's so wrong. And talking about human rights violation, I believe for the United Nations to really bring out a day to talk to, you know, create this awareness of zero tolerance for female genital mutilation. I believe it's something that is very serious. So let's look at how this is a form of gender-based violence and abuse of human rights for girls and women.
Okay, so just like I mentioned earlier, some culture believe this is right, and it's a way of taming the girl child to keep her from being promiscuous and then submissive.
Yes.
Now you're doing this because you want to have her tamed, so she doesn't explore sexually. But there are other means you can do that without having to violate her rights. If you're reducing, or you're doing this to reduce her pleasure sexually, to tame her in quotes, that's you violating her rights as a human, because this was created by God for reasons, right? So doing anything against her pleasure, just like it said, the right of one person stops when that of another starts. So anything that has to do with reducing, taming the girl child, and bringing her back or behind the background, behind the scene. You're meant to act in this way, and that is it. And it's not like this affects the society in other ways, right? Because you still have people who have been mutilated who are promiscuous.
Exactly. Exactly.
So it does not in any way prove that a girl who has been circumcised, let me use that word, is going to keep herself maybe in her home, or she's going to remain a virgin before she gets married. So it's really human rights violation completely. So the World Health Organization is actually fighting to see that there's zero tolerance, to human rights. I mean, to
female
genital mutilation. And they're looking at ensuring that this is stopped as at 2030. But well, without awareness, it's going to be a very difficult thing.
Yes. You are an anatomist, and I believe that you may have encountered someone or some women who have undergone female genital mutilation. Can you share an experience with us?
Okay, so this is on a personal level or basis, not medically, like practicing. I'm actually a lecturer, right? So I have this friend of mine who, that is a rule. She's from the eastern parts of Nigeria, and it's kind of a norm or a rule in their family that every female must be circumcised. I mean, a friend. Okay, so she also went female genital mutilation, where her clitoris precisely was cut off.
Wow.
Now she's married, and at some point she called me and was like, sex has been a difficult thing for her, right? It's a very painful thing, because apart from being cut, I think there was more to it. A kind of stitching of her vagina opening, just to narrow it. So it's not just about her cutting off the clitoris, and the aim was to keep them from, you know, being promiscuous and all of that. Yes, she married as a virgin, but the pain is worse than what it was done for. So it's not been a pleasurable thing for her in her home, and you see her running away from
any sexual activity.
Yes.
Ah, that is so sad.
It's actually a very sad story, because a lot of persons might not say anything about it, but so many women who have undergone one or two of these things, any of them or any of the types, might keep away from their husbands because of the pain. The man does not necessarily understand. Then the shame.
Exactly.
Some persons are ashamed, like, okay, my body doesn't look like every other woman and all of that. So the psychological effects, I'm not like every other girl. Maybe there's something that's happened that brought about this and all of that. And then for some other persons, the after effects, you know, the pain they have to undergo, the pain, the severe pain. So post-traumatic stress disorder is also something that is an after effect of this whole practices.
This lady is going through all of this as a result of. One would think that in Nigeria, female genital mutilation is mostly in the north.
What?
In the north.
No.
Well, you're saying that this is an eastern, so southeast. Wow.
Actually, for the north has the least percentage of female genital mutilation.
Really?
Yes, the north has, and then the west, if you're to go by ethnicity,
okay.
yes, statistics, ethnicity, we have the west having the highest, and then followed by the east, and then the north is the least, about 1.9% or so. Now you
Wow.
discover that within the eastern region, I don't know if it's okay to go that deep, Imo has the highest percentage, but I don't know how true as well. Just like you have things like promiscuity is more there. So what's the correlation? I don't know.
Exactly.
I really do not know, but it's not the thing of the north. It's here in the
That
east.
means this is a big misconception that people need to actually be aware of, because when you hear things like female genital mutilation, they'll be like, is the northerners, and you know,
at all.
And hearing this now is a big revelation.
Not at all. It's not a northern thing. Just like I said, they have the least of it. Of course, the northerners, when you come to the female thing, they respect their female. Of course, I know the let's not go in there.
Okay, so talking of myths and misconceptions, you've mentioned the idea of women being mutilated to prevent promiscuity, and then there's also this belief that those that are not mutilated are the promiscuous ones, you know, that run around and all of that. Well, I don't, you know, you just said now that this lady that you met, or you know rather, she runs away from sex, and there are also people who are mutilated that are also promiscuous.
A lot.
So I'm trying to marry the two, but it's not, you know, it's not correlated. So what do you have to say about that?
Okay, so
and other myths and misconceptions about female genital mutilation.
So there are lots of myths and misconceptions about female genital mutilation. So first of all, they believe this is a way of taming a girl child to make sure she's not promiscuous. But like we already mentioned, it doesn't stop anybody who wants to be promiscuous from being promiscuous. It's all about training, environments, what you add to your child as a parent and all of that, the religion and all of that. Okay, so there's no correlation between mutilation and not being promiscuous at all. At all. So some other misconception is the fact that when you're mutilated, you're going to serve your husband better. You'll be kind of submissive, right? And then remain in your home, because the thing is to tame you. Now that's a very big misconception, right? And there are a lot of other myths that includes permit me, I'm a lecturer.
Yes, of course, you can.
So I can actually go through one or two things that I wrote down. Okay, so one of the myths again that we could look at is the fact that, sorry about this, permit me. Okay. One of it is the fact that it doesn't happen around me. It's, like you said, down in the north. That's a myth. It's here. It's in ENUGU. Thank God for the east. When you talk about, when you're looking at the statistics, ENUGU has kind of the lowest. When you start from Imo, you go down to ENUGU and all, I mean to Ebonyi.
Yes.
Fine. So ENUGU has, it's pretty low on that, but it's around us. It's happening around us. Okay. So some other persons believe it's performed for medical reasons.
Exactly.
Like we said, it is any form of tampering with the genitals for non-medical reasons. So it's not for a medical reason. It's not done because it will add any value to a female body medically or for health purposes and all of that. Rather, it brings complications a lot, which we can look at maybe when we are done with the myths. Okay, so another myth is the fact that it's going to decline even if I don't do anything about it. That's a big myth. People are ignorant about these things. They believe it's a social thing. We do it to belong. So you need to inform the society about this. So that's a myth. It will continue unless the awareness is increased. Okay, so it is performed. Another one is that it's performed in rural areas.
Yeah.
It happened even in urban cities and all of that. So it's not just the rural region. Okay, then the worst part of it is the fact that there's a standard medical way of doing it. There's nothing like that.
You know, I was coming to that. There has also been this revelation kind of, or people are starting to find out that medical personnel are now involved in female genital mutilation because according to them it's safer, it's, you know, it's a hospital, so everything is done in a hospital, and some medical personnel are now involving themselves in this in this act. So.
Okay, well, the thing is, there's no medical safety in doing that. Now, the truth is, most medical personnel are involved currently for some reasons. There are pros and cons to it. Some persons, the reason is for the money involved.
Okay, yes.
Okay, so they want to earn. So, okay, if this community where I'm found is, they practice it and I can earn from it, fine. The beautiful thing is it reduces the risk of infections. Let's just say that.
Okay.
Because maybe, let's believe it will be done with sterile instruments. So that, to a large extent, can be eliminated. Okay, but the other way around, some medical personnel are taking over with the aim of trying to curb it. Okay, so if, for instance, it's restricted to the medical personnel to handle, and the cost is high, a lot of persons will opt out. So that's why I said it's a two-way coin, right? So the medical areas in the rural region and all of that, or the medical personnel might be involved for these two reasons. The entire place is not flooded with just the aim of making the money and all of that.
So it's also as a way to scare people away because of the exorbitant fees that they will have to pay compared to if it is done locally. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now let's look at the consequences or the side effects of female genital mutilation, the risks, the immediate and the long-term risks of female genital mutilation. You've mentioned one already. You said sexual satisfaction. Women who have their genitals are mutilated don't have sexual satisfaction. Aside that, what are other risks involved?
Okay, just like you mentioned, there are immediate risk, and then you have the long-term risk. For the immediate risk, excessive bleeding is part of it. Exposure to infection, especially when it's done locally. You could see things like HIV being transmitted. The instruments that are being used for this, most families, some of the things you see is they gather their female children and then perform a ritual, and then you circumcise all of them. So when you're done with this one, you shift, bring another person. So the risk of infection is high. Another thing is inflammations. You don't know the drugs that they are given and all of that to make sure that there are no inflammations, which could lead to a lot of other things. Okay, so you could have problems urinating, depending on the type of female genital mutilation that a child undergoes. Some stitch to the point of closing the source where you urinate from, right? And that's a big problem, because that means you have to retain urine. When you urinate, you retain it in your body, okay? Or you have a very tiny hole for even menstruating.
Exactly, yes.
There are a lot of complications. Childbirth is another risk. You have women that will have to also birth through the vagina, having issues, right? So it's complicated. The newborn might even die. It increases the risk because the stress and all of that. So the benefit, there's no benefit.
There is none.
There's no benefit at all. It's causes more harm than the benefits people feel they derive from it.
Okay. And for those who have undergone female genital mutilations, are there options to, well, I don't know if there's any option to reverse the removal of the clitoris because that's gone.
It's gone.
But for those who had their vaginal openings, staged, or like you said, even their urethra staged? Are there options to like reverse it? Maybe in cases of childbirth, maybe if they want to go to the hospital to give birth, is there a possibility of the doctor, opening it back or something like that?
Well, the world is evolving medically. If it were before, I'll say the options are limited, but currently there are a lot of options, right? So it's very possible intentionally to go back to the hospital and your gynecologist guide you through giving birth and all of that.
Yeah.
And if there is need for reopening or widening of the vagina, right, for the purpose of giving birth, or whatsoever reason you feel you want to go back to the normal state and all of that, it can be done.
Okay.
But the thing is, the original is not the same as the fixed one, right? So yes, it's not the same as the when you have to do that to fix.
Okay.
Like prevention is better than cure, right?
Exactly.
So having to undergo medical therapy or surgery to bring it back to normal would definitely not be the same as if nothing was done at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
And how within the healthcare setting, is there a way to identify people who have been who have undergone FGM?
Well, physically looking, you might not be able to tell. Everybody is clothed and all of that, moving, just like HIV, they show for face.
Exactly, yes.
So it's difficult. So people are going through a lot, except for those who are exposed, maybe gynecologists and all of that, they're exposed to medical attention that deals with gyno.
Yes.
Fine, you could identify, of course, looking at the vulva area and all of that, you'll be able to tell whether or not there's been a tampering of any of the parts, right? And then maybe the person have to discuss with you, meeting a psychologist and all of that, and you're put through psychologically how to, because the psychological effect is also another area.
Yes.
So maybe you exposing whatever happened to your psychologist or the gynecologist dictating that when there is need for medical examination. Aside that, it's just difficult to look at somebody and you're able to tell, no, this person went through this. No, it's very, it's not. Yeah.
And it's quite alarming that a lot of people really don't even know that there is even something called female genital mutilation. It's really funny because recently I went about asking people, oh, what do you know about female? And some people are like, I've never heard of it. I don't know what it is. Some say, oh, I've heard of it, but I don't really know what it entails. And these are young people who live in urban societies, people who are in school or people who are educated, and they have never heard. How much more, less educated people? It's a problem. So what can you say about that?
Okay, the thing is, just like AIDS no dey show for face, people are not aware of so many things happening around them, right? So currently, because of the fight against female genital mutilation, most persons who indulge in it do it probably privately. It's not something elaborated so much, except for a place in Africa like Somalia and Guinea where it is still
quite high.
Yes, fine. But in Nigeria, most persons will tell you they know nothing about it because it's not celebrated. It's not something that is so heard of. There are no much awareness on that, and the persons who are maybe mutilated would not come out to say, oh, I went through this and all of that, like some other persons that take it up just to ensure that younger girls are helped or prevented from being exposed to that. So it's possible people to talk or say things like, I've never heard that before, because the awareness is really...
So what can we do to create this awareness so that people will know? Because this lack of awareness is indirectly still promoting this act of female genital mutilation. And the more people get to know this, at least, and know the dangers of this act, the more, this thing will reduce.
Okay.
So what ways can we create this publicity and awareness on female genital mutilation?
Okay, first of all, to create awareness, you start from, don't just, for a society where it's prevalent, don't just pick a family and then teach them about it. Make it a societal thing. In a way that the persons who refuse to indulge in it are not ostracized, right? So you start with the awareness in the community where it is practiced. Okay, then you also get a lot of more medical personnel or TV programs that will teach, even in the urban area, things about it and help to inform others, make people know, okay, there's something like this. Should you know anyone that have gone through or is about to go through this, do this, inform these other persons and all of that. The government should come in. The religious sector should come in, because one of the myths is the fact that some persons believe it's religious, but there is no place in the scripture or in the Quran where it's recorded.
Yes.
For the male circumcision, yes, we have a record of that, but for the female genital mutilation, let's not call it circumcision.
No,
it's not mentioned.
Yeah.
So there's no backup religiously supporting this, right?
Yeah.
So if there are religious leaders that maybe support this, is because of the custom from where they are coming from, not because it's a religious thing. Okay, so the awareness from religious leaders, governments, the TV, every hand should be on deck to promote and teach about this. And if possible, create a safe zone for the persons who have undergone this, so that they can also speak out.
Exactly.
They need to talk, so that we know.
Because I also want to ask, how can we support women who have undergone female genital mutilation and at least help them to heal in some way from this traumatic experience, because it's a very sensitive issue. So some of them might want to shy away from it, and some of them might not take it well. So like, just how can we help them? Those when we find out, when we know that these people have undergone this, what ways can we help them?
Just like we have a great awareness for HIV. At some point, it was nobody heard of it. Most persons died of it without.
Exactly.
Yes, and then we made it a global thing in Nigeria. From when I was in primary school, corpers came to school, taught about it, and then give out handouts where we have foundations that took care of people that had HIV, right? We could also have foundations that could make it a safe zone for people who have undergone female genital mutilation to go there, and they have all-round care, psychological, they are taken care of, emotionally they are taken care of, physically, health-wise, right? And they are given the voice when they are healed to speak up and also help other girls or ladies to heal. Okay, so that's one of the things that can be done, the awareness, and then a safe zone for them. So when they speak, that social and social stigmatization would not be a problem to them.
This conversation is quite enlightening, and I hope our viewers, are learning from this. We all need to join hands together with the UN to promote this zero tolerance for female genital mutilation. Thank you so much, Victoria Chukwu, for joining us. I enjoyed this conversation with you. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll go on a short break, and when we come back, Gender Perspective continues.
Well, it's eye-opening hearing people's opinions about female genital mutilation and its implications. Although the practice has been around for several years, ending female genital mutilation within this generation is still possible if we accelerate our progress and create more awareness and sensitization programs. Let's come together to end this terrible act and promote a healthy life for our women and girls. Well, thank you for staying with me on the program. Remember, we are live 24/7 on YouTube, and make sure to follow us on all our social media platforms, X, Facebook, and Instagram, and every other social media platform. Well, I am Uchenna Chimdi Olwoha. See you same time next week.
Hello and welcome to Uncommon Conversations on Signature Television. We are reaching you from our ENUGU studios. And this evening, we are going to have a robust conversation on a very rare topic, an uncommon topic, if you will. Ada Education Foundation and the future of Nsukka Cultural Zone. Of course, you know that in ENUGU State, there's a distinct cultural group known as the Nsukka Cultural Group. Just to provide a background, the Nsukka Cultural Zone refers to a part of ENUGU State occupying contiguous land areas located to the north of Igbo land, southeast Nigeria. The zone is blessed with one particular dialect of the Igbo language with at least 20 varieties. It is made up of 7 local government areas: viz. Igboeze North, Igboeze South, Udenu, Nsukka, Ozowani, Igbo Etiti, and of course Isuzo. But as a senatorial zone, it is short of one local government area, and that is the Isuzo, which has remained a source of uncommon political controversies and intrigues. This is a story for another day. The cultural zone has an impressive landmass and an estimated population of about 52% of the total population of ENUGU State. It has produced a deputy governor, a speaker, and 2 governors. Also, a former President General of Ohaneze Ndigbo, a former national chairman of the PDP, and of course, a former chairman of the PDP in the state. He had produced ministers and many top business, political, and corporate leaders. The current chairman of ENUGU State Traditional Rulers Council is from the zone, and is also the chairman of Southeast Traditional Rulers Council. The chief of naval staff is from the zone, and I do hope that they also have a deputy commissioner of police.
Deputy Inspector General.
Deputy Inspector General of Police. The famous University of Nigeria is also in the zone.
Deputy Governor of the state.
And currently the Deputy Governor of the state. In spite and despite all the above, the zone believes, rightly or wrongly, that it has received the short end of the stick from governors in ENUGU State. It's still a matter to be discussed. In the studio with me this evening to speak to an uncommon effort to reposition the zone for an enduring and sustainable path to development, and if you like, total emancipation. I have, seated to my left, Honorable Chinedunu, who is the founder and chairman of the Board of Trustees of Ada Education Foundation. Honorable Chinedu, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, listeners.
And to my right, in one shot, Amechi Ugole, head documentation, Ada Education Foundation, Secretariat. One shot, good evening.
Good evening and welcome to the show.
So gentlemen, welcome to Signature Television and welcome to Uncommon Conversation.
Thank you.
My name is Uchenna Cyril Anioke and I'm your host. Chinedu, let me start with you.
Okay.
Why Ada Education Foundation at this time?
Well, Ada Education Foundation is an initiative designed for us to maximally benefit from the University of Nigeria and Nsukka that is cited in our place and other institutions of higher learning, and to make a robust attempt to accelerate human capacity building in our senatorial zone. That is the whole essence of the Ada Education Foundation.
Okay, to accelerate educational development
and human capacity building.
Now, when was this foundation founded?
I just got the certificate of incorporation of that certificate, that foundation today.
Today?
Today.
Let's briefly look at, by now I'm sure you have the organizations running.
Yes.
Let's start with the Board of Trustees. Who are the members of the Board of Trustees?
The Board of Trustees of the Ada Education Foundation include the following. The Catholic Bishop of Nsukka Diocese, His Lordship Professor Igwebike Ona. His Lordship, the Anglican Bishop of Nsukka Diocese, also. Abu. We have Mr. Wilson. We have also the chairman of ENUGU State Traditional Rulers Council and our brother Festus Oshaba Ferotex. These are members of the Board of Trustees. I'm actually the chairman of the board. In terms of the entire governance structure of the foundation, we have 7 professors drawn from the 7 local governments that make up the cultural zone as the advisory committee, headed by Professor O.C. Okanya. They constitute the body that advises us on the dynamics and the runnings of the foundation. We have a secretariat populated by 2 persons each from the 7 local governments that make up the cultural zone. Then we have the ambassadors. The ambassadors are the contributors to that education foundation. We also have our beneficiaries and various rules assigned to them. We have a unit in the foundation that is dedicated for vocation and vocational training. We also have another unit for mentorship, because we found out that the upcoming young ones these days, some of them do not actually know what they want. So we want to begin to imbue in them the courage to dare and let them appreciate that there's nothing wrong in positive thinking, so that they will get to where ordinarily left alone they might not get there. So we're bringing all our beneficiaries as mentees under a group of mentors that we've selected.
Okay, before I delve into some very important issues, I want to clear something.
Okay.
And it would be interesting if you actually clear this. And I was asking my friend Watshot. I know for sure that 2 of you have different political interests and inclinations. And so I'm surprised seeing 2 of you working together. So Watshot, what informed this coalition? Is it a rainbow coalition?
Well, thank you very much. This is very, very important question, and that requires a very clear answer, which is at the bedrock of what is motivating this foundation, which transcends every other pedestrian considerations, partisanship, and other things that actually set us back, to show that when the matter comes to the head, Adada is one. There are issues, of course, yes, definitely. When you talk about politics, there's even no time that we would expect everybody to belong to one party. It doesn't even augur well for us that we put all of our eggs in one basket, considering what Nigeria is like today. Because there is no party that you would say, yes, that it is guaranteed that if you're there, that is where you will get it all. So I remember what Ezolu said in Hour of God, that the reason why he sent Oduche to the new religion is to make sure that the diversity that he's witnessing evolving in his society also gets to his own homestead. That the hallmark of a great home is the ability to have somebody that could dance to any tune that is brought into the homestead, that he wants to do that. So we don't even talk about politics. We don't even think about politics. We are talking strictly about education. And it is because the founder of this foundation is somebody who has invested so much privately in capacity building in that direction. He's somebody who has come to understand that managing the scarce resources that we have in education very well is very, very, very important in producing results. That there is a nexus between, you know, the resources you have and the utilization to maximally get results in terms of education. Having also understood the importance of education in every community, in every civilization. So, for as far as I'm concerned, what is bringing us together under this context is more important than any other thing that could have actually set us apart. So the moment he muted the idea to me, it was a go. I didn't think about politics. In fact, I don't think there is any table in Nsukka Cultural Zone that could accommodate people with diverse political, economic, social, and whatever, you know, you got, you know, more than this. And it is because education is education. Okay. Even if you are reading political science, it is education. If you are reading, like PDP has a school where they study democracy, it's education. So whichever one you want, you go there, will facilitate that you have access to it and study and bring back to us, so that any day there is a dance that is brought to Nsukka Cultural Zone, we should have people who are empowered, capacitated to understand the tune and dance to the tune.
Okay, thank you very much.
In addition to what
yes,
what he said,
I want to ask you to speak to that.
You know, the truth is that we are discussing development.
Yes.
And when I introduced the Adada Education Foundation, I told you that it's a sub-national initiative to accelerate capacity building in that zone. Therefore, we do not know parties. We have bipartisan relationship as far as this foundation is concerned. We have consulted widely. The immediate past governor of ENUGU State, who is a PDP, we consulted him. We are in touch with our senator, who is of Labour Party. We are in touch with the deputy governor of PDP. So we are not interested in party leanings. We want to work together as a group. Can you come
let me ask you. There must be a motivating factor beyond just to have people educated. In my intro, I talked about the Nsukka Cultural Zone, thinking and believing, rightly or wrongly, that they received the short end of the stick in Enugu State. Could that be a motivating factor?
No. The motivating factor is that it's a problem or a challenge, not only in our zone, but across the country. Our youths today are no longer interested in going to school. Even though we have University of Nigeria and Nsukka within our area, a lot of people are choosing to do other things. They are in fast lanes. But as a people whose culture abhors such things, we decided to say, gentlemen, we need to arrest these boarding youths and put them back to the right direction. And that is why we're coming with this foundation that will give scholarship and incentives. Of course, part of what we're going to do almost immediately, all of our sons and daughters that have first class and comfortable 2-1, we'll mop them up and send them overseas for their master's program. So those of our people who say that education is not important will see that without parents of those who had first class contributing a dime that are already overseas, that will let them know truly that education is important. Of course, you know that the entire globe, all economies that are doing well are knowledge-driven economies. So we want to prepare our people to be able to compete favorably, not only in national scene, but in global scene. We are thinking locally, wanting to act global.
Okay, Amechi, you are head of documentation, and that's quite a heavy load. That means it falls on you to put together people from Nsukka Cultural Zone, from different parts of the country, wherever they are, who perhaps have achieved but are unknown.
Yeah.
This task is maybe Herculean. How are you handling that?
Well, it's challenging but very interesting in the sense that it will make me to know our people, our place the way I never did before. Sometimes people think that, a task is a burden, but there are some tasks that actually expose you and elevate you to certain positions and even privileges that are very positive. Like this, I now have the authority and the drive and the inspiration to track and follow our people wherever they are, to track and follow institutions and possibly where people could explore, knowledge, and then we report. When these people are, because we want to scatter them all over the globe, there is no limit. The inspiration is huge. The ambition is enormous. We want to scatter them, throw our seeds all over the globe, and we believe that they will fall at the right places. All the lines will fall accordingly as desired. And we will track these people, follow them. Wherever our people are, we want them to be entrenched. And like he said, you see, it's not just going to school. We've come to understand that anything we are going to do, we must vocationalize it. So that as you are going to school, because part of the reasons why people are beginning to develop this strong aversion for education is because of the low incentive, the low reward, the low output that you see with somebody who has spent so much resources and time going to school in Nigeria. But as we are talking with you now, what we want to do is that we want to make opportunity, providence, and privilege to come together. If you are in America, it is our ambition and our intention that you are exposed to the best of education there and the best of opportunities there. Like as you are going to school, we'll begin to plan that if you are in ICT, you know about Cisco, you know about Google, you know about Microsoft, and how to be part of the activities and engagement and certification, so that wherever you are armed to actually function. We are talking about functional education. We are talking about knowledge that, of course, will be productive. It's not just that you go to school. No. And let me tell you, it is going to be all-embracing and very comprehensive, because as we are doing it, we are investing on this to rub off on our community and then to actually extend our influence and play globally, so that wherever our people are, we will have people who are exposed, who are following the knowledge and who are following the development of these places, and who also know about our place and how both could marry to give us an edge. Of course, yes, like he said, you talked about we believe we hold the short end of the stick. The truth is that what drives ambition is that continuous belief that you could have more. Whether wrongly or rightly, yes, we believe that we should have more. Leave politics aside, but we believe that at least with our own hands and within our own resources that we pull together, we can actually expose our people to the best of educational opportunities across the world. The world is knowledge driven. Look at this studio. If you don't know it, you cannot do it. If you want to be a cameraman, if you want to be an anchor, if you want to be a technician, if you want to work, on their ICT department, you must know it. And when we talk about education, we are not talking about just going to sit down and be speaking grammar. No, you are going to work with your brain, you are going to work with your hand, we are going to see it, we are going to know it, and we are going to be able to replicate what you see. So it's an educational engagement that will take total consideration of vocations. Like, yes, if you want to be a vulcanizer, that is your drive. We will train you. Learning it is part of the education we're talking about. But we'll make sure that you become the best vulcanizer in town.
Let me just take that off your lips and come to Chinedu. You see, when I had a conversation with you before this program, you said Ada Education Foundation. And what Betty started, what I'm going to ask you. What of the artisans? What of those who are not in school? What are those who are skilled manpower? How do they benefit from this? Otherwise, if they are not in the picture, perhaps you could be discriminating against your own people.
Yeah. The Education Foundation has a component designed for skill acquisition, for vocational training. What we intend to do is to make sure that it's not only those that are eager to go to school that we are going to empower. There are a number of our people that have gone to learn one trade or the other, who are roaming the streets at home, not doing anything yet. Our intention is to do a refresher course or training for them within the areas they have trained, get their certificate, and instead of giving them money, we'll get basic tools for their takeoff and give to them so that they will start doing something. As we speak, there are some of our people who are good arc welders, but they cannot get jobs in Shell and other companies. We have designed a curriculum, certificate courses in arc welding, software engineering, and others for them to be certificated. They already have the know-how, but because they are not certificated, we are going to get those certificates for them. We have approached National Board for Technical Education to certify the center we have designed for skill acquisition. So we're not leaving anybody. We want all to be part of the foundation.
You're talking about those who have traditional skills and those who have formal education. Now, in the course of your enumeration of the Board of Trustees, one particular segment of society you didn't mention them, and they're quite important, and those are traditional rulers.
Maybe you didn't listen to me well.
Maybe you didn't speak well.
A member of the Board of Trustees currently is the chairman, ENUGU State Traditional Rulers Council, and also the chairman of Southeast Traditional Rulers Council, Digwe of Edemani.
To what extent have they bought into this program?
Of course, he is completely involved from conception till date. Ogadagidi. Is one of us. Two others are representing the business community. That is Festus Oshaba, Ferrotex Nigerian Limited, and our brother Wilson. Wilson is the biggest employer of labor in our cultural zone today, that has over approximately between 10 to 12,000 persons working for him daily.
What does he do?
Palm kernel oil.
Palm kernel
oil. Extraction, refining of oil. Solive oil.
Where is it based?
Bestie noodles.
Nasukanka.
Yeah, Nasukanka. We're thinking home gradually.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's part of us. Of course, you know that the two bishops, both Catholic and Anglican, are part of it. I'm also there. So all tendencies are in the Board of Trustees.
Okay. Prior to the emergence of Ada Education Foundation, there have been other organizations in Nsukka that seem to project the identity development in Nsukka, politically, religiously, and culturally. What makes Ada Education Foundation different?
Well, maybe you are discussing social groupings or religious bodies, or even those that belong to political parties. Ours is clearly education knowledge-based, and it is clearly in the name. It's Education Foundation. There are multiplicity of other organizations. There's a Dada General Assembly. There's a Dada, various other foundations, but ours is purely for education, empowerment, and skill acquisition.
Okay, what shot? I'm sure this kind of program, there's no way you could start it, run it to a level without some hiccups, without some naysayers. How much of that did you see?
Oh, well, you know, we knew from the beginning. Nsukka area happens to be one of the places that currently you could encounter a lot of people with political sophistication and people who are also dealing with political issues that have made a lot of people to be wary of certain things. So, like you said, he himself is a chieftain of the PDP. And myself, of course, I have my own political persuasions. You know, so when he muted the idea and some of us bought into it, some actually said, oh, this is a PDP initiative. But when people like us, you know, hung on and became very vocal, very determined, and said, no, we know what he's doing. We are bought into that, and we are willing to give it a shot, you know. So people now began to wait and see whether it will go the way of the others. But they now saw that there has not been any organization, there has not been any initiative in Nsukka that has gone the extent this has gone towards bringing people from various leanings together. And look, there's nobody who doesn't want to go to school. There's nobody who doesn't want his own person to go to school, to learn or to be armed, equipped with one skill or the other. So people said, well, if these people are really talking about education, then it transcends politics. And now let me tell you one interesting thing that maybe we are going to come to. Some people said, oh, some people just want to throw money and buy everybody, and then Nsukka people will say they have brought billions, they are sponsoring everybody in going to school. He had an answer to that. He said, no, let me tell you, everybody is an equal stakeholder in this. And how are we going to do it? We will say there will be an annual contribution every year. Because we have an app. You go there.
Yes, that may just have to wait.
Okay, because
but I'm going to come to how do you intend to raise
okay,
funds.
now let me just say,
without going to the basics.
Okay, now let me just say that number one is we are very careful to design it in such a way that there will be equal sense of belonging,
nobody's going to hijack
equal
it.
sense of participation, equal contribution, and equal commitments. That's just the thing. Okay. So that if all of us are here, it is designed in such a way that we will play our part and go home. And I will have no reason to believe that I'm using this thing against you people, because your stake is as equal as mine.
Okay. Chinedu, this is a very, you know, in Africa, in Nigeria, one of the commonest causes of disputes, conflict, is finance. Not only about how to raise the finance, but about how to manage their finance, and then accountability. You must put this in perspective. So in your calculation, how would this come to normalcy?
Okay, what we have done, as I speak to you, an app is being developed. With that app, once you are a contributor, once you contribute to the fund, a link will be sent to you. Because it is those that fund organizations that are entitled to know what happens in their finances. Once you contribute, a link will be sent to you, you download it, it will be in your phone. Whatever happens in that account, even when others pay in, you see the name, the account where the person is paid. When we start spending money, you also see it there. So at the end of the year, you can sit back in your own house and reconcile the account. You know the amount paid in and the amount that is expended. So it is there. The accounting system is self-accounting for all people that are contributing in it. So with that, Nobody will even ask me or any other board member to come and account for them because all funders have access to the accounts.
Okay, it looks simple, but it could still be complex.
Let me add.
Wow.
Yes.
Just let me add. Just as you are paying, you are now privileged to see everything. This is the number of students we have. This is the number of schools they are attending. This is the obligations to these schools. And then this has been paid. This is remaining. This is what we have. You will see it. Just like in the banks, as you are posting, you are seeing the credit, you are seeing the debit. There is no time anybody will say, okay, go, come and do accounts for us. It's instantaneous, spontaneous, and just online, real time. As you go, you see it. So, like you said, yes, people have used this kind of things. We are doing public things to do some other things. But the real intention is to send our people in fact, to bring them together with opportunities, the best opportunities in the world. Because we know where we are coming from. We know
where you are going, you may not know.
Yes, where we are going.
Do you know?
So we are taking a shot at the moon. If we go beyond the moon to go to the stars, fine. Okay? But we want to launch our people out there. And in doing so, we know that we need their buy-in and we need the retention of our people's participation. And one thing is to run a credible organization. Credible organization that is based on transparency, based in the best practices, corporate governance that everybody sees. You don't even need to ask any question. It's all there for you. But if you ask any question at any time, the Secretariat is prepared to make available to you all of your requests. Even the students will be accessible to you. Everybody in Nsukka Cultural Zone, we are talking about artisans, artists, creative people, politicians, business people, elites, the ordinary person. Everybody is part of it. You are part of it, and to the extent that you can ask question to him, to any of us, and get all of your answers, even if you can't get it there. You know, some people are not tech savvy.
Okay.
So for those who cannot follow what is there, the Secretariat is available 24 hours to address any of your concerns.
Okay. Honorable Chinedu.
Yes.
Ideas are like seeds. You plant them, they germinate. If you don't water them, they may die. How do you intend to keep this idea alive?
Yeah, the truth is that it's true. It's said that ideas rule the world. What we are doing now has gone beyond the realms of ideas. We've gotten a number of our people that are subscribed to this. Part of the sustainability design is that, for instance, assuming we have 500 beneficiaries that are attending a particular university in Nigeria, and we have their fees. Because we are dealing directly with the university, we just send the names of all these people that we are going to pay their fees. Before payment of that fees, the money we'll have will be invested either in treasury bills or whatever it is, towards the period of exams of the we can now pay their fees. There are other dynamics we've created to make sure that we'll be able to get funds to sustain this. And the moment, which is a commitment we've made to our people, that the entire thing will be transparent and people begins to benefit. Even those who benefit will be the people, the ambassadors of this foundation that will begin to speak more of the foundation. And we've made a commitment to our people that we are going to be as transparent as possible so that our people will continue to buy into it. Besides, what is expected of any of our people to, in terms of financial contribution is mega.
Okay, there's one issue we're not going to gloss over, and that is criteria. How do you determine who gets qualified to have this?
Our intention,
yes,
number one, you are going to have to be from your ward, through your traditional ruler and your ward representative, including your local government. You are going to get letters of identification from them. And then if you are admitted in the University of Nigeria, you get your admission letter. Once you get your admission letter and you are selected, we'll now begin to deal with
Is that this selection process I'm interested?
Yes.
Is it everybody who gets admission that gets this? What qualifies somebody to get this? Is this every soccer person who gets admission that gets this benefit?
The first set of people who are targeting are those of them who have first class.
Okay. Now
It doesn't matter the university where you
are defining that now.
Once you have first class, you are qualified for our overseas training.
Overseas. And if you have a 2-1?
We'll come down that way because we are going to collate their transcripts.
Okay.
We'll start from first class.
Okay.
We'll continue to come down. So that even when you are not selected, you look at the table and see where you rightly belong. So it's not whether Mr. A likes you or Mr. V doesn't like you. Then when we come back to those of us who are going to benefit locally.
Yes.
Even though as it is today, that even if you study any course, you can be whatever. Yeah. But there are still these disciplines that we are going to give some measure of attention to.
That discrimination.
Well, if you like, call it that way. But there's some measure of attention will be given to some disciplines.
But times have shown.
Issues like ICT.
Times have shown.
That
it's no longer that because you studied engineering. They become.
No, it's you that
I'm giving an example.
You are mentioning engineering. I've not
that
mentioned
you become more important than the man who studied music. It doesn't fall anyway.
No. Let me tell you. Okay, yes. But let me just say this.
Yes.
You see, there are some dynamics that will always be at play. Of course, everybody cannot be a mathematician. Everybody cannot be an engineer. There will always be a kind of balancing. And we know, of course, there are some disciplines that are needed in the community. Even community service, for community service, we know that. But of course, we are not unaware that there are some areas that we would want. For instance, today, it is a deliberate government policy to support girl-child in science. STEM, you understand? Science, technology, engineering, mathematics, okay? So, because we know the kind of economy we run, we know the kind of academic environment we have. But if we have somebody who could be Microsoft certified, Google certified in ICT, for instance, we went in the course of our activities in Adada, we were privileged to learn that a leading ICT based company in Nigeria, in fact, telecommunication company, needed people with minimal ICT knowledge. They couldn't see who to employ. He told you about arc welding. These are places that we know that if you give priority and people are there, they can become immediate players and begin to contribute to the economy of the zone. If they begin to remit, remittance. So for instance, if you have people working in the oil sector, in the Niger Delta, they begin to bring in money. You have people who are with the ICT firms, people who are working with the telecommunication firms and all that. Yes. And then we also have people who could be at home, all right? The organizers. And we know that there will still be some categories of people who will want to learn from the person that we trained with all the equipments. Even if the person didn't pass through our auspices, then maybe because he has established in the community, we know that some people may be interested in him. So the point is that, yes, in Nigeria, the reality is that there are some courses, there are some disciplines that are hotcakes.
Like what you're saying, that there'll be emphasis on some.
Yes, it's not everybody is everybody is available for everybody, but we know where we are deficient. We are talking about a place, a sub-region, a subcultural zone. We know if you come to Nsukka Cultural Zone and say, how far have we gone with doctors, lawyers, engineers, musicians, actors, and all of that?
Teachers,
and we know our status there, and we want to balance. We want to juggle things up. All those areas that we are lacking people, we adjust. Some areas that we need more people, we adjust.
Okay.
It's not going. It's not structured to follow a particular pattern.
That's understood. You say you just got the
certificate of incorporation today.
Okay. Is there any preparations to bring this Ada Education Foundation to the public?
Sure.
Beyond, you know.
Yeah.
How soon would that happen?
We are going to unveil Ada Education Foundation on the 26th of September this year.
Definite.
Definite.
Okay.
That is going to happen at the Princess Alexandra Auditorium, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. We have designed the program that His Lordship, the Catholic Bishop of Sokoto Diocese, Bishop Hassan Kuka, is going to chair the event. Other notable Nigerians are going to be there. Professor Ositobu is the distinguished lecturer that day. So we expect also that very likely I'm going to unveil one of my books, which is designed to speak to the audience and to clearly show the direction for this foundation, where, of course, Iko Tuenye, we transited from Iko Tuenye to Igwebike.
Transition from
Iko Tuenye to Igwebike. That means, in essence, I'm tracing what I, Chinedu, and other individuals had previously done in support individually for education. Linking it up now to now that we are making an attempt for a collective to now fund education in a place, which is Iko Tuenye. So
I like this, a transition from Iko Tuenye
to Igwebike.
Actually, our time is actually
up.
Running up small, but I'm going to ask one pertinent question. And that question has to do, where do you expect this foundation to be? And where do you expect the Nsukka Cultural Zone to be in the next 5-10 years if this foundation is properly implemented? What is the future? Because that's actually the issue. What's the future?
Our expectations is that in the next 5 years, we will have set up at least 500 families, 250 families at home, 250 families overseas, to increase the diaspora remittances from those people to our place. To also train not less than 1,000 of our own people in the first 2 years in different trades. As I speak to you now, we are working out the details with the Faculty of Social Sciences, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, where we've proposed to set up Ada Education Foundation Resource and Research Center. We want to fund it, provide everything, internet, for the place to run 24/7. By the time we finish setting up that place, students of the University of Nigeria will compete to be using there, because we are going to have 2 for electricity and 2 for internet. And it is our intention to hook up to other organizations that will provide data for us.
Very briefly,
resources for us.
Do you have a secretariat now?
Yes.
Where?
Inside the local government secretariat in Nsukka. It's a temporary, it's a take-off secretariat.
Okay, I'm going to be asking you what may look like your final question, but it's going to be a little bit trickish. Okay. Look back at Nsukka Cultural Zone in the past several months. Just take 30 seconds. Tell me one uncommon disadvantage that people have had, then in terms of governance, then in terms of development, that you look back and say, look, this is not good for our people. That is generic to our people.
Okay. Nsukka is a place that we've had a lot of expectations. Some were met and some were not met. When we talk about development, of course, we've made some leaps. We've registered some things. We have some new schools.
I'm talking about the one that pains you guys most.
Okay, that I'm coming.
No, we don't have time for.
Okay, we've had some schools, new schools. Don't forget that we've been playing with only the University of Nigeria and Nsukka. And if you ask me, what is actually what I would have wished that Nsukka had, yeah, that road. If we could have had a dualized Opi Ugogo Nsukka road, that would have been better for us.
Okay, that's one uncommon thing. Chinedu,
Yes.
I'm going to ask you both, negative or positive, one uncommon thing that you have thought should have done before now for your people, and what has been done?
Well, for the past 60 years, it's only University of Nigeria and Nsukka that's been there.
Okay.
But His Excellency Ifeanyi Ubah gave us another university. It's a positive, uncommon thing.
That's the Sumas.
Yes, the Sumas. He is the founder of that institution.
And then
So,
the reverse side.
reverse side, what his inability to give us a vice chancellor.
Give you a vice chancellor.
It's a sore point. It's a sore point.
Is he the senator of the university?
No. Listen, we've had various governors. Sullivan made a vice chancellor. Chimaroke made a vice chancellor. We expected that he too should make a vice chancellor. I mean, take it or leave it.
But he gave you one at Sumas.
Take it or leave it. That's what it is for me.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much. Our guests have been Workshop Amechi Ugule, who is the head documentation of Ada Education Foundation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And of course, Chinedu Honorable,
thank you,
who is the founder and chairman, board of trustees of the Ada Education Foundation. I'm sure those who are watching us must have benefited a lot, or have gained a lot from this interaction. We look forward to September the 26th.
Yes.
And I do hope that those of us who are the media here will be part of that, will be active partners.
Certainly.
There's no way Signature TV will not be active partners.
Certainly.
Of course, on that note, I want to thank you guys. I do hope that when next we have the opportunity to invite you on some other issues, not just about Ada Education Foundation, that you'll find time to be here. So thank you very much.
It's our pleasure. Thank you.
And thank you for watching.
Majorly, what we need in Nigeria currently is what can increase our cycle, technologically, academically, and otherwise. So majorly, at least I've watched Big Brother Nigeria, but basically I don't see the need because it's more of, to me, it's more of a guy or a lady sleeping in the morning and waking up by 12 or sleeping by 9 and waking up by 10 without a clear view. You understand? So I feel like it's not really, for me, it's not something that is educating. It's not something that is innovative. There is no future, if you ask me, yeah, towards watching Big Brother Nigeria, because those doing it there, I don't see the motive though. You sleep and you wake up, you eat, you dance, you do whatnot, and we are sitting down watching you. So we ourselves, there's nothing creative actually. Based on your field, you can there are various programs that has to do with tech development, that has to do with various programs that has to do with the medical field based on your field that can help you even both physically and virtually. These are things that can groom students currently in Nigeria.
Because I hardly watch it. Yeah, I've never tuned into Big Brother Nigeria myself. The few times I've caught a scene on it, maybe I'm passing by and somebody's watching, but personally I've not either tuned in with my phone or the television. So, but from what I know about it, from people's comments and all on other social media handles, I really don't see the positive impact of it on the Nigerian youth. It's a waste of our mental acumen. We coming to sit in the TV arguing we're supposed to come up first. Who slept earlier than the other yesterday? Who caused the fight between this and that? Why this person should be removed and why the other person should be retained? I think with the amount of interest the youth put in it, and even going as far as using their hard-earned money, because finance is one thing that is so difficult to part with. So, but people still go the extra mile of trying to vote their favorite personality in the show and stuff. So I feel if our interest is being channeled rightly, people can still pick up interest. So like a level of interest in something else that would have been more productive.
During the Roman Empire, whenever the people revolt, they usually try to distract them with circuses and gladiator games. So I think this is like a plan to distract the youth because of the upcoming protest. So they are trying to use it to distract them, and of course, the people that are benefiting will be in support. Those that will benefit from all this, from the everything, obviously they'll support it. So I think it's not necessary now because we need to be focused and we should not allow big operations to distract us from the main thing, that's the elephant in the room, which is the hardship, the economic situations and all that. So long story short, I don't think it's necessary.
I do not really think that it should be. Though I don't watch the movie, but I think that some persons that watch it doesn't contribute anything to their life. I've seen the show one certain time where I saw it kind of have naked pictures. So what does it have to do with people? Like it's, and sometimes it's competitive because some of the wears they put on their apparel, some youths will want to like level up to their what they do and some of the things they say is a kind of the slangs or maybe their words. Some youth are copying it, which is very negative, and then it has a lot of negative impact on university students. Even people that do not have money will want to do things to get up to their side, and that's just it. I don't think it's really good.
I won't say I'm against the show, but at this particular time when country is hard, I don't think so. But Big Brother too, it's also to like ease your stress. Let me just say it's to ease your stress. Maybe like if you just come back from work now, you watch it. But like at this current time now when everyone is facing this thing, there is advantage and there is disadvantage of the show. I mean the advantage right now is that it's to ease stress now. But the disadvantage is that at this particular point in time when everybody is crying for the protest and all, we don't really need it. That's just the disadvantage, and that's the I give you an advantage. If I win the money, I know what I want to channel my money into. But like if you win the money, they just want to use it to be popular. Most of them there, I just feel like they're not bringing the right people into the show.
I think it is a show that should be promoted in Nigeria. Because I believe it has helped so many people. Given the winners are now celebrities, they are known all over Nigeria and all over Africa, possibly all over the world. And it makes people feel good about themselves. They have something to look forward to, something to talk about at home. It has brought people together, lovers, parents, siblings even.
Good morning. Welcome to Global News and Signature TV. I'm Charles Pius. In the headlines, federal government initiates enforcement action against Kenya Airways. Labour Party suspends Rivers caretaker chairman Hilda Dokubo. African leaders call for direct talks with rebels to resolve Congo conflict. And De Menar eases into Rotterdam final with dominant Bellucci win. Details in a moment.
Signature
The federal government, through the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority (NCAA), has initiated maximum enforcement action against Kenya Airways for many consumer protection infractions. Among the infractions is the airline's refusal to tender an official apology, refund and compensate a Nigerian traveler, Gloria Omishore, within 48 hours. The NCAA said while the airline requested an extension of 1 hour after 48 hours elapsed, it failed to comply with the agency's demand. The Director of the Public Affairs and Consumer Protection at NCAA, Michael Achimogu, while disclosing this in a post on X on Saturday, also just noted that on Thursday, Kenya Airways failed to send in a compliance report about a scheduled flight that was delayed for 7 hours with no compensation for the passengers. Achimogu further revealed that when the airline was confronted over the phone, its team claimed ignorance of the NCAA regulations, wondering how a company would operate in a foreign country with no recourse to the relevant laws. The Federal Airport Authorities of Nigeria has officially resumed the collection of access gate fees at Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, following a temporary suspension due to ongoing road construction. In a statement issued to the public via their official X account on Saturday, FAA confirmed that the collection resumed at 8:30 a.m. on February 8, 2025. The authority had earlier halted the fee collection on January 24, 2025, citing challenges caused by construction activities at the airport. It further noted that the suspension would be in effect from Friday, January 24, 2025 to Friday, February 7, 2025. Meanwhile, the Lagos State government has signed a Memorandum of Understanding (MOU) with construction company Suma Group for the development and construction of international airport around the Lekki-Ekpe access. This was disclosed by the state governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, in a statement on his X handle on Saturday. Governor Sanwo-Olu said the Lekki-Ekpe International Airport will facilitate travel and create new opportunities for businesses and residents throughout the state. Meanwhile, the federal government on Saturday welcomed 15 returning Technical Aid Corps volunteers from the Republic of Benin. Dr. Yusuf Yakub, the Director General of the Nigerian Technical Aid (NTAC), during a reception and debriefing ceremony for the volunteers, commended them for their service to humanity. Yakub reiterated the support of the agency in facilitating the process of retaining the services of any volunteer that had been offered employment in their host country. He conveyed the appreciation of President Bola Tinubu in line with the agency's mandate towards the promotion of Nigeria's foreign policy goals by using soft power diplomacy. The Director General said that through the TAC scheme, the government had continued to send the correct signals to the entire world. Earlier presenting the volunteers to the Director General, Zakari Usman, Director of Programs at the agency, highlighted the significance of the exercise. Usman, represented by Hawa Arabo Mustafa, a senior counselor at the Corps, said that the debriefing exercise was an essential part of the NTAC's operational framework. He said that it afforded the agency the opportunity to document the individual experiences of the volunteers and to capture the lessons learned. According to him, the exercise will offer the agency the opportunity to share the knowledge garnered with future volunteers. He said that it would also provide future volunteers with valuable insights and best practices, as well as identifying areas for improvement. Meanwhile, the federal government has appealed to drivers, particularly those of articulated trucks, using the Edo Bridge to watch the diversion signs as height restrictions barriers will soon be installed. The Federal Controller of Works in Lagos, Olukorede Kesha, made it known on Saturday, and these restrictions were necessary to facilitate repairs. The Controller of Works added that trucks higher than 3 meters would be unable to cross the bridge once the height restriction barriers are in place. He noted that the initial phase would target heavy vehicles, but eventually even light vehicles would be affected. She's added that the ultimate goal was to improve the bridge and provide better service to the public. The Controller of Works therefore emphasized the need for patience and cooperation during the repair process. According to Kasha, a structural evaluation revealed defects in several spans of the 550-meter bridge. She stated that the repairs to the 3 major defective spans would take approximately 6 months, as the process would involve breaking down and recasting them. The Special Assistant to the President on Constituency Affairs, Khadija Motayo, has urged Nigerians to stop attacking her principal over the removal of fuel subsidy. Motayo made the call on Saturday in Jos, the Plateau State capital, during a town hall meeting attended by various stakeholders, including market women, youth groups, labor leaders, farmers, traditional rulers, government officials, and students, among others. According to Motayo, the President is committed to implementing initiatives that will improve the lives of all Nigerians. She emphasized that the resources generated from the removal of fuel subsidy have been shared among all states, and that the President has also increased the salaries of workers with promises of more increments during his tenure. Umatayo praised the president's commitment to inclusivity, citing her own presence in Plateau State, a PDP stronghold, as evidence of his willingness to work with all Nigerians. The presidential aide also commended the governor of Plateau State, Caleb Mufwang, for his efforts in promoting democracy and inclusivity. The special assistant urged Nigerians to work together to build the country.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken this vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is Global News on Signature TV. The Rivers State chapter of the Labour Party has indefinitely suspended its caretaker chairman, Hilda Dokubo, following multiple petitions alleging gross misconduct, extortion and negligence. Dokubo was suspended by her ward 3 of the Asari Toru local government area. The letter addressed to the national chairman of the Labour Party called for an immediate investigation into Dokubo's conduct. Among the allegations leveled against her are the unlawful inflation of fees for the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission, RISIAC, screening and nomination forms during the recent local government elections in the state, negotiations over party positions, and actions that compromise the party's standing during her House of Representatives run in the 2023 general elections. She is also accused of attempting to persuade other Labour Party candidates to sell out and failing to properly account for funds allocated for party use, which she allegedly diverted for personal gain. The statement noted that Dokubo has failed to address the allegations despite several invitations to do so. Consequently, the party suspended her from all activities indefinitely pending further investigations. Responding to the development, Dokubo said there was no suspension. Some people were trying their luck. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, says the country has continued to grapple with diphtheria outbreak. The NCDC, via its official website, said that a total of 41,336 suspected cases of diphtheria had been reported from 37 states. It said that the cases were reported from 350 local government areas between Epidemiological Week 19, 2022 and Epidemiological Week 4 of 2025. According to NCDC's recent data, 24,486, that's around 60.1% of the cases, were confirmed, while 7,769, that's around 18.8%, were discarded. The Public Health Agency said that the classification of 3,546 cases, that's 8.6%, was pending, while the status of 5,175 cases, that's 12.5%, was unknown. The agency said that the burden of the outbreak was concentrated in few states, with Kano leading with 23,784 suspected cases, followed by Yobe 5,302, Katsina 3,708, Bauchi 3,066, Borno 2,902, Kaduna 777, and Jigawa 364. It noted that the 7 states accounted for 96.5% of all suspected cases. The NCDC said that the outbreak had resulted in 1,262 deaths, reflecting a case fatality rate CFR of 5.1% among confirmed cases. A 9-year-old boy, Miracle Lehada, who was abducted in Makurdi, Benue State, has finally reunited with his father, Sunday Ehada, after nearly 2 years of separation. The emotional reunion took place in Aba, Abia State, where Miracle was found after his abduction on November 14, 2023. The father, Sunday Ehada, who struggled to contain his emotion, expressed gratitude to God for his son's safe return, describing Miracle as a child he would never forget. Speaking to Signature TV Naba, the Abia State coordinator of the Child Protection Network Nigeria, Joy Nwosu, the long and difficult search for Miracle's parents after the boy was found 2 years after he was abducted. She explained that the Child Protection Network, founded by UNICEF in collaboration with the Ministry of Women Affairs, is dedicated to protecting children from abuse and exploitation.
Staying without my son, Miracle, among the whole male child that God gave me, no one that is smart as this boy. This very Miracle here, whenever they break, you never wake him from bed. You will be the one to wake the senior one. Just missing him among the children is as if I don't even know what I am. If you can see me, it was as from yesterday that my joy started coming. If not, I am just like a half-dead man. This boy missed since on 14th November 2023 at Makurdi, at Wadata Makurdi. I have already lost my hope completely after tracing the case down to NAPTIP office, where I see no hope again. I have already surrendered. Then I was on national assignment at Edo.
Well, the child got missing. We got the information about 3 days ago when the video started trending on the social media. So we simply, when we confirmed that he was with the police, as is Yama, I reached out to my Benue State counterparts, Mr. Amos, because that's what we do as Child Protection Network. When such an incident happens, we reach out to him. He was able to trace the family, get the father, and the father, we communicated that he's here today. So it's a joyful moment about to unify the child with the father.
The end of a long and painful wait for Miracle's family and a significant success for child protection advocates. The executive chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Ola Olukayede, has conferred a posthumous award of bravery on a slain officer of the Commission, Assistant Superintendent of the EFCC, ASE, to Aminu Hasiru Sahabi. He disclosed this in Sokoto on Friday when he paid a condolence visit to the family of the late officer at the Gawon Nama area of Sokoto Metropolis, Sokoto State. Sahabi was killed in cold blood in Oka, Anambra State on January 17, 2025, while on an official assignment to apprehend suspected internet fraudsters. Accompanied by the Director of Finance and Accounts of the Commission, Commander of the EFCC, CE Ahmed Pate, Assistant Director, Sokoto Zonal Directorate, DCE Nwaneka Nwokike, and management staff of the EFCC Sokoto Zonal Directorate, Olukoyede, consoled the bereaved family, assuring that the Commission shares in your pains. The EFCC boss then conferred a posthumous award for bravery for the late officer and a condolence letter on behalf of the EFCC and the federal government of Nigeria to the family. Responding on behalf of the late officer's family, Justice Mohammed Lawal Shuaibu GCE thanks the executive chairman and his team for the visit. He commended the Commission for its intervention in conveying the late officer's corpse home for burial. Upon arrival at the EFCC Sokoto Zonal Directorate, Olukoyede inspected the Guard of Honor and held meetings with officers of the Commission. Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf has appointed Umar Ibrahim as the new secretary to the state government. The appointment was announced in a statement by the governor's spokesperson Sanusi Dawakin Tofa on Saturday night. Ibrahim's appointment takes effect from Monday. According to the statement, Ibrahim was selected based on his extensive experience and expertise, which are expected to play a vital role in advancing the administration's development agenda and keeping the state on track with its goals. Yusuf expressed confidence that Ibrahim's appointment will significantly contribute to realizing the administration's vision for Kano State, emphasizing the importance of experienced leadership in steering the state towards sustained development and growth. The Nigerian Legion Kaduna State chapter has donated 10 million naira to 160 widows in the state. The money was a pledge redeemed by Governor Obasani to the Nigerian Legion on the 2025 emblem launching day. The acting chairman of the state chapter of the Legion, retired Major Baron Danjuma, disclosed this while briefing the press in Kaduna on Saturday. Danjuma said that the briefing marked the commencement of the activities for the upkeep and welfare of widows, disabled ex-servicemen welfare package. According to him, it is the responsibility of the Legion to cater for the welfare through the means of generating funds during and after the launching of Armed Forces Remembrance Day in the bid to ameliorate their suffering. It disclosed that this year in particular, there was a total of 160 beneficiaries of the widows, orphans and physically challenged ex-servicemen cutting across 23 local government areas in the state. Up ahead, Congo IDPs seek shelter in schools after M23 rebels close camps in Goma. Black Hawk helicopter wreckage hoisted out of Potomac River. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. You're watching Global News on Signature TV. Hundreds of displaced Congolese are sheltering in informal camps like schools in eastern Congo, fleeing renewed clashes between M23 rebels and government forces 2 weeks after the Rwanda-backed rebels took the city of Goma. Over 500 people have taken refuge at EP Mboga School in North Kivu province, which, with mattresses and cooking pots, cluttering classrooms floors. Rainwater drips through cracked ceilings as women cook outdoor on charcoal stoves. The violence is part of an escalating conflict in eastern Congo that has displaced thousands across North Kivu and neighboring provinces. School principal Benmima Pascal announced classes would resume Monday, prompting protests from the displaced.
I'm from Rugari. By October, I had spent 2 years displaced in Kanyarut-Shinia camp, living under tarps. When the war reached here, we fled to Goma. Upon returning, all our tarps were destroyed. I have no money for transport home. My house, near a military position, FARDC, was demolished by M23 shells. I have nowhere to go. All I want is to go home. Help me rebuild my house when I return, provide transport for me and my children, and seeds to restart my fields. I have nothing to feed them.
It's these bandits, M23, who destroyed our tents and stole everything. My wife and I are from Ragari, but have nowhere left. When we fled, we left behind our tarps and cooking tools. We're here because we're trapped. This school mboga is our misery. At night, we cling to each other. Children urinate on us because they're too scared to go outside. We're packed like beans in a sack. There are so many people here. At night, there's no fresh air to breathe. We exhale more gas than the air coming in. I have no answers. As principal, I came to inform you, school resumes this Monday. Students will return as before. They will not study outdoors or under trees. The state has designated schools for them.
Welcome back. Leaders at an unprecedented joint summit of Eastern and Southern African blocs aimed at diffusing the crisis in Eastern Congo urged all parties to hold direct talks, including with Rwanda-backed rebels whose advance has fanned fears of a wider war. In late January, the M23 rebels captured Goma, the latest or the largest city in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, the worst escalation of fighting in more than a decade that has left thousands dead. Despite announcing a unilateral ceasefire, they have continued to march south towards the city of Bukavu. The first ever summit of both Eastern and Southern African blocs reflects the continent's deep concern over the crisis and the standoff between Congo and neighboring Rwanda, which denies allegations it is fueling the conflict with its own troops and weapons. The two groupings have so far been broadly divided over the conflict, with the Eastern Bloc closer to Rwanda's call for dialogue and southern countries backing Congo and angry over the deaths of peacekeepers, experts and diplomats said. Leaders agreed to merge the two existing peace processes initiated to facilitate peace in Eastern Congo and to consider bringing it additional facilitators from other parts of the continent and to engage the rebel group M23. They urged the two blocs' defense chiefs to meet within 5 days to provide technical direction on immediate and unconditional ceasefire.
The joint summit directed resumption of direct negotiations and dialogue with all state and non-state parties, military and non-military, including the M23, and under the framework of the Luanda-Nairobi process. The EAC and SADC chiefs of defense forces to meet within 5 days and provide technical direction on immediate and unconditional ceasefire and cessation of hostilities. B, provision of humanitarian assistance, including repatriation of the deceased and evacuation of the injured. C, develop a securitization plan for Goma and surrounding areas.
Lightning advances of expanding its control over the North Kivu province's lucrative coltan, gold and tin ore mines, uprooting thousands in what was already one of the world's most dire humanitarian crisis. Canada wants to deepen its economic ties with the EU and uphold global trading rules in the face of threatened U.S. tariffs, as Trade Minister Mary told reporters on Saturday. The EU and Canada have benefited from free trade agreements since 2017, which has boosted bilateral trade by 65% and set up a raw materials partnership in 2021. Mary met with EU Trade Chief Maros Sefcovic for lunch on Saturday, following a meeting with Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, the Director General of the World Trade Organization in Geneva, on Friday. She said critical minerals and smaller businesses would be among the focus areas with the EU. The EU, in particular, is keen to forge partnerships to secure metals that are key for the energy transition, cobalt, lithium and nickel, to reduce its dependence on China.
Since CETA is coming into force, so our trade agreement, we've seen a 65% growth between trade between Canada and the European Union. We have seen two-way foreign direct investment in the order of about $445 billion. And what we actually talked about was, what can we do better? What can we do more? Because trade agreements are one thing, and we have seen really great numbers, but what more can we be doing to help Canadian businesses enter into the any of the 27 member states that's here in the European Union. What more can we do to do the same in Canada for European businesses? We are pleased that tariffs for now have been paused through the work between Prime Minister Trudeau and President Trump. And the work that Canada will continue to do to advocate against the tariffs will be what we are doing. Tariffs, as I say to my American friends, colleagues, trading partner, is that tariffs really make life more expensive for Americans at the grocery store, at the pumps, and that essentially they add up to a tax for Americans. We will continue to do that work.
To diversify its exports and set itself a target in 2018 of increasing non-U.S. exports by 50% by 2025. Mary said the country was on track to meet or exceed the target. Canada struck trade deals with Indonesia in December and Ecuador last week, and in pushing hard in the Indo-Pacific region, the minister is leading a delegation including more than 200 businesses to Australia, Singapore and Brunei next week. Ottawa threatened retaliatory duties and legal action against the United States after President Trump announced tariffs on Canada and Mexico a week ago and before he paused their imposition for 30 days. Mary said Canada could challenge Washington at the WTO if tariffs were imposed. Meanwhile, a handful of demonstrators gathered outside Trump International Golf Club in Florida on Saturday to protest the President Donald Trump's immigration policies, while the commander-in-chief spent leisure time at the club. Carrying signs on Mexican, Guatemalan and U.S. flags and chanting "Immigrants Make America Great," the small group of people shouted loudly and was visible as Trump, who spent several hours at the club, exited in his motorcade and drove by on Saturday afternoon. Their chant was a reference to the president's "Make America Great Again" campaign slogan. Trump, a Republican who has been in office just shy of 3 weeks, won the presidency in large parts of the back of a promise to crack down on illegal immigration. He has implemented that promise with speed, starting on the day he was inaugurated, by tasking the U.S. military to help with border security, issuing a broad ban on asylum, and seeking to restrict citizenship for children born on U.S. soil. Some 200,000 demonstrators turned out in Munich on Saturday, February 8, to protest against far-right in Germany. With many holding banners and signs against Nazis, protesters also showed their anger against opposition leader Friedrich Merz, who recently proposed legislation on migration similar to that of the right-wing AfD party.
I can really feel that I am really worried about things, and I simply want to do something to stand up for a colorful coexistence. That people can live together, be happy with each other, and that we don't continue to be negative and against minorities, but instead appreciate that there is a diverse society and that we can also benefit from it.
We are here because democracy is important, and so is diversity and peace. And democracy can only work with everyone. Except the right, that doesn't work at all. And the AfD certainly not. As said, they hold humanity in contempt, and we are for diversity, for lots of people, and that is why it is important to raise our colorful flag.
Yes, I agree that these are difficult times for democracy in Europe. Our friends from Russia have already said that the whole of Europe is very far to the right. I say yes, there is a shift to the right in Europe and in Germany. And we have to make sure that we uphold and demonstrate our democratic values and, of course, fight for those of us who clearly come from the rainbow faction.
Rights are increasing as Germany's February 23rd election date draws near, with the AfD polling second to the CDU according to Germany's INSA polls on Saturday. Spain's far-right party, VOX, posted a significant rally on Saturday in Madrid's Plaza to Cologne, drawing thousands of supporters. The events featured prominent European far-right figures, including Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban and French politician Marine Le Pen. The gathering, under the slogan "Make Europe Great Again, MEGA," aimed to present an alternative to the prevailing political consensus in Brussels. Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian met with head of Hamas Leadership Council Mohammed Dawish on Saturday, Iranian state TV reported. Dawish and other senior Hamas officials, including acting Hamas leader Khalil al-Hayya, earlier met with Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Iranian TV said the Palestinian leaders were in Tehran to congratulate Khamenei on the anniversary of the 1979 Iranian Revolution. They expressed gratitude for Iran's continued support. The delegation presented Khamenei a report on the current situation in Gaza and the West Bank, and the victories and successes that were achieved. Meanwhile, thousands of opponents to Iran's authorities rallied in Paris on Saturday, joined by Ukrainians to call for the fall of a government in Tehran, hopeful that President Donald Trump's maximum pressure campaign could lead to change in the country. The protest against or organized by the Paris-based National Council of Resistance of Iran, which is banned in Iran, comes as two of the group's members face imminent execution. The protesters listened to a speech by NCRI President-elect Mariam Rajavi, projected on a big screen. People from across Europe often burst in for the event, waved Iranian flags, and chanted anti-government slogans amid images deriding Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei. The crowd were joined by hundreds of Ukrainians accusing Iran of backing Russian President Vladimir Putin in the war against Ukraine. The NCRI, also known by its Persian name Mujahideen-e-Khalq, was once listed as a terrorist organization by the United States and the European Union, but not since 2012. While its detractors questions its support inside Iran and how it operates, it remains one of the few opposition groups able to rally supporters. In January, Trump's Ukraine envoy spoke at a conference organized by the group in Paris. At the time, he outlined the president's plan to return to a policy of maximum pressure on Iran that sought to wreck Iran's economy, forcing the country to negotiate a deal on its nuclear program, ballistic missile program, and regional activities.
I want to tell those people who stole the mandate of Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf that the people were with Imran Khan in February last year, and again today on February 8th people are with Imran Khan. This is your misunderstanding. You can give parliament to certain people, but you cannot rule the hearts of the people. We are here because our mandate was stolen on February 8th. They pushed out the holders of Form 45, used for counting results, and pushed in the holders of Form 47, contains the number of rejected votes and the breakdown of votes for each candidate, who are fake people with fake mandate. We are here to mark February 8th as Black Day.
The party of Pakistan's jailed former Prime Minister Imran Khan held a mass rally in the northwestern city of Swabi to protest against what it calls its stolen mandate in last year's general elections. On Saturday, the first anniversary of the election that Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, a party, lost, leaders said they wanted to mark February 8 as a Black Day and called for protest countrywide. However, the government banned rallies in Punjab, Balochistan, and the capital Islamabad, so the rally was limited to Swabi, a city in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province and where the PTI has its headquarters. Khan's party alleges that the general election in 2024 was rigged and demands the release of all its leaders, including Khan, who has been jailed on a series of corruption charges since August 2023. The Deputy Director General of Sheba Medical Center, Dr. Yael Frankel Nair, said on Saturday the hospital was seriously concerned about the health of the remaining hostages after witnessing the poor medical condition of the latest Israelis released from Hamas captivity. Spending such a long time in deplorable conditions, she said, had serious consequences on the health of Ohad Ben Ami or Levi or Eli Sharabi, delivered to the International Red Cross in Gaza on Saturday before they were flown to Israeli hospitals and reunited with their families. Israelis were shocked when they saw how gaunt and fragile the three men were when watching their release live on television earlier in the day. Ohad Ben Ami and Eli Sharabi, who were taken hostage from Kibbutz Be'eri during the Hamas-led attack on southern Israel on October 7, 2023, and Or Levi, who was abducted that day from the Nova Music Festival, were led into a Hamas pogrom by gunmen. The three men appeared in worse conditions than the 18 other hostages already freed under the truce agreed in January after 15 months of war.
There are serious health consequences when holding people captive in such deplorable conditions. What we know from accumulated medical knowledge is that prolonged time in captivity has led to a significant deterioration of their condition. The situation of the hostages who were released today causes deep and serious concern regarding the fate of those who remain in captivity.
Thousands of NFL fans dressed in green and red flooded at the French Quarter of New Orleans, Louisiana on Saturday as the city hosted a pre-Super Bowl parade. The streets were flooded with Mardi Gras beads as the parade made its way to the Caesars Superdome ahead of Sunday's game between the Kansas City Chiefs and Philadelphia Eagles. NFL officials said they modified their security plans for Super Bowl, including adding more law enforcement support following a New Year's Day attack in the city. An ISIS-inspired U.S. Army veteran rammed a truck into a crowd of revelers in the early hours of January 1st that killed 14 people and injured scores more.
Magnificent. This is Fun City, USA.
I got it at the beginning of the season. I wore it to our home opener in Kansas City, and it brought us good luck, so I'm wearing it this weekend.
Did you get it? Yes, but we feel pretty safe. We were walking around Bourbon Street last night, and there were a ton of law enforcement people around, so we felt good, right?
The police presence has been wonderful. They're everywhere. They're not
they're standing back and letting people having fun.
I didn't have any concerns because we live in a society where, hey, listen, we hope most people are lawful, follow the laws, but you never can stop all crazy. But I think they've done as much as they possibly can here. Feel totally safe here.
I came out of the womb as an Eagle fan. My mom and dad were Eagle season ticket holders since Franklin Field, and my whole family, Eagle fans. I wish they could all be here with me, but they all couldn't come this time.
I mean, it's very safe. It's got to be the safest city in the country right now. I mean, security is everywhere, but everybody seems to be acting right. Yeah. People want to have fun. They don't want any drama.
The U.S. National Transportation Safety Board and Federal Aviation Administration, NTSB, retrieved on Friday parts of the wreckage of a Black Hawk helicopter which collided with an American Airlines jet last week near Washington's Reagan Airport, killing 67. It was the deadliest U.S. air disaster in more than 20 years, with both aircraft plunging into the Potomac River. The helicopter was flying about 100 feet over the maximum allowed for that route, the NTSB said earlier. Senate Commerce Committee Chair Ted Cruz told reporters on Thursday the Black Hawk helicopter had turned off its automatic independent surveillance broadcast, which it permitted for military aircraft. ADSB is an advanced surveillance technology to track aircraft's location, Cruz noted. The helicopter had a transponder, so it would appear on radar, but ADSB is significantly more accurate. The NTSB said that the wreckage would be stored securely for inspection by investigators, according to an update on its website. The Ecuadorian Electoral Council and CNE dispatched electoral kits across the country on Saturday as security forces were deployed to ensure the presidential election day on Sunday runs peacefully. CNE workers prepared and dispatched electoral boxes in the capital city of Quito under the supervision of international observers who arrived in the country to monitor the electoral process. In Guayaquil, the police guarded the streets as the armed forces were in charge of distributing the electoral materials to set up the polling stations. Drug-related violence has rocked Ecuador in recent years and is once again the biggest issue for many voters in Sunday's poll. Ecuador's President Daniel Noboa is betting that his pledges to push crime-fighting initiatives begun under his truncated first administration and to tackle power cuts will secure him a full term in this weekend's vote. Two recent opinion polls have pointed to a possible first-round win for Noboa, race in Guayaquil and heir to their father's vast business fortune, which includes holdings in banana plantations, packaging and shipping. Other surveys suggest the vote will go to a runoff in April, where he would likely notch a victory against leftist Luisa Gonzalez. Chile is bracing for record-breaking high temperatures this weekend in the central and southern regions of the country, with the government imposing emergency measures to try to avoid wildfires. The Chilean Meteorological Service issued an alert affecting several regions, including the metropolitan area where Santiago stands, warning that temperatures on Sunday or Saturday could reach between 36 degrees Celsius and 38 degrees Celsius and between 34 and 37 or 36 on Sunday. The DMC said on the social media platform X on Friday that Santiago could break the 2023 high temperatures record of 36.5 degrees. President Gabriel Boric declared a state of emergency in the Nubel and Maule southern regions and imposed a curfew in some cities. The measures were adopted just over a year after the first anniversary of the deadliest wildfires in Chile's history in the central Valparaiso region, which killed 137 people. South Korea's short track speed skating 2,000 meters mixed relay team took the first gold medal of the Winter Asian Games in the Chinese city of Harbin on Saturday. Kim Gil-lee, Choi Min-jeon, Park Jin-won, and Kim Tae-song beat Kazakhstan to the gold, with Japan claiming bronze. Favourites China had the lead going into the closing stages, but Ling Guanjun crashed out, leaving the door open for South Korea to take the victory. There were further medals for Kim Gil-lee. She took gold in the women's 1,500 meters short track and silver in the 500 meters. There was better news for Ling Xianjun in the men's 500 meters short track, where he took gold, while Park Jin-won of South Korea added to his medal haul with gold in the 1,500 meters. Japan's Shizaki Maeda won the women's slalom fishing ahead of South Korea's Jim. China took the top two places in the women's free ski halfpipe, Li Fangui claiming gold and Zhang Kexin the silver, with South Korea's Yoonjin Jang in third place. The men's event was won by Lee Son-hong of South Korea, ahead of China's Sheng Haipeng. Another South Korean, Moon Hee-song, finished in third. China also took the gold and silver in the women's snowboard lopsided. Gold went to Zhang Xiaomnang, silver to Zhong Shiri, and Japan's Himari Ishii in bronze position. South Korea's Lee Shoin won gold in the men's event, China Louis Haoyu taking silver, and South Korea's Kang Dong-hoon bronze. The speed skating saw victories in the 100 meters for China's Gao Tingyu in the men's race, while South Korea's Na-hui Lee topped the podium in the women's sprint. Zonamaco, in one of the biggest arts fairs in Latin America and opened in Mexico City Wednesday, February 5th. The 21st edition of the fair has turned the city into the epicenter of arts, said one contemporary arts curator, Esteban King. This year, the Zonamaco brings the works of 200 galleries from over 30 countries, and there are also talks with international experts on contemporary art.
I love Mexico. I love the people, the culture, the warmth, the food, the colors, and I think that my work has a celebratory sort of sense to it that I feel very much in kind of the pulse of the city here as well.
Contemporary art really succeeds is when it seduces you through aesthetic into having conversations about really hard things like otherness, like post-colonialism. It kind of invites you into having those conversations that maybe you wouldn't have in another way. So a lot of our artists do work with social justice themes, and I really love venues like this where you're introducing that to a whole new audience who might not have been familiar with that and is able to see a world of different opinions.
I love.
The event is part of an art week, which features exhibitions across various parts of the city and will conclude on Sunday. Belinda Bencic captured her first title since becoming a mother with a come-from-behind 4-6-6-1-6-1 victory against Ashleigh Kerger at the Abu Dhabi Open on Saturday. Less than 4 months after returning from maternity leave, the Swiss overcame a slow start to rack up her 9th career WTA singles title and her first since 2023. Ranked 157th, Bencic is the third lowest player to win the WTA 500 title since the tournament was created. Bencic celebrated the victory with her daughter Bella, with the pair waving to the crowd following her latest triumph. Meanwhile, third seed Alex de Minaur ended Italian qualifier Mattia Bellucci's dream run at the Rotterdam Open on Saturday, easing to a straight set with win in their semi-final encounter. The Australian world number 8 needed just 67 minutes to claim a 6-1, 6-2 victory and will next face either top-seeded Spaniard Carlos Alcaraz or 8 seeds from Poland Hubert Hurkacz for the ATP Tour 500 level title. Bellucci had upset second seed Daniil Medvedev and 6 seeds Stefanos Tsitsipas en route to his maiden ATP Tour semi. And top seed Carlos Alcaraz of Spain in 3 sets saw of 8-seeded Paul Hubert Hurkacz in an entertaining Rotterdam Open semi-final on Saturday. The world number 3 overcame the world number 3 overcame a second set blip to seal a 6-4, 6-7, 6-3 victory in 2 hours and 21 minutes. Alcaraz, in search of a first ever trophy at an indoors tournament, will next face third seed Alex de Minaur after the Australian eased past Italian qualifier Mattia Bellucci 6-1, 6-2. And as the news is over, many thanks for watching. I'm Charles Pius. Good morning.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome to New Day on Signature Television. It is the 9th day of February 2025, and I dare say it's a good day to be alive. But did you know this day in history, precisely in 1897, the British forces launched an expedition and captured the Benin Empire, the Benin city, marking a very important and significant, turn in Nigerian colonial history. Also, this day in history, precisely February 9th, 2010, the Nigerian National Assembly empowered Vice President Goodluck Jonathan to act as president following the protracted illness of President Umar Musa Yar'Adua. Well, now you know, and we promise to keep you inspired and informed all the way. Don't go anywhere. I am your host, Shigi Chiagorom, and I'm not doing this alone. So with me in the studio is...
Good morning and welcome to New Day. My name is Quinsley Rowland.
Absolutely, absolutely. Good morning, Queensley.
Good morning, Chidi.
You look fabulous, by the way.
You look amazing.
You're always flattering me. All right. Don't go anywhere. New Day continues right after this time out with newspaper headlines and.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. Don't forget, this is still your favorite Saturday, I beg your pardon, Sunday show, New Day on Signature TV. And if you're just joining us, I want you to go over to our social media platform on YouTube, Facebook at Signature TV Official. Go like, comment, and of course, share. Welcome to newspaper headlines. And first up, The Punch. And boldly written in front of The Punch newspaper, ex-National Assembly members and groups fault reps 31 new states proposal, with rider that says senators insist focus should be on states viability. Afenifere Pandef call for true federalism.
And we are clearing roads, planning 72-hour passports insurance, says Tunji Ojo.
All right, still on The Punch. Obiagbena GHL file appeal against favorable High Court ruling.
And we have Adeboye demands detained TikTokers release and disowns group behind arrest. And we have cracks in Tinubu's dynasty as President locks horn with Lagos lawmakers GAC over Obasa. And we have rise of child cultists turning schools into battlefields, and this is on the page 30 and 31. I still hear my kids calling for help, says father of 3 siblings stuffed in freezer, and this is on the page 23. And from cybercrime, we have China and Nigeria open talks on detained nationals. And we have federal government works on anti-depression facility for Trump's deportees, and this is on the page 35. And we have Kwankwaso Arebosola's closed-door meeting stirs coalition moves. And this can also be found on the page 36. And we have, okay, that's all we have from the Sunday Punch. And over to the Sunday Tribune, we have boldly written on the mask, we have battle for 2027. We don't need new parties to out APC, says former SDP presidential candidate, and this is on the page 5. And above the mast we have herbalists making charms for Yahoo boys are criminals, says Elebui Bond.
All right, still on the Sunday Tribune, just above the mast, we are making efforts to rescue Imam, 9 others abducted in Sokoto Mosque coming from the police, with rider kidnapped Edo traditional ruler regain freedom, on page 4 of the Sunday Tribune.
And we have 37-year-old man kills brother who is 45 years old over foodstuffs land in police nets, and this is on the page 27.
I never knew I would win most beautiful girl pageant, coming from Are Gani Adams' wife.
And we have state creation versus reconstruction, where lies solution to Nigeria's problems.
Finally, on the Sunday Tribune, APC North Central takes hard stance over attack on SGF and governors and threatens to sanction defaulting members. Then the Sunday Nation, above the mass, IPOP takes battle against proscription to Supreme Court. With rider Nnamdi Kanu, no one should beg for my release. And still above the mass, Nigerians in South Africa protest death of compatriot in police custody. These are on pages 5 and 6 respectively.
And boldly written on the Nations, we have fresh tweets in police officers' retirement saga with the rider. IGP sets up disciplinary committee against senior officers who refuse to retire.
Imo community appeals to Tinubu joint task force to end bloodbath in local government area.
Abductors of former NYSC Director General Maharazu Tisga demand 250 million naira ransom, and this is on the page 2.
Police arrest man for allegedly killing brother during dispute over foodstuff.
Lagos State firm sign MOU for construction of Lekki Epe International Airport.
Next up, the Sunday Times. Federal government intensifies factory inspections to enforce workplace safety and labor laws.
And we have Nigeria launches Africa's largest tech hub to boost innovation, and this is on the page 4.
Super Eagles secure AFCON victory in dramatic final.
Governor Zulum pledges increased support for NYSC.
Finally, on the Sunday Times, Nigeria signs historic oil deal to expand the energy exports.
And we have Lagos unveils West Africa's finest electric bus network.
Finally, on Sunday Vanguard, Bode George blows hot as PDP crisis gets messier. Call Atiku Wike to order or we lose all in 2027, and why they want me out, coming from Anyanwu.
And we have another Nigerian dies in South African police custody, and this is on the page 5.
On 2027 realignment, new move spells out role for Atiku, Obi, El-Rufai, Kwankwaso, Amechi, Fayemi, Tambuwal, others too.
Tinubu Shettiman's legislative background accounts for good working relationship with National Assembly, says Ehindero.
Southeast must connect to the center, coming from Ganduje, says Anambra will join in November.
Inside contactless passport system as Tunji Ojo unveils scheme in Europe with rider after successful Canada implementation.
On deportations, what we told undocumented Nigerian immigrants in US, coming from ex-NIDO official.
Your fee is 10 million naira, says celebrities charge millions for appearance at parties.
And finally, on the Sunday Vanguard, Tinubu Shettima's legislative background accounts for good working relationship with NAS, coming from Ehindero. Right, that's the much we can take for our newspaper headlines. And very quickly, Emmanuel Tewasi is in the studio to do justice to our review. Good morning, Emmanuel.
Good morning.
Good to have you join us this morning.
It's always a pleasure being here.
Absolutely. Are we good to go? All right, so let's talk about, I would want to ask you what actually piqued your interests. But then, let's talk about, on a very sad note, I'm sorry we have to start on a sad note, it's become one death too many of Nigerians in South Africa, right? The last one was a young man of 20-something who was accosted, and in front of his girlfriend, he was more like, mobbed, and later he died in a hospital. What do you think, going forward, should be done, or something that, Nigerians, some sort of way forward for Nigerians living in South Africa? I don't think is it like a crime living in South Africa? If it's not a crime, there should be a way forward. What are your thoughts?
Well, Nigeria and South Africa have this very long history. They used to be very good friends, good brothers.
Nigeria fought a lot.
Yes,
during before democracy came. Fought apartheid in their songs and their resources. They gave all. So I'm wondering where this animosity is coming from.
Well, that's where I was going to. The whole rift between Nigeria and South Africa is mostly attributed to the distrust or betrayal of brotherhood when Ken Saro-Wiwa was murdered by, I think, Sani Abacha, when Mandela came and asked for his release, and he was given that assurance that, oh, we are going to release this young man, only for Mandela to go back to return to Nigeria and discover that the young man was killed. That was where the whole problem started, and it didn't sit well with Mandela. And as a government, as a leader at that time, one would only imagine the message he took home. So that, from that point, was where we started noticing a significant change in Nigeria-South African relationship. Aside that, we've had cases of South Africans complaining that Nigerians go to their country and take over their wives, their jobs, and that may not be out of place because of our fighting spirit, our hustling, our spirit. In a bid to survive, we do everything possible to just stay alive, and it's quite sad, I must say, because I believe and I know that there's South Africans who also stay in Nigeria and we've not had this kind of issue. So I think it's high time the government in South Africa take decisive action in addressing this issue, because aside this xenophobia, we've had one case there, another one there, and more or less the news just pick the stories and we don't even know how it ends. And I believe if the government have taken decisive action, then we wouldn't be having this kind of cases reoccurring. So I think our government also need to engage them on the need to find a lasting solution to this issue, especially the embassy, Nigerian embassy in South Africa. They should be up and doing to ensure that we stem the tide of this.
I mean, there are South Africans living in Nigeria and they are free, they are safe. I understand, you know, the issue with, you know, Ken Saro and all that, but it's been decades, you know, and it's not as if it's a battle between a government and a government. This is now brothers down to the streets killing brothers. So it's painful, but I'm thinking, what can the government do to get the people to take it easy on Nigerians? And what can Nigerians living in South Africa do to probably stop taking over their wives? If you must go to South Africa and marry, take your own wife. You know, marry,
well, it's
marry and take her to South Africa. You know, whatever it is to keep brotherhood, you know, going and strong. I'm up for it. I don't know. It's
quite strange, I may say, because like I said, due to our hustling spirit and our fight, we have places like Kenya, places and some other African countries. You discover that their men are a bit laid back. Then they see a different breed of men who are up and doing, who...
You know, there are people like that. When they see someone who portrays what they are not able to do.
In fact, the social life...
It tends to breed some kind of envy.
Yeah, the social life in, say, South Africa, Kenya, Rwanda, and some other places is being fueled by the presence of Nigerians. There are clubs in Kenya that, if Nigerians are not there, they won't sell some of these exotic drinks, and you know. So, those women in those countries, they see something different.
They are drawn to the Nigerian men.
So I think that's where the envy is coming from, because I've had my friend who just came back from South Africa last year, ending up. He says a South African man will go out with a South African lady, and the lady will end up following a Nigerian man home.
That's painful.
Because it's that serious, because of the lavish lifestyle. They go to, you say you want to go for shopping, and somebody is giving you is it 50 rams or what is the South African men don't.
They don't do that.
They don't. You hardly. So the culture of tipping. Somebody can just pay for being beautiful. You know, it's all those kind of things. But well, that's aside though. I think is the government need to
they need to step up and address the issue.
Yeah, basically that's just it.
All right. So the big question on everybody's lips is, Is there trouble in paradise? Talking about APC, we have a couple of headlines here, and I'm going to read them out, and we'll get your thoughts, okay? Northern ministers get marching orders to defend president as opposition grows. And then battle for 2027, we don't need new parties to oust APC, coming from former SDP presidential candidates. And then APC North Central takes hard stance over attack of SGF. And governors threaten to sanction defaulting members. And a while ago we talked about, there was this cartoon between Rotimi Amechi and El Rufai, trying to say that they have an axe to grind. So the question is, are there internal squabbles in the APC that is actually spilling over, and we are seeing all these headlines?
Well, it's not. It's not a new, a new thing. Nigerian politics, basically, when that interest is no longer protected, you see some of these agitations, because with the case of Erufai, we saw how from being nominated he was dropped, and I think nominated again and dropped, you understand? So that anger, that betrayal, sense of betrayal, could fuel a lot of thoughts that would lead to, because there have been a lot of rumors about him spearheading the third force, with the fourth force now. So we have Labour Party, which is also in crisis. So basically, once the interest is not protected in Nigeria in terms of political pursuit, you see that there are these troubles which they are not new and they are not inevitable. You see PDP, the drama, the show of shame ongoing in PDP, where somebody is insisting I must die here, you understand, even if when the court has ruled. Given a ruling. In fact, the whole issue is a bit confusing, because we have two rulings from ENUGU, one in Abuja, reinstating one person, affirming one person, BOT has backed one person.
Doesn't that go to show that the judiciary probably has allegiance to
I think it's far beyond them, because the BOT members have backed one person, governors, PDP governors have also I still wonder why the other party involved is bent.
Well, some people say PDP is actually probably not in crisis, but trying to throw opposition off balance, thinking that there are issues only for them to consolidate towards 2027.
That is too hard to believe with the way things
they are not that good of
for me, I think they say
they are not such good actors to be able to pull it off.
There's a black hand in the pot of soup, which many people are not saying, looking at Wike's position in the current administration and his ties with the president, because like I said earlier, it's a matter of interest, and some of these people are loyal to the FCT minister, while the others are just maybe loyal to Atiku or just fighting for the good of the party. So APC's case, Amechi, I feel sorry for Amechi, because Amechi did a lot for APC. I remember, was it in the 2019 election? When Buhari, the first time Buhari came back and won, when he contested against Jonathan, I think that Amechi did a lot. Spent money, sponsored a lot of campaign. Maybe he was promised something, one wouldn't know, you understand? So after all said and done, he went for minister. At some point he was dropped, and this present administration, in fact, we don't even hear anything about it. It's like he has been politically retired or something. So everybody is trying to find relevance, is about what you can bring to the table. I think the FCT's minister's position now is as a result of the game he pulled in Port Harcourt, River State, that contributed to the coming on board of this current administration. So those are some of the issues you look at. So Amechi and Erufai making noise is not out of place to say that they're also fighting for something. At times you make noise so that they draw you closer, At times it's just a way of fighting back, maybe to get your interest back. So basically,
looking towards 2027, do you think there's even a window of opportunity for opposition to, destabilize the APC?
For now, I don't see any opposition. PDP is in shambles. Labour Party is still dancing the Little Brides dance. So for now, there is no strong force, except for the rumors that we are hearing that of a merger. We don't know from which angle or which point they will come from. Would it be PDP, Akwankoso, SDP coming together, or would it be Labour, PDP, Akwankoso? We don't know from which area or wherever it will come from. But until then, for now, looking at the situation on ground, the crisis in PDP and the one in Labour Party, in fact, we've seen major shift. A senator, seventh senator under the platform of Labour Party here in ENUGU has resigned his membership from the party. Then they have governorship candidate for the last election is also making wide consultation. No, according to him, he said he's making wide consultation. Well,
let's see how it pans out.
Okay, so basically that's just
okay. So there's this twist in police officers' retirement, and the Inspector General of Police has set up a disciplinary committee against senior officers who have actually refused to retire. What's your take on that?
Well, it's a bit it's a bit confusing. Why I said that is because there are also reports and allegations that the present IGP is supposed to have resigned last year.
So is that prompting why others don't want to resign?
Well, for now we wouldn't know, and there were some senior officers that were retired by PSC, which he ordered them to stay in office till further notice. So for me, I don't think you can't more like practice what you preach. You just say, but you're not doing. So the whole police issue is something that should be addressed by the person who put them there first.
Yeah,
so I think the
they
president
should hear out these guys who are supposed to have retired. Hear out the reason why, because it sounds confusing, just like you said, that you've served out your years in office and active service, and then you just from out of the blues refuse to retire. I think there's a story somewhere that I think the people, Nigerians, need to hear what they are aggrieved over something, just like you rightly pointed out. Maybe the IGP, you too, or maybe your own tenure has come to an end, and you're sitting there and you have the guts to tell us to retire. So we need to hear their own part of the story to have a holistic idea of what is actually happening here.
Well, the commission in charge of that, the police, in charge of operations of the police, should actually weigh in on this matter. And for me, nobody's above the law, including the IGP. So if there are due processes to be followed, and they are sincere about this whole retirement issue, then first of all, the IGP shouldn't be there in the first place. It shouldn't be, because until they are willing to do the right thing. But at this point, we don't really know the state of things in the commission, because it's more like PSC had retired some, IG ordered them to maintain status quo. So one would wonder, is there even unity between the board and the commission and the force itself? So at this point, I think the presidency should weigh in to because for me it's so shameful that the body which is supposed to be maintaining law and order in the nation is in the other way behaving like or going against its own mandate. You understand? So it's not an inheritance. If you served your tenure, you should resign honorably, as it should be. So basically, it's something that the federal presidency should look into and address it as soon as possible.
Okay. All right, let's talk a little bit about this disturbing headline. Rise of child causes turning schools into battlefields. What would you attribute this to? You know, during our, heydays, when you mention cultism, it's usually synonymous or, linked to the universities, right? Tertiary institutions. But right now, they are called child cultists because they say child. So we're talking about secondary schools, we're talking about primary schools. You think parents have a role to play?
It's always the parents because it's so disheartening to say, but the parents have relegated their role of parenting to the society and the social media. Because I remember while growing up, you have to get to a certain age. In fact, your academic performance, your character and conduct will even determine if you're even on a phone that's a touchlight phone. Those days Android was not that rampant. So I think the major issue is from that area, angle of parenting. I think parents need to step up to their responsibility in terms of being intentional, because some parents don't even interface with their children. How was school today? You don't know whether he was bullied or not, because at the end of it, he comes home, he's so quiet, he sleeps, wakes up, yeah, you have given him food, take your part, I don't want disturbance, you also want to rest and all of those things. So we miss out, in that process we miss out some of this very important. So parents should be intentional about checking their parents. Okay, you ironed his shirt, he came back, the shirt is looking rumpled, more like it was dragged, and yeah, so you ask questions. But I think it depends on how the parenting is even done in the first place. These days, because of I don't know, will I say modernization and how the society is fast evolving, we also try to use other means aside from shouting and beating, because those days during our time you don't need to be told twice.
No. I mean, the eye contact will tell you everything.
You understand? Well, these days you have to pamper, you have to I remember very well, before my dad would punish us, he would first of all tell you why
he's punishing
you. After talking to you, you think that's all, and then he'll bring out his
in my time we called it 16 branches of Yoruba settlement.
So we had
the cane that my dad will use on you. He doesn't use the straight cane.
But beating a child just makes them grow a tough skin to accept the pain as time goes on. So I think that's why they've infused this new pattern of parenting where you don't have to hit a child to correct the child.
But that's what I'm saying. If you must correct a child with the rod, even the Bible says spare the rod, spoil a child. So at some point you need to apply that.
The rod,
be that as it may, we should be also intentional about checking their welfare, their mental health, their states. If your child comes back from school, be interested in what happened in school today. Did you finish your lunch? What did I teach today? Did you make new friends? In the process, they can tell you, but we have to create this friendship with our children, so that they can be a bit free. That there are children that once they hear daddy is coming back, they start running to their rooms, or for no reason. So you don't have to be the beast in the house. You're supposed to be a friend to your children before a father, because that gives you that opening. So talking about cultism, due to the effect social media has created, some of the things they pick online, and the neglect and some of parents in intentionally monitoring their words, activities, to know the kind of friends they are with. I remember back then in school, my dad would insist, I would like to see your friends. My friends will come for weekend. You ask
and stay over.
He ask you about your not really stay over. You just visit and you go. You can't sleep over. What will your father do to you?
Absolutely.
So
I just think
because we were in boarding school, so once if I'm coming for just come maybe Friday, go back, or Saturday we'll go back, just pick food stuff and go back. My dad was against us coming home. What are you coming home to do? Stay in school. You understand? So if I'm coming, I just come with somebody, ask you where are you from, your village, your dad, your this, and so
background check.
Just to
So
know.
when you have a situation where this child is in a boarding school, how do you keep this close relationship with the child, checkmating at the child's daily movements and the rest? Because I feel cultism breeds from boarding houses where you have like cliques and then they start being notorious in quotes.
Well, there
are guidance.
If you have teachers, you could hand them over to.
Yes.
But in fact, I think it's more dangerous in day schools, especially government schools, because of
yes, government schools,
and so I think it's just a question of character and what the society is turning into.
I agree. Even social sciences will tell you that the family is the bedrock of the society.
Exactly,
Everything rises and falls on the family. The quality of morals and values you impact in your child. And I wanted to put something out there. I am a strong advocate of using the rod, but you use it with wisdom.
Exactly.
Even when you are in a civil service, they'll tell you that these are the types of defaults, and when you default, if you default in this is a punishment. So you make sure you use wisdom and use the right appropriate punishment for the appropriate misconduct or whatever it is. Don't make your child grow a tough skin because you're always using the rod on the child. Even when you ought to sit down and have a conversation with the child, you're using the rod. But don't take it lightly. There's a time that comes and you need to use the rod on your child, but please let it be in moderation. We're hopeful that our parents will be more mindful, pick out red flags, have a conversation with your child, have a relationship with your child, gist with your child. Let your child be your best friend, if possible. I know that we have to work and we have to make a living, but that child is your future, is the future of the family. So I hope we learn from this and move ahead. All right, thank you so much, Imatewasi.
It's always a pleasure.
The pleasure is mine. If not, the show has to go on. I'll keep you here for the next 1 hour, but I have to let you go. All right, thank you very much for your time. New Day continues right after this time out.
heard about female genital mutilation, that is FGM. I have heard that some communities, in the bid to circumcise their female daughters, go a long way to mutilate the female genitals. And to some extent, it makes the female genital become insensitive. It's a very, very ugly thing to do. But many cultures in Nigeria are practicing it. In fact, for me, I can't see it around my community, but I hear some people say that that is the way it is done elsewhere around Nigeria, and I don't think it's a good practice to follow. Why I think it's not a good practice, I read a clip about that recently, and a young man who wrote that said it is very difficult to make somebody who has gone through FGM to have sexual satisfaction. That is, you can't make the person feel excited during sexual practice. So I think the best thing is for people to desist from that practice. I suggest a campaign about this, so that people will come to know and to understand. Even in the Bible, when God was talking about circumcision, he never mentioned women. So some people just start doing that, and maybe, I don't know how they feel about it, because it was only the males that God told Abraham to circumcise. So in the situation of circumcising a woman is not a good one. It's not a good one at all. So by the time a campaign is carried out, maybe schools, maybe secondary school campaign, maybe women market campaign, or advertisements on televisions or radios, to make parents understand that that is a very bad habit. That is not something they should practice. Of course, I have a daughter. I can't do that on my daughter. I can't do it. No matter how people feel is okay, for me, I can't do it on my daughter. And I feel parents should not imbibe that kind of culture.
Well, from how it sounds, female genital mutilation deals with female circumcision. In a the fact that there is no lectures based on this kind of incidents doesn't mean that the government is doing very well. It needs to tutor people based on dangers or harm of female genders. Through advertisements, first of all, to having lectures like organizing classes for this kind of incidents. 3, public sensitization. Like, in order to make people know about it, you have to go to places like people are really interested in, like stuff like open an Instagram account and go live to talk about kind of cases and stuff. It's not only physical, you can also do it online.
Female genital circumcision can also be put as female circumcision, which is removing some organs of the female gender. It can be said to be the removal of the outer layer of the female organs or the female reproductive organ. To me, it's a bad thing. Well, for a man, they can remove the outer organ, it's alright, but for a woman, I take it to be wrong, because sometimes in life it can also affect them in their interaction with other people. Calling people to order in sense of awareness or in form of just awareness, simply. For instance, going to different villages which has not been oriented or being taught of this female circumcision, we can tell them about it, tell them the disadvantage, tell them everything about it, for them to be able to know that doing this can affect a woman both in reproducing and both in socializing with other people.
Female genital mutilation can be seen as the intentional act of taking partially or fully the external organs, especially sexual external organs, of a female from between 15 years and above. It has been scientifically proven that most girls who experience that undergo certain psychological effects and severe pains, and it causes infections to them. like it infects their urinary tract, and it gives them difficulty during childbirth. It's mostly found among Africans, and I don't think it's actually something good because it has no medical impact on those girls. So it needs to be abolished. And I don't think people are well informed about it, actually. Because if they are well informed about it, they won't carry such acts. But ignorance is not an excuse in law, so you shouldn't take it like that. They need to be aware. Government should create some agencies who partake in going around cities and informing people about disadvantages of female genital mutilation.
I see female genital mutilation as a kind of situation whereby girls, like females, are being circumcised, and it's a very bad and harmful situation. So I just wish to tell you guys that it needs to be stopped in our society. In some situations, some females, when they become adults, some of them some are being downsized, some get diseases, like different diseases, and those diseases can lead to them not producing children, and just know that it causes a lot to females, like it causes a lot nowadays. Like, we're now in a modern society, but there are these societies, like there are these villages that I think we need to open their ear and talk to them. They need to hear this because they damage females in that society. So, like, we need to talk, like stretch our hands to them and like talk to them so they will listen to this. Because now we're in a modern world. The government should bring out a specific organization, association of people who would go around to societies, each and every society, and talk to them about it. Yes, enlighten them more about it.
For what I've gathered, from the knowledge I have now, female genital mutilation has to do with female circumcision, because it's not written in the Bible. What is written in the Bible has to do with male circumcision. The Bible didn't say anything about female circumcision. As far as I'm concerned, reading the Bible, I have not come across any part of the Bible which states that a woman must be circumcised. The government can stop this by intervening, creating awareness on the effects of female circumcision.
Nigeria has the third highest burden of female genital mutilation globally, with 20 million cases and over 14 states highly affected. In 2015, the then president of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, introduced a law to help fight FGM and, of course, punish the offenders. But some communities, especially villages, are not even aware that this law exists and are still practicing the act. Female genital mutilation is a severe human rights violation that affects millions of women and girls worldwide, particularly in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. The practice involves the partial or total removal of the female genitalia, often performed on young girls without their consent. An estimated 86% of females were caught before the age of 5, while 8% were caught between age 5 and 14, with an estimated 86 million girls worldwide said to be at risk of female genital mutilation between 2015 and 2030. The implication is that millions of girls are being robbed of their childhoods, health, education, and aspirations every day by the harmful practice. The prevalence of FGM is highest in the Southeast with 35%, and Southwest with 30%, and lowest in the Northeast with 6%. Medical experts warn that FGM has severe physical and emotional consequences, including chronic pain, infertility, and psychological trauma, which could last a lifetime, impacting not only on the individual, but also their families and communities.
There are some immediate and long-term complications of FGM. By cutting the clitoris is what gives arousal, okay? The labia minora, you cut, and majora may consist of some little secretions, organs that secrete and wet that area, okay? So you cut them, there's problem. So even the infibulation it juxtaposes the opening for the vagina, so it makes it look tiny and narrower. So it can cause what you call vaginal pain during sex or sexual pain.
There could be some urinary problems, difficulty in urination. Then it could affect childbirth and delivery, where you can have a narrow opening for delivery.
There can be complications. The short-term complications would involve shock, infections, excessive bleeding, hemorrhages. Why? Because most times you notice that, 90% of the time, you notice that the people that carry out these practices, one, are not medically trained. These are traditional experts that have little to no substantial knowledge of the human anatomy. Secondly, they do these things in septic conditions.
Sensitizing the community and the society at large on the effects of female genital mutilation, because it causes a lot of harm than good to the public.
A broadcast journalist, Hyginus Odo, emphasized that FGM is a cultural belief that should be eradicated and discouraged.
When a way of life becomes inimical to human, to life itself, when a way of life becomes inimical to life itself, what do? You have to review that way of life. And that's why it's not to eradicate the culture of the people in totality, but those aspects of the culture of the people that are inimical to the existence of human being in the society should be looked into.
Women's rights advocates shared their views on the legal implication of FGM during a recent Zoom session with Signature TV. A legal practitioner, Chioma Ode, revealed that the case of FGM in Ebonyi State often go unreported because victims are reluctant to report their loved ones, which she said is a major challenge in addressing the harmful practice.
Actually categorized under GBV, which is gender-based violence. And just like I earlier said, we have VAP law, which is violence against persons, is actually under that VAP law. You can also see it under the Child Rights Act, because when I say that FGM is a crime, and FGM is a gender-based violence crime. And this gender-based violence crime is actually brought under the VAP law. And this VAP law, just like other states, is being domesticated in Ebonyi State. And this Child Rights Act is also being domesticated in Ebonyi State. But just like what I earlier said, because we have not seen a case study that was followed into a logical conclusion, because most times these perpetrators, the people that go on to carry this out, are family members.
More awareness needs to be created. In fact, I want to laud Signature TV for taking it upon you to create this wonderful awareness via your platform. It's a laudable venture, and I commend you for that. Okay, but I think, being a media person as well, I think that there should be much conversation around female genital mutilations. Being someone from Africa, and especially Nigeria, and most especially from the Southeast, where female genital mutilation is very, very prevalent, I think we need more creation of awareness.
The year's theme, Step Up the Pace, emphasizes the imperative of strengthening alliance, building movements, and mobilizing collective actions to end FGM. It is a clarion call for governments, civil societies, organizations, community leaders, healthcare workers, and individuals to unite and wage all-out war against FGM. Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
They say if he mistakenly hits somebody, the third party will come in and take care of the damage. The two will come up in a way that they will negotiate to come in settlement, so that the load will not be too much on you that hit somebody.
We didn't hear, even on news, even though I didn't hear anything. This is my first time of hearing it. I'm hearing from you. They should take the police should enter bush to rescue our loved ones that are inside the bush. People are inside the bush lavishing the hand of bandits, kidnappers. It's not to come and enforce something that is not necessary. Even if you insure your car, if anything happens to your car, you go to the office, they will not even answer you. We've seen some moves. Yeah, many people have gone to, our cars, we are always paying for insurance. But whenever we have problem, the insurance company will not answer you. So all this is not working out. It's a means of extorting money from the citizens.
I've not seen them yet, but I heard that they will soon start work, which they will be checking and stopping and search the very good particulars anyway. But I have not seen them anyway. For now, I still prefer they should leave it the way it is before. But nevertheless, because actually now it's going to be you doing your particulars with VIO, and that insurance must be police that will do it. It's another stress again.
We are saying that it is not going to work because they told us about the insurance before. We paid when we are renewing our paper and it's not working. That was why I was just checking my paper and I said, see the insurance, it didn't work. For all the years we have been renewing paper, it's not working. Why are they bringing another one again? To use it to obtain us to be collecting money from us. It doesn't work that way. Let the one we are paying with the government, with the VIO they are renewing for us, let it be working now. So that they cancel all this one. With this new one they are doing now, we don't know the importance, whether the person have accident. I stayed outside the country before. Once you have insurance, you have insurance. And if you want the insurance to cover all your passenger in your car, there is a place you go and fill the form and you pay. Then when you pay, they will give you one card. That one, anytime you have accident, they will ask you, do you have insurance that cover your passenger? You say yes. They will say bring your card. They will take the card. They will register it and do everything. They will take care of that. But if you don't have, it's only you and your passenger. That is maybe you and your wife. It covers. That's all. That insurance that they give to you, that is the only one. Any other one, they will not take care of it.
Only one that I know that when I want to renew my paper through VIO, so that you get the one that they are giving us as insurance. So I don't know whether it's the one that you are talking about. That insurance that they want to enforce, what is the benefit? Because I don't know the benefit of it. So that if it is something that will benefit us, like maybe if your motor had an accident, there will be compensation, or maybe if you are anything at all that will affect you, you are driving. If that kind of insurance, I think I'll buy the idea.
Cancer is very dangerous, yeah, because most of the ones I've heard about, it has taken the lives of so many people if care is not taken. I've heard about the bone marrow cancer, cancer of the breast, and different other cancers. Actually, it leads to an increasement in that part where it is. Yes, smoking and taking alcohol too much, that is excessive smoking. I think drawing of tattoos and using chemicals in your body, including this eating okpa that has nylon, due to the heat, chemicals from the nylon will go into the okpa, and when you take it in, it keeps on growing like that because the chemicals will make your cells weak and dead. I think staying a healthy lifestyle, having a healthy lifestyle, such as staying away from alcohol and smoking, eating good food that's balanced diet, and then fruits, enough fruits, and then also exercising. I think with this, you're going to live a healthy life.
To avoid cancer, people should try and avoid eating foods that has been refrigerated for long, and eat healthy food like vegetables, and also avoid eating food which has gone through lots of preservation processes like canned meat and so on. Civilization has brought us this pain because if you look through the ages, you will notice that the lifespan of humans have been reducing due to our intakes. Nowadays we take canned meat, we take food that has been refrigerated for a long period of time, and it has really affected us in our aging. Now, according to science, you can see that a human can live over 40 to 45 years, but those days you can note that people are living over 100, 150, and even most of the times 200 years. But now it has reduced drastically. So, to my understanding, civilization have really affected us.
Cancer is one of the commonest diseases, deadly diseases, which we have in our country right now. Yes, which kills people like randomly. Yes, obviously, civilization is the reason why we undergo different diseases, most especially cancer. Because due to civilization, due to this our modern world, they bring out a lot of stuffs that like they put a lot of stuff in can, and can is also a major cause of cancer. Even now that they bring out all this vaping, boys call it vapor, they vape, something like vaping. It causes cancer in the lungs. To prevent this cancer we talk about, there is something called public enlightenment. Our government should, bring out an association or organization that will talk more on this, and the way at which they package our food, our edibles, should be reduced. Yes, should be reduced, because those things in which they use in packaging our edibles also causes cancer to the body.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Many thanks for still staying with us up until this time. Well, on the 6th of February, the National Assembly, or the House of Representatives Committee on the Review of the 1999 Constitution, proposed the creation of 31 new states in Nigeria. Well, if this proposal is approved, then Nigeria's 36 structure states would experience its biggest restructuring since 1996 and bring the number of states in Nigeria to 67. Well, discussing this, National Assembly deliberating on creation of 31 more states in Nigeria, and joining us via Zoom is Barrister Asim Adams. Barrister Adams is a constitutional lawyer and he joins us via Zoom. Good morning, Barrister Adams. Can you hear us?
Yes, good morning. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
All right.
Can you hear me?
Barrister, we understand that before a new state is, proposed, there must be referendum backing it. So, what are, the justifications for 31 states, extra 31 new states in Nigeria? What are your thoughts on that proposal?
Well, thank you very much. For me, I believe state creation is not the problem we have in Nigeria. The many states that we have, 36 states that we have right now. Yes. Can you hear me?
Barrister, if you can hear me, please align your phone properly. We can't see your face clearly.
All right. Can you see me now?
Yes. Please go on. We can hear you.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes. It's good enough. Yes.
All right. So what I'm saying is that I do not think that creation of states is the problem of Nigeria right now. We already have 36 states, and these 36 states cannot manage themselves. Many of the states cannot pay salaries. Many of the states, according to reports, they are broke. Some of the states in Nigeria cannot even take care of the good selves. So why create more states? Now, for me, if we even want to give that thought, an approval, I do not even think that any of the zones, apart from the southeast, deserves, a state. The only zone that is deserving and desirous of having that, because the southeast has, first of all the zones. The other, zones, some have 6 states, and some even have 7 states. So the only plane or the only zone that I feel, deserve a new state, based on 3 of the 1999 Constitution, that is talking about equitable distribution. So that is the only area I feel that we should create another state. But creating additional state makes no sense to me. Apart from that one from the south east. Hello? Hello?
So let's talk about the legal and
Hello?
constitution. Yes, Barrister, we can hear you.
Hello?
Now, my question is.
Yes.
My question now is, let's about the legal and the constitutional justification actually for 31 new states in Nigeria. What are some of the legal requirements to even, make this work? Is it even legal to create 31 states at a stretch? And what are some of the protocols involved, legally before this can actually fall through?
Well, the legal implications of creation of states in Nigeria is to be found in Section 8 of the 1999 Constitution. If you go to Section 8 of the 1999 Constitution, it gives you the breakdown of what you need to do or what the National Assembly, need to do for them to create a state. And from the reading of this Section 8, it will be easier for the head of the elephant to pass through the eye of the needle, than a state being created in Nigeria by virtue of that Section 8. Now, if you go to Section 8 sub 1, down, you find out that this particular Section 8 is the longest section, or let me use the word, one of the longest, sections of the Constitution. It contains about 3 pages out of 391 pages of the 1999 Constitution, explaining what it means to create a state and how to adjust the boundaries. Because if you want to create a state out of Lagos State, for this, and this is number one, members of the House of Reps and Senate of the National Assembly from the area desiring to have a state must vote and get 2/3 majority. All the members that are maybe from the Southeast, for instance, that are in the House of Assembly, the House of Reps and House of Senate, they must come together and do what they call 2/3 majority. That is 2/3 of all the members that are representing the Southeast, for instance. They must agree, that this state must be created. Now, if they pass through that hurdle, the next they are going to do is they will do what now? Have to take it to the National Assembly, who will now get 2/3 majority again of all the members of the House of the National Assembly for that to pass through. Now, if they achieve that, what is going to happen is that it now goes down to the 36 states House of Assemblies in Nigeria. That is, all the houses of assembly in Nigeria must also get 2/3 majority. Now, the question we are asking is this. If you say 36 states all over the country must get 2/3 majority before it can be approved for a state to be created, I am telling you that, for instance, if the Southeast that is desirous of having a state now, get the other particular conditions correctly, a lot of states from the northern part of Nigeria may filibuster that particular motion and say, no, let us, put sansan in the agari. I could normally use the word here in Nigeria, playing politics with it. And the House of Assembly of those particular zones might not get 2/3 majority to support the motion for creation of the state. And mind you, there must be a referendum also, from the area that is desiring this particular state. So these are very laborious and strenuous, procedures for creation of state. And I believe, in my own opinion, creating a state under civilian dispensation is a very difficult one. That is why you find that it is only the military era that states are created. In a civilian era, it's very, very laborious and very strenuous and very difficult, for, state to be created. Even local government, you saw what happened when Lagos State tried creating local governments. You saw what the executive did and how the National Assembly never gave, that particular creation of the number areas their authority and seal. So talk less of now creating states. It's a very difficult one under our constitution.
Rather, Barrister
So that is
Asim Adams, thank you for that very wonderful expose. But you've also alluded to the fact that creating states under the civilian rule is a little bit laborious. Now, do you think that for this to even be possible, there's need for some constitutional or legislative amendments to be able to carry a restructuring of this magnitude?
Of course, if we are desirous and we truly want states to be created, Section 8 of the 1999 Constitution has to be amended. And how do you have to amend it? You go back to National Assembly and then you ask that particular, section is laborious and strenuous and almost an impossibility for you to create a state. The question we've asked now is this: why would, for instance, the 36 state houses of assembly, participate and give two-thirds? Why not simple majority, as the case may be? Why not even when the Southeast need a state, must the 36 states agree to now say that, yes, before we can create a state for the Southeast, then states in the Southwest, Northwest, Northeast, South, must participate? Why is it not a legislative affair that the National Assembly can sit down, normally the way they pass their bills and the way they make it into law, etc., for the president to assent? They should make it more easier and simpler so that we can, go and create states. But on the other hand, there's what we call the mischief rule in law if you are interpreting laws. I believe that the reason why Section 8 was made, to be a convoluted road for creation of states is because if we make it easier than it is now, even me sitting down here, we want to create, my own Auchi state from Edo State, out of Edo State. And you there want to create, a state coming from your own hometown. And before you know, might have maybe about 100 to 200 states in Nigeria. So maybe that is the reason why the crafters and the drafters of that particular Section 8 made it so difficult that when you pass through the first, second, third condition, then if you're able to get the fourth condition, it means that the whole nation as a federation are in support of that state. And mind you, the moment you create another state or more states to join the 36, what is going to happen now is that the allocation from the federation account, more states will be putting their hands into the till and the plate for them to draw their food or whatever from it, as the case may be. So many people will be going to Abuja, to go and dissipate, the federation account, as the case may be. So I believe that is the reason why they made it so difficult, so that you don't just wake up one morning and say you need a state and you just create it like the military do. Hello.
The creation of more states stretches the country's already limited resources and leading to a decrease in funds available for each state. So how will this affect the federal allocation of existing states?
What will now happen is that the funds that are available will be dissipated. it will be shared, amongst the 36. Assuming we have 40 states now, if they will create 4 to the 36, making it 40, it then means that if a state like Lagos or Anambra that was getting about, for example, 2 billion naira a month, they might not get up to that amount because you have to also satisfy the other new states that were created. So the funds that the states will be getting due to creation of new states, may be reduced as the case may be. So these are the problems that we feel are associated, with creating more states. The other one is that you are going to need, developmental funds to build up that particular state. I want to give you for an example now. You see, there are states that were created by the military. You find out that it's very difficult now for the governors to even fund those states because what they are getting from the federation account, they will tell you is not enough to do what now, pay staff, do some construction, infrastructural development, etc., as the case may be. So that is the problem that is going to be added, to what we already have on ground. So for my own take and advice is that Nigerian politicians should forget about creation of state. Rather, they should concentrate on how to make laws that will stem hunger. A lot of Nigerians are, disillusioned. A lot of Nigerians are hungry. Starvation is the order of the day in Nigeria right now, and they are not doing anything about that. Why this agitation for creation of more states when the states we have already created, citizens cannot even feed themselves? Many are hungry. Many go home with empty stomach. You understand the point? So these are things I am asking the legislature, the national legislature, to bother themselves with, not with creation of more states. Creation of more states are just political, givings. People want to say, I am the one that I'm the proponent, that brought about the creation of, for instance, Ada state or the creation of Gurara state. They now, personify it and now see it as dividend of democracy to, give to their people to campaign for the next round or cycle of elections. So I don't think, for me, it's not proper right now, that we begin talking about the creation of states. Let them concentrate on the important things that affect Nigerians. Why is it that Section 15? Why is it that Section 16? In fact, the whole of Chapter 2 of the 1999 Constitution is not being talked about. Why is it that the legislature at the national level cannot make laws for good governance? Why is it that Section 14 sub 2B of the 1999 Constitution, there are no laws being made for the welfare and security so that we can hold the government accountable? Because it is a primary and fundamental, principle of that Constitution that these are the primmost, things that a particular government must do. Security and welfare. Welfare is lacking. Security is lacking. I left where I am. I came to a beach resort in Lagos. I told you, I was so scared passing through the road. If you look at what even the security agencies that are on the road, they look like bandits. So we're so scared. People flag you down wearing uniform. We don't really know exactly what is happening in the country in terms of security. We had our hearts in our mouths on the highway, as the case may be. So let them make laws that we, bring about, good welfare and security of the Nigerian people, rather than asking for more states. That is just my take on this.
That the House of Assembly lawmakers should jettison the idea of creating 31 new states. However, there's a school of thought that thinks that creating more states in Nigeria will actually align the nation towards true federalism. What are your thoughts on that?
You see, true federalism is not based on creation of states. True federalism is based on devolution of powers. True federalism is based on devolution of economic powers. True federalism is based on security and policing. That is where, for instance, starting from the security point of view, what stops Lagos State? What stops Anambra State? What stops Edo State? What stops Sokoto State? from having their own state police. That is true federalism. What stops, Lagos, Anambra, Sokoto, Kwara from having their, electricity supply distribution, from generated from their states? What stops, governors of the states, because you have the federal and states that form the federation? What stops the governor of a particular state, from making policies without having to go to Abuja to seek permission to do that? That is true federalism. Now, what stops, funds that are generated in River State? What stops the River State, people and governor not, using the funds the way they like and send a percentage, down to the center post, which is the federating post? That is true federalism. It's not by creation of state. Creation of state will bring more problems to the federation rather than solving it. So there are indices and characteristics of true federalism, and it is one of them is not creation of state at all. As it is right now, the tenets of true federalism is not being practiced in Nigeria. So even if you create 100 more states, I don't think that we are going to practice federalism as it is practiced in the US and other, democracies of the world.
Will need to be overcome. Will this development creating new states? What is the legal process of creating new states? Walk us through the whole process of, creating a new state, and will it lead to legal disputes amongst states as well?
Hello? Hello?
Said you should repeat the question.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
I didn't get, yes, I can hear you now. I didn't get your last question.
Okay, so I asked, what legal or constitutional hurdles will need to be overcome during the creation of this state? What is the legal process of creating new states? And also, will it lead to legal disputes among these states?
Well, there will be no legal disputes among the states if states are to be created. But there are legal hurdles that must be crossed. Like what I said, first of all, is that members of the House of Reps and Senate of the particular region that need a state, you must have 2/3 majority of them voting in support of that creation of that state. Now, if you create that, if you succeed, in overcoming that first hurdle, then you now go to the National Assembly and present it to them. They will now have to get out that 2/3, as the case may be. The people of the area that want that state also, they have to also get 1/3 etc., as the case may be. Once you cross these three hurdles again, the most difficult one is that the 36 states houses of assembly, they must give their seal. That is, you must have to achieve 2/3 of 36, and 2/3 of 36 is about 24. So which means 24 states or thereabout, must accede to that request. If you get below that 24, it means that the state will not, the state creation will not fly. So these are legal hurdles as embedded in Section 8 of the 1999 Constitution. So it's it's about 3 pages. You have to adjust boundaries also. Before you create state, you have to adjust boundary. And adjustment of boundary is similar and akin to the conditions for creation of states. You do referendum here and there. And in Nigeria here, when issues of referendum are mentioned, I don't really know exactly how you can achieve a referendum. Who is going to conduct? Is it INEC that cannot conduct a credible and fair election, that will go and do a referendum on creation of state? Are we going to accept those results, brought about by INEC? For instance, if they were to create or do that referendum These are things and questions that must be asked. And until we answer those questions, I believe that creation of, states in Nigeria is going to be like the proverbial, camel's head passing through the eye of the needle. In fact, I would say elephant's head passing through the eye of the needle. And I believe, and I know exactly what I'm talking about. That is why no particular civilian government or dispensation has created one state successfully because of these particular processes involved in creation of state. So I don't know how this particular government is going to circumvent, Section 8 of the 1999 Constitution by creating, even one state anytime from now. It's all political gimmick. Now, if you look at those who went to town to begin to say they need more states, they have now become very popular. They are now popular in their region and in their zones, and they are not doing this because of the next election. That is why they are sensitizing their people, and the people will now feel that truly they are representing them well. That is why the proponents are, having their trumpets be blown right now. So, but for me, I don't think it will be possible. But finally on this, if any state is to be created, the only one I give my seal to, my own opinion, is that one more state should be created for the Southeast. Southeast has 5 states. South has 6. Southwest 6. I think Northeast have about 7 states. So this imbalance, is what I have been clamoring for, that let the Southeast have 1 state. At least we now have that reduced minimum of 6 states for each of the zone. Let it be the only Northeast that has 7 states, as the case may be. So Southeast need a state. But how that would be possible, I cannot, ferret, conjectures, as the case may be right now.
I think the general public will react to this new development of the creation of 31 states in Nigeria?
Well, the general public right now, apart from those people who are clamoring for states to be created for their region, I don't think we are even in Lagos, where I am right now. If you ask anybody, any average Nigerian citizen, he does not even know anything they're talking about. He will tell you that, well, if they want to create state, that is their business. You see, there's this apathy, between the common man on the street and government and whatever they do. They say they want to, not even us. So they refer to government as they see government as a different entity from the citizenry. And nobody is enthusiastic about creation of state. Because when we did a Vox Pop the other day, I asked some questions. People asked me, said, I want to ask you, states that were created the last time, how are they faring? How have they united the people in the area? How has development come by virtue of the creation of the state? Have the governors changed? Are they not still embezzling the money given to them? Is there no poverty in the new states created? So these are things, so many married or questions Nigerians are asking. And I believe that these are valid questions. So the ordinary citizen on the street does not even care. What is concerned about is employment. He's concerned about how to fight hunger. He's concerned about how to train his kids in school. He's concerned about how to pay his house rent. In Nigeria right now, a 2-bedroom apartment, you know how much it costs in any part of Nigeria. It runs into millions. These are the problems affecting Nigerians that has overweighed, this enthusiasm for creation of new states. And Nigerians are not really happy about that. They are nonplussed. Let me use the word, they are nonplussed. They don't care. They will tell you that is their own business. If you like create 30 states or 50 states, you don't solve the problem of poverty in Nigeria. So it's like that. It's just there. So it's simple and short.
There was something you spoke to. You spoke to creation of states and this proportionate allocation of states based on geopolitical zones. And you actually mentioned a number of states in the east compared to the north. They are a little bit disproportionate. Now, for the sake of equity, do you feel that there is actually need for creation of new states? Maybe not as much as 31, but is there need for the sake of equity and new states are created to create some sort of balance within the political zones in Nigeria, and then speak to the processes that lawmakers and interested parties can take, the routes they can take to ensure that maybe these states are created, regardless of the fact that creating new states in a civilian regime is difficult based on the provisions of the constitution. But because of equity, do we need new states in certain geopolitical zones, and what is the way forward?
Yes, for equity, for the sake of equity, equitable distribution, we need a new state in the southeast. That is the only particular zone that I believe that a state should be created for. Because if you look at I don't know how they arrive at the mathematical equation, where Southeast, has the lowest number of states. They have 5 states. And the minimum states other zones have is 6. Northeast, they have 7. Now, the question I've asked is that why should Southeast have just 5 states? Why not put it to the reducible minimum is 6 states per zone? So if Southeast has 5, then you have to create one more state for equity, for equitable distribution's sake. Create one more state in the Southeast to have that balance of 6 states and maybe one region that is having 7 states. And now, I am saying this based on law. I'm saying this based on our constitution. If you go to section 14 sub 3 of the 1999 constitution, read it down. It says that whenever issues of this nature come out, whosoever that is outside or has the authority to do this, either it's appointment, creation, etc., as the case may be, must put equity and fairness and equitable distribution in place. So if you negate section 14.3, I wonder exactly what kind of democracy we are practicing. So that is what I am looking at. I'm saying that let the Southeast have one more state. And that should be the clamor for all good-natured people and people with conscience, is that if they are listening to us, the Southeast deserve another state. And it should be given to them, not through this laborious process. Even though you want to move, use Section 8 of the 1999 Constitution, as the case may be, what needs to be done is that members from the southeastern region that are in the National Assembly, they should employ the political tool called lobbying. That is, you can lobby your fellow lawmakers and tell them the need why the Southeast, deserves one more state to balance the equation, as we use the word here in Nigeria. You can lobby them. Lobbying is allowed in the legislature. You can also go out and lobby the houses of assemblies in the 36 states of Nigeria, trying to tell them the reason why the Southeast is desirous of having one more state created for it. You can lobby. You go around the country, sensitize them, talk to the governors, talk to the House of Assembly members of the various 36 states, and see if they can, listen to your voice and make it easier for you to fulfill Section 8 of the conditions set out for creation of state in Section 8 of the 1999 Constitution. If you don't do this lobbying, then it means that you only can call for an amendment of Section 8 to make it very easy for state creation. But that is a difficult one also. If you want to amend that Section 8, it's just like creating a new state. So the best thing I advise them to do, those who want state, for instance, those from the Southeast, let them go on a voyage of lobbying. They can go to the governors, go to the speakers of the various House of Assemblies in Nigeria, and tell them the reason why they believe that the Southeast need one more state. Lobby them. try and curry their favor, for them to support and give you a seamless passage, based on conditions in Section 8 of the 1999 Constitution. It's done everywhere. It's done everywhere. That is the situation. So I encourage them to do that. I encourage them.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, I can hear you very well.
Okay, some critics might see the creation of 31 states as a political strategy, to get more support from a particular ethnic group or from a particular region. Do you see this development as a political motivation behind, do you feel there's a political motivation behind the creation of these states?
There is a political motivation behind the creation of states. Yes, I agree. The philosophical motivation is lacking, especially from those on the Southeast. I am of the opinion that if truly, those on the Southeast, like the man that moved that motion, Ugochinyere, he plays to the gallery. A lot of people don't take him seriously because he plays this politics that Uzeribe played, transactional politics. So when he moved that motion in the House of Reps, many of us did not take him seriously. We were thinking that, Senator Abari Beyinaya should have spearheaded this. He is taking more seriously. You have some other senators from the Southeast or reps that people respect. So when we see those of them come out, we know that there's a philosophy behind the drive for the creation of a state. But when a man like Ugochinyere comes out to begin to clamor, we see it as being, because he's a transactional politician, he's playing politics, with the creation. And many people might not take him very seriously when it comes to that. That is the situation. So most of them are playing politics with this. They want to believe and use that as a political tool to hoodwink and curry support for votes in 2027. Politicians are planning already for 2027. Many of them want to be governors of their states. Many of them want to come back to the National Assembly. And most of them will look at it and say, I am the one that spearheaded, the creation. He will now use it, even though it paid, I tried my best. He will now use it to now begin to whip up sentiments. And he believes that people will be voting for him in the next election based on, what he think or thought he had done before now. So politics is involved. Although politics in Nigeria is local, we agree. But many of those who are clamoring, I do not see any zeal or zest or philosophy, behind the agitation rather than political suasion.
This particular development will strengthen or weaken political stability in Nigeria.
Well, the particular development ought to have strengthened, the political equation or political ecosystem in Nigeria. But as it is, a lot of people now are not even happy what is going on. So it's not even going to strengthen, whatever is going on in Nigeria. Rather, it's going to create a divide and going to be arguments here and there. I don't think it's going to strengthen any issue here based on, Nigeria as a nation, being one together.
Let's take this conversation from a different perspective. This proposal from the House of Representatives Committee on Review of the Constitution, 1999 Constitution, that is, it actually came on the heels of the tax reforms proposal too. Now, do you think the motivation for this proposal has something to do with the tax reforms? Maybe it will serve some sort of purpose to certain states, in some geopolitical zones of Nigeria. Do you think there's any connection between this proposal and the tax reforms proposal?
Well, in my own opinion, I don't think so. I don't know the connect. I don't know the connect, because creation of states, I don't think it is going to affect negatively or positively the tax reforms, proposals by by the government. So there is no connect, in my opinion, in this. It's just the normal, political eruptions, on the eve of every Nigerian cycle of election, 4 years. Politicians always look for ways to heat up the polity or to make some inroads and gains in preparation for the next election. But I don't see a connect with the tax reforms. Well, in my own opinion, there's no connect for me there. Simply as that.
Barrister Asim Adams, for your insights. Thank you for joining us this morning, and that will be the end of this interview and conversation on the proposal for creation of 31 new states. Do stay with us. New Day continues right after this break.
Every second,
thank you very
every
much.
minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We
we have taken the bull by the horn.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Eliminate alcohol in the society like Nigeria, you understand? So the alcohol of a thing, I don't really know, but there are things that why would they even put the Nigeria inflation is not in a balance that somebody will just go to bed without alcohol. You get me right? You will not sleep well. You won't sleep well. Are you with me? Some of us these days if our eyes are not dirty, we cannot sleep. But based on the situation we are facing today, like me in person, if I should go to my bed without the content of small alcohol, I cannot sleep. You got me right? I don't really know if when Nigeria fix our situation, we would divert from alcohol and be eating our food.
Cancer is not minor disease that someone can take for granted. So having linked the alcohol, having linked to the cause of cancer and the rest of it, my advice to those taking alcohol would be that there should be a minimal intake of alcohol, not excessive. And for those that are addicted to it, there will be a kind of sensitization towards it, so that when someone is addicted to something, stopping it entirely will be very difficult. So when sensitization comes in, the sensitization will basically focus on minimizing it, the intake now. And it's also good to sensitize those that have not embarked on taking alcohol or that are not been addicted to taking alcohol. So all I can suggest is proper and thorough sensitization towards the effects or the consequences of alcohol, or taking alcohol, or too much of alcohol intake that regards or leading to the cancer problem. I think with that can minimize the rapid increase of cancer.
Normally, alcohol is not that bad, but much of it is bad. So you have to. Alcohol is good for the body in some certain circumstances, but don't take much of it. It's a risk, though. But there are alcohol that is also nutrient. It's a nutrient to the body. For stress, sometimes you need it. Though don't take much of it. That is all.
Honestly speaking, we have to see how we can incorporate, or should I say, have a lot of rehabilitation centers, and then also try to see how we can cancel all this ethanol, all this rubber drinks on the streets. Let's see how we can take them off the streets. It's affecting, and we should do it now. We shouldn't wait for any time. We should do it now.
It has caused a lot of harm than good. So some people will say that they are taking it because of the situation, they find themselves, and maybe the environment is not conducive enough. People due to loss of job and all that, and some other frustrated issues. But the truth is that alcohol has never been a remedy to any issue. Yeah, and also once you continue taking alcohol due to a problem, it increases it. It doesn't reduce it. So my response to it is that, in fact, it's better to mitigate the use of alcohol entirely. And once that happens, people will begin to find solution to their immediate problem other than running to a shop or a bar to get alcohol.
The awareness session brought together students, management and staff, as well as medical experts, to emphasize the need to accelerate actions against FGM. Mrs. Mba, who was represented by ENUGU, wife of the Speaker of the ENUGU State House of Assembly, called for more collective action and strengthening of alliances to eradicate the harmful practice. She reaffirmed her commitment to ending the barbaric practice in the state through her pet project, Custos Care Foundation, through which she has initiated and supported various programs aimed at empowering women, children, and youth.
The responsibility is ours as parents, educators, citizens to make sure that the next generation of women grow up free from violence, free from harm, and free from living their life to the fullest. To all the survivors of FGM here today, I want you to know that you are not alone. Your strength, courage, and resilience inspire us all. We are with you in the fight.
A lecturer and consultant obstetrician and gynecologist, Dr. Nevo Obiora, highlighted some of the risks and consequences associated with female genital mutilation.
Very bad scar there. That one thing against disqualification, if you look at that person, you were wrong. Very disfiguring kind of scar. What of the brain of that confined area. And then when you cannot get in there, you cannot get children, fertility will be the next thing that follows you. So, that is just to mention that what is involved. Very difficult psychological trauma, because when this girl comes out and you realize that this is what happening, it's not like all other girls are having. You are going to dampen her ego.
The Deputy Rector of IMT, Francis Ejim, and Senior Special Assistant to the Governor's wife, Chidinma Egono, outlined the benefits of proper enlightenment and awareness, particularly for the younger generation.
So starting it here, I want to tell you that before evening, this training must have gone viral. Because we are going to flood every Facebook, Twitter, X account with the wonderful information and message we are getting today. And after this, get ready to educate your sisters. In the hostel, extend this wonderful message. In your entry joint, extend the wonderful message. Your sisters in the family, extend this wonderful message. And to your parents, extend it. Now, when you get married, nobody should tell you not to remember today's message. Because you are now going to be a wonderful ambassador.
I've made an impact so far so good. Because globally, when you talk about this generation, the practice has somehow come down compared to the past generation because of this constant advocacy. And while talking there, you notice that some girls, they have had some lectures pertaining to art, and we can attest, as they being the future mothers, the future generation, that when they have their own children, they are not going to practice that. And they are going to help advocate to the people in the villages, to their mothers, to stop this art.
Some of the students shared their opinions on female genital mutilation.
We are meant to understand today that it is totally wrong. Medically, it is totally wrong. So that idea should stop. The belief should be disqualified. There is no such like that. Okay? Medically, the girls, the females, we are not meant to be circumcised. It's just the male that are meant to be circumcised, not the female. It's disrupting a lot. It's causing a lot of damages. So it's not advisable. That's what I learned today. And with this knowledge, I can be able to tell others and my students as well.
The event that was being held today in our school, I am very much grateful about it, and for the people that brought the idea to host it here. And I feel so excited, like the way I am right now, that even to the extent that when I go to the hostels, I can be able to tell the people in there about what I learned today.
Of the success, and I learned a lot from the program. Like, this meant to be something that should be educated among females, whether married or single.
As the world unites to condemn female genital mutilation, there are calls to encourage girls who experience the unlawful practice to speak out. Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
Welcome back, and this is New Day. If you're just joining us, we had a wonderful discourse with Barrister Asim Adams, a legal practitioner, and we talked about the NAS deliberation on creating of 31 states in Nigeria. If you're just joining us, do well to go through our social media platforms to engage on the discussions. Don't forget to like, share, and leave a comment on the post. And don't forget that we are on all social media platforms. We're on Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, X, YouTube. Don't forget to subscribe and stay tuned to always catch every update on our from our station, Signature TV. My name is Quincy Roland, and New Day continues. Of course, I didn't do this alone. I am with the wonderful
I'm Chigi Chagram. Thank you so much for staying with us, and from all of us from Signature TV and ENUGU Station. Goodbye for now. It's quite interesting that social media, which has become a global platform for connecting and, of course, communicating, can be a potential tool or platform for terrorism. An intersection between those two are quite disheartening and something worthy of concern. So we're going to be talking about social media and terrorism today in the studio on New Day. And we'll have someone join us to explain some of the nitty-gritty we need to know and understand about social media and terrorism. She is Dr. Chinyene Chidima. She is an analyst, data analyst, and she's here in the studio to explain some of the things that we need to know about social media and terrorism. Dr. Chidima, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
How are you this morning?
I'm fine.
I can see that.
Yeah.
I also appreciate the gap in between you.
Thank you. I want to correct something. I'm not
Okay.
a doctor yet.
Okay,
Yeah.
but you're well on your way. Congratulations in advance, by
Thank
the
you.
way.
Thank you.
So you're a data analyst.
Yes.
So we're not geeks, you are, right? So there are some of the things that we'll be asking you to find out, to have in-depth understanding of the subject matter, right? So tell me, social media, everybody is on social media.
Yes.
Old, young, everybody is on social media.
Yeah.
At one point, in using some of these platforms, will it start turning towards terrorism? I'll give you a background. Recently, there's a lady in Canada that the Nigerian government has actually written to Canada to have the lady arrested because of certain inflammatory, statements she made on social media, right? So at what point can someone say, okay, so this is tending towards terrorism, regardless of the fact that you're exploring your ability to communicate, right?
Yeah.
Yes. At what point does it begin to tend towards terrorism?
First of all, like, there is what my mom always said, like, that she always tell me that I have a freedom of speech, not under her roof. So, like,
she's wise.
Yes. You do generally. You should have, everything has limits. You should know where to, like, stop and where to continue.
Okay.
Because so many people now, they feel because they have phones, they can do blasphemy and they will just go scot-free and all that. So, concerning social media particularly, we should know, like, what to put out there, how to, like, position our words, how to position our information, so that it's not, like, misinform others. Or if you say yes on social media, it should be yes. You should not say yes and mean no.
Okay.
So just know how to position your information. And
okay, so in your experience and expertise, right, how would you explain the trend? Because it's no news that terrorist groups and individuals, they use social media to, propagate their agenda.
Yes.
So what is your experience, right? What is the trend? You understand? When you work as a data analyst and you say, okay, so this group is tending towards, we're not just talking individuals, we're saying, okay, they are not coming out full to say what they were, but this is tending towards terrorism, given your, experience.
Most of them now, they even come out openly to say what they want. Like,
true.
There are so many examples online. Like, I've worked on so many data where, like, you'll be reasoning, why is this person saying such a thing? And on the other hand, sometimes we are the one portraying ourselves to those terrorists also.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, terrorists can be, it's not just when you have gun and you're in Sahara Desert or Boko Haram or that kidnappers are terrorists. Like, someone now, we should, like, learn how to live. It's not as if.
Okay, so what you're trying to say is that it's not the well-known organized terrorist groups, like individuals or a group of a social group can also trigger terrorism
just like
agenda.
As I'm coming here now, hey, I'm going to signature, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
I don't have anything. I'm just still growing. In fact, I'm in my early 20s. But still, someone who don't like me might go and block me at the junction there and maybe harm me or something. So most times, like, if you are making a movement, if you are going from here to like from this point A to point B, you should not always, like, post your movements and all that. Like post, okay, this is where I am. Oh, Wendy,
yeah.
Yes. Okay, the other time I was going to Nsuka to see my mom, the driver was telling us that an hour ago they kidnapped someone at this same spot. How did those kidnappers know? If not that maybe the man or the person that they kidnapped posted or told someone, like you should know the level of exposed or something.
Exposure.
That you,
Okay, so what you're trying to say is we tend to view this topic from a very lofty point of view.
Yes.
So you're saying, okay, from where
you
are, you should limit the amount of information you put out there. Yeah. Wow, interesting. Okay.
Even if you must put out the information, let's like as I'm coming here now, nobody knew I'm here apart from my friend that came with me. Maybe when I'm at home, I'll be like, hey, I went to signature, blah blah blah. Then nobody, if you are looking for me at this road, they won't see me. I'm at home already. Nobody say you shouldn't post, but not like every time, like at the point of that thing happening, you are posting and people are not wise.
Okay, so let's talk full-blown terrorism, organized terrorism. Yes. You mentioned something here that then you said based on the data you analyze. Can you tell us how you work with data to identify terrorist groups?
Well, you know, working with data, it's like, it's a confidential.
I understand.
Yes. But this is like a situation whereby they might, let me just use a scenario. I don't want to talk about the data I worked with. Yeah. Let me use a scenario. Maybe a police or maybe like the agents might just like give you this name, give you this name, give you this name, give you so names. Okay, they're working towards like finding out who did so thing. Even if as a data analyst, I might not be able to like find out who is the particular person that did the thing, but I will have an informed, like I will help them make an informed decision in finding out the core suspect. You know, we are all suspects unless we are found guilty.
We're actually innocent until we're proven guilty.
Yes. So I will help them like narrow it down to, okay, I think this Mr. Chukwudi is who my analysis process is pointing to. Maybe you should interrogate him more or something. So I don't want to like go into details of what I did about.
So I understand that.
Yes.
So let's go into the different platforms that we have. We have YouTube. Yes. It's difficult to keep up with new ones coming out every day. Now, which of the platforms do you feel terrorists actually leverage on more?
I think Facebook.
Why would you think it's Facebook?
I don't know.
Because I have a different answer to that question.
I don't like.
No, you're an analyst. You have to have your reason.
Somehow, I'm not a Facebook person. Generally, I'm not an internet person.
Wow.
Yes. I celebrate my birthdays by posting myself. That's me for that. But I think, I don't know, like, Facebook to me is like a wet, like everybody comes, like, it's not filtered. I don't just know, but I just think it's Facebook.
However, some people will feel Twitter should be the platform where most inflammatory statements.
You still get your gbasgbos in Twitter, but you don't get gbasgbos in Facebook.
Okay, so assuming a terrorist group, and this is me being, what's the word, hypothetical, right? A terrorist group XYZ wants to propagate an agenda. Which of the platforms do you think they will go for?
It depends on who they are targeting on.
Okay.
Their target audience.
Okay.
You know, you can't, you don't want, if you want to target young people like me, don't go to radio stations.
Okay.
That's the thing.
Okay.
So it depends on
who your
target audience is. So.
It makes sense.
Yes.
Okay, so what do you think the government is doing actually to curb this? Because it seems as if it's turning into a menace of some sort. So as a data analyst, or rather scratch that, we'll get to the government very soon. Are there inbuilt algorithms, right, that will flag down inflammatory statements or posts that might lead to terrorism? I mean, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube,
That are there some things you post and they'll flag it down and say, no, for example, nudity.
Yes.
Although tech guys know their way around it. I mean, netizens, they have their way around it. But are they inbuilt regulatory mechanisms that will flag down, inflammatory posts?
Just like I said, I'm not a post type or something.
Yeah, but you're a data
I'm
analyst.
a data analyst.
Yes.
So in terms of that, like me, if I had been on a post, like I used to post something, there are some things that if I post, just like, okay, if you want to post something like maybe nudity or blood like on Twitter, Instagram, is it that you write that are sensitive posts or they blow it?
Okay.
Yes.
Cool.
Even without doing that, if you don't do it, they will take it down. They might even end up blocking your account or like taking out your account entirely from you. So common sense should tell us what to post and not what to post.
Okay, so I'm not sure the government is trusting our common sense. So are there regulatory policies? Okay, so let me just give you this background story. You know of PDOM Nigeria? Okay, PDOM is this Twitter account, 99% oppressed. He has been anonymous. Nobody knows his face, who he is. But recently, Nigerian government actually cracked down on him and had him arrested, right? So my question to you is, are there regulations that government has put in place to ensure that people don't go beyond their limit in social media, right? So that if they break it, government will boldly say, okay, you broke our rules, therefore we are coming for you. Why I ask this question is because it will help someone listening to us know their limits.
Yes.
Yeah. So are there government regulations to, curtail, this trend?
No, there are no regulations that I know.
Okay.
But just like the first thing I told you when I entered here, my mom will tell you that your freedom of speech is at the gate. I don't know if you get it.
Yes.
So this country is a good, like, it's a very good country. Like, it's a good country. We all know that. So we shouldn't do something that will like implicate us and something. Imagine the government going after peaceful protesters that protested just this last month. How much more you doing something intriguing? So we should just all calm down. And if governments should, like, if they really want to be going after people, say spill the tea. Tell us what you want us to post, what you don't want us to post. Just like I heard that Taliban or something, that they've restricted women from speaking in the public. Now, a woman, they will know that if I speak in the public, I might get punished. You get? So if governments know that they want to be picking people, they should bring it out. Like, okay, if you touch this cup on social media, I'm coming for you.
Yeah, but then you know that there's also freedom of speech, right? People have the liberty to say their mind, at least try not to be, antagonistic to a particular level. You have the right to say your mind. And of course, most importantly, Gen Zs, they feel social media is actually the platform for them to express their minds. Like you rightly said, radio is not for you, right? Okay, so let's talk predictive analysis, because I'm looking at you, you're a data analyst, and I'm thinking computers, working console, you're tracking trends, graphs, and things like that. Are you able in your practice to track a terrorism trend from social media?
If I'm giving you the data, yeah, I will.
Okay, if you're given the data.
Yeah.
Okay, so how does that work really? Just walk us through how it works.
Okay, let me use the one I just submitted recently. Okay. It's not about terrorism or anything. It's about agriculture.
Okay.
I just gave a report on an Indian agricultural process from 1997 to 2015. Now, how they gathered that information? Recently they're going to agricultural, our ministry recently to go and get
Ministry of Agriculture
to go and get fertilizers now.
Okay.
How do you think they got the information? Maybe they'll come, okay, then our phone, Commissioner Chainya, so thing. It's being recorded. If I can track down what those people are doing with those fertilizers, with those informations, because you have to get a message or they will have to call you on the phone, come to Ministry of Agriculture to get fertilizer. So most times, all these things to register, like register this online, register that online, even your Netflix is a data set.
Wow. Wow.
Even buying things from Alibaba, AliExpress. Why do you think that if you go to AliExpress and maybe you checked out this cup, you didn't buy it though? You just scrolled. You checked it out. You even added it to cart and you moved it. And all of a sudden you went to Instagram and they're bringing that same cup to you. Have you imagined it? So all those things are data.
I think it works with social media generally.
Generally.
Yeah, the first thing that pops up when you open your social media platform is something you always
do.
Wow.
Even without like doing that in that particular platform. Remember, AliExpress is a different platform. But you check this cup out on AliExpress and you're coming to Instagram to see it. Try it. All those things are data. So gathering information is not really that hard.
Okay, so you've talked about agric, gathering information for agric. Usually on Twitter, there's something called Twitter Space, where people gather to say their mind, talk, virtually. As a data analyst, do you feel that, because in some of those conversations, they say insightful and very inflammatory things there. So as a data analyst, assuming you work for the government, what would be your role in, trying to track, that conversation online? And do you even have the rights
to
track it?
Well, you just said if I'm working for the government has right over.
No, I need your imagination to come to play now.
Okay.
All right. You're not, most of these things we are saying, we are being hypothetical.
Yes.
So just come from that point of view.
If like the Twitter space you said, if they're saying some things, anything you say online, whether good or bad, will be held against you. Okay. Online doesn't forget.
Okay.
It might be like the next whatever that they will track you down. But if I mean to track you down, I will, and I know how to do it.
Can you give us an overview? Yeah.
It's all these things.
No, don't be specific. Just
I can go to Kegel and get Twitter data sets.
Please say that again. Kegel. Is that an app or a site?
A website.
Okay, what does it do?
That's basically where you pay to get confidential data sets.
You pay?
Yes.
Wow.
If I want to get just like Netflix, if I want to get Netflix data set, do you think they will just give it to you like that? They won't.
Is that not illegal in some way?
No. It's an official app. It's not illegal.
Okay.
You are paying those people to work with their data sets.
Okay.
You are even going to tell them, okay, this is what
you want
my
to do
aim
with this.
is. Yes. That was how they were able to give me that Indian data set to work with, and I've already given the reports.
You paid in naira, you paid in dollars?
No, the people that wanted it paid.
Okay.
I just did the job and
sent
it back to them.
Oh, wow. Okay, so I'm also thinking in my mind, if you work for the government and you work for, I'm thinking of how to fix it. Okay, so we watch a lot of American movies, all right? And you find out that there are these guys, these tech guys, that work on the ground, right? Your job is to, get this secret information for national security. Now, how robust is this arrangement? Are you aware? Do you have colleagues that work for the government in that space?
I don't have anybody that works for government in that space, but the arrangement. Like in those American movies, you only see one or two persons.
Okay.
Like you only see like one or two persons, like the ones that are the real LBIs. The other people working underground.
Okay. Yes.
The other people working underground. The other people like using AI to track down even the kind of water you took, why you took that water.
Wow, and we're talking here in Nigeria.
So if Nigeria mean business, like if they mean it,
you know,
they only arrest like people that they think they're coming. Like
it's interesting you're saying this because I've heard this from another quarter. It says Nigeria has the most sophisticated equipment to track down whomever
everybody
they want to. So
you don't want to find you here.
So
now.
my question to you: if you are probably recruited to track Boko Haram, how would you go about it?
Boko Haram?
Yes.
First of all, Boko Haram, that word alone is intriguing.
Okay, let's not.
All
Okay.
Nigerians.
Okay, so just to calm your spirits.
Okay.
So XYZ terrorists
okay.
just declared their agenda and their stand, and they have done one or two things in the country. You know, some one or two things that, are, of course, illegal and pose danger to the health and the lives of Nigerians. And the government is recruiting data analysts, and they said, "Come help us track these people."
The government is not recruiting the data analysts.
No. You're just part of the team.
Part of it.
Yes. So how would you go about it? Take us through the science of what are your requirements? How would you just go about it?
If I'm recruited, number one, first of all, I will have to work with the police.
Okay.
Because they have
analysts.
They have more information there than I do. Any police you see now has one or two things to tell you about Boko Haram. I do not have anything to say about Boko Haram other than the news I hear online. So a data analyst works with information. You need to feed us with information. We need to. I will keep on asking why this, why till I get to that point. I'm
like a root cause analysis.
Yes, I'll be like, okay, the Boko Haram, they picked this person. Where was the person when they picked him? Okay, what color of clothes was he wearing? Okay, does he have like any business with them? No. Okay, what about the relatives? No. Did he post anything on social media? No. The Boko Haram people, how did they get to his destination? I'll keep on asking questions. And as I'm asking, I'm writing down. I'm documenting them. Because anything you tell a data analyst, or anything you tell any analyst at all, in whatsoever field the person is, that is a great information. And it might be that, you gave a report of 1,000 sheets. And it's one word that the person is going to work with. Do you get? So I will just keep on asking whomever, the police, the government themselves, if I, by God's grace, get any of the terrorists, the XYZ person, I will use question and finish you. What did you eat this morning? Rice. Why did you eat rice?
Any question, any answer is relevant.
Why did you eat rice? Yeah, man, why did you eat Gary? Guys like Gary.
All right, Chidima. So we have been talking about social media as a tool for terrorism, right?
Yes.
Terrorism. So we have been trying to expose the fact that you can use social media to push a terrorist agenda. Now let's reverse the roles. How do you think social media can be used to curb or stop terrorism to a reasonable extent?
Terrorism to some extent is, to me, is inevitable, but it can be reduced. Yeah. Now, social media, you can, recently they're posting informations. They'll be just like the last time they did the protest, as early as 7, 8, I already saw a video of something happening at Imo State. That told me that you're not supposed to go anywhere. And my father told me that they're not cooking me. So social media will always in as much as they have a negative impact, they also have the positive one.
How can we push more of the social positive impact?
Educating people, sensitization through social media. It's not only coming to social media to shake bomb. You can always come out to say something, it must not be about terrorism. I'm a farmer also. You can always come to social media to okay, this is how I planted tomato, this is how I can process and pasteurize it for it to last longer. So social media is not only about My younger one, I used to tell them, it's not only about, you see, it's not only about shaking bomb on TikTok and all that.
You need to say that again so they can hear
It's not only about shaking bomb on TikTok. You can always like post. It's not even on terrorism. There is hunger. I just told you I'm a farmer, as young as I am. And I'm not ashamed to say it because I know that even if I'm not selling, at least I have something for myself for the meantime before the dry season comes. So social media, if we all use it rightly, even this TV, if we all use it rightly, we will reduce it. It will not be gone forever, but it will drastically drop.
All right.
It will drop. Let's like portray good informations. Okay, if something is happening, and let's investigate the information that you are posting. Somebody like my father will send you one video and tell you, see, you not able to me while I'm not buying something. My father does that. Hey, all these send to 100 persons. My father has it A1. He will send.
Yeah.
So I don't know myself, or I don't look up things. I'll be living in fear.
Yeah. All right, Chidima, what's the most profound experience you had working as a data analyst as regards maybe not full-blown terrorism, but something impending that is not so positive? Have you had any experience at all, no matter how remote, that you can share with us before we leave, because we are quickly running out of time?
Okay. I don't really have I don't really want to talk about it.
Well, you can give us an overview. You can just glean over it so that even if you gave us details, we wouldn't even understand. We are not tech savvy.
It's true news. So I don't really want to talk about. Let me talk about, like, there's another analysis that I did.
Okay.
It's for a new transport company that is coming up in ENUGU. It's called Oijemoto.
Okay. You have to pay us. You have to pay us. You have to pay us for this advert. No. You have to pay us first for this advert.
No worries. So
all right.
I've actually submitted the report. So they're working on it. We are looking at what to do differently to like outshine other transport,
to get ahead of your
companies. And there is another one that I'll be submitting maybe tomorrow or next on red oil packaging.
Okay.
Someone wants to start red oil package, just like they're packaging vegetable oil.
Okay.
Wants to start packaging red oil, and I've done the survey already. I'm already on the. I've done the analysis. I just want to give the report. So they want to know how people do people really want to buy red oil packaged?
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Chidima. It was such a pleasure having you sit here and discuss this. And being a woman, you should know I'm super proud of you.
Thank you.
So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Don't go anywhere. Don't forget, this is still Signature TV New Day. And head over to our social media platforms. Like, share, comment. Don't go anywhere. New Day continues after this short break.
You remember what happened when the president came in and removed subsidy? Though we've not gotten to that point. But all these things are accumulation of poor preparations. You see, if you are going into it, anybody that wants to drive will first of all learn to drive. If you want to do anything, you learn it. But in Nigeria, you learn by just name. And you run into the system. And when your car breaks down, you look for the best mechanic, not minding the tribe, not minding the religion. But Nigeria is sick. Nigeria is like a car with a lot of, but we keep on hiring the worst people on the basis of tribe and religion sentiments. How will it work? Look at NNPC. Even as we talk, we've been complaining that needs total overhauling. Because the people there do not show any sign, have the capacity to run the system. Even after removing fare subsidy, we've not gone out from. In fact, it's like we are fast running back to what we left before. You remember years back, we stopped experiencing queues in filling stations. Now it's coming back, and coming back with speed. As we talk, there is no PMS price in Nigeria. You cannot say that as I'm going in station A, I know how much it should be, or you are going to finish station B. No, once you go in, whatever you see, you buy. You can come in now and they will write, like when I was coming out, the filling station where I bought fare, 950 naira. Go to other states, it's 1,000 plus. And just like that. If I take it to be 1,950 naira now, I may enter another fuel station and see 1,100 or whatever. That is the way it has become. Even the Department of Petroleum.
Discussing the intersection between social media and terrorism. We have Joshua Okafor in the studio to further take us deeper into insights concerning these two seemingly, different realms of endeavor. Joshua Okafor is a sound engineer, and he is going to be our guest on this part of the segment of this discussion. Good morning, Joshua.
Good morning this morning.
How are you?
I'm very much well.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, so you're an engineer.
Yeah. Actually, anyway, the thing is that by training I'm a graduate of agriculture.
Wow.
But by technicality and the other learnings,
an engineer.
I learned
Can I tell you a fun fact?
Okay.
So the guest I had before now is trying to recall, an analyst, a data analyst, and she's also a farmer. And here you are, an engineer and also a farmer. Yeah. So what am I missing?
To start with, we all know what is at stake now. Generally, the whole world, hunger is a discussion on the table now. Because when you eat, you can think. If you don't have food, you can't think of every other thing. It's the first basic need of man.
Yeah, Maslow's hierarchy of
yes.
Yeah.
So it's after hunger, you talk about shelter and clothing.
Every other thing. So. Okay, so we've had a lot of discussion on on social media as a potential instrument or an instrument of terrorism, given what's happening across the globe. Recently, someone said something inflammatory all the way in Canada against a certain tribe in Nigeria, and an official had to write for her arrest over there in Canada. So it shows the potential of social media being a tool, to incite violence and terrorism. So we've had a lot of that discussion with my guest that just left the studio now. So my question to you now is, if there's a bad side of an issue, there's also usually a good side to an issue, right? In your thoughts, in your thinking, how do you think that social media can be used as a tool against terrorism? Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Like what you said now, something happened last time when someone in South Africa booked an Uber in Nigeria. You must have heard of the news.
Of course, it was everywhere.
Nigeria has now started booking, and there was a lot of issue online. So one thing about social media is a good thing, but like you said, whatever comes good side must come with its own negative side.
side.
So what you do is to weigh it, which one is better, you now take on. So social media, like you said, can be used to also cover terrorism, in as much as it can. People will mostly use it too for terrorist attack and other things. Because with social media now, especially something like GPS.
Please, what is GPS?
GPS is
are you talking about global positioning system?
Yes.
Okay.
Once you're online now.
Actually, for a moment, I thought GPS is a new social media platform.
No.
Okay.
Once you're online with your data is on and your phone is active, network, someone can easily, there is a way someone can easily track and know your location. You understand? So something like that now from social media too. As you are using it, there is a way you can be tracked and know where you are staying. So that even if someone, like you said now, last time was from South Africa, someone said something from, you said Canada, I think, and someone has to write for the person to be arrested. Because I saw that on social media, possibly they tracked the location of that person, verify the profile of the person online.
IP address and all that.
So that is why in social media now, when you want to open any new profile, they will ask you to put this details, so that possibly for anything, you can be traced, like your address or anything. So possibly they tracked all those things. I know that this social person is here. That's why they were able to move on to for the arrest.
Okay, so before I get to the role of, okay, so for me, I'm thinking the government has a role, all stakeholders, the government, the social media companies, they have their role, I believe, and then the people, they have their role. So let's start with the people. What are specific things that people need to do? Because we are here to enlighten people. Some people do this out of ignorance, but you know, ignorance is never an excuse. So you need to get informed. So let's talk about the people. What can people do? Because everybody has presence on social media. Yes. So what are the practical things that they can do to curb terrorism? Because, okay, let's forget Boko Haram and all the well-known organized terrorist groups. You know, there's cultism in secondary schools these days. So they could use social media to push their little agenda. So my question to you is, how can the people, the Gen Zs, the mothers, the fathers, how can they use the power in their hands in the form of social media to curb terrorism?
Okay, one thing I do tell people about social media is that it's a good thing, but most times, because maybe we just feel like we want to trend and want to post things, we don't verify information. It's one of the way we make things. If someone is looking up to me now, having seen me in the society, and I share something, the person may not have time to verify. We assume that since I shared that thing, it's acceptable, you understand? So it's very, very important that when we see any information in social media, we try as much as possible to verify that information. See where it's coming from. Don't just be in a haste to just share. You understand? Because once
Hold
you
that
do that,
thought, because when you say verify, nobody understands what you mean.
Okay,
so what is the one thing that you can do quickly to verify? Because it sounds as if you have to go to Night Mile to verify. What is one thing, just one thing?
Online, like someone can post a news of something that happened in Abuja now. You understand? You are not in Abuja. But instead of you to just share that without getting the full information about how it happened, you can use your Google and check other platforms.
Bingo.
Yes, that's one. Then again, if you are not sure of the information, you can say that this is alleged stuff, is a rumor. These are the words you can use so that anyone getting it will not conclude that
like
this
a
is
disclosure.
Just the way, yes, that this is just the way it happened. Because if you just share it that way, someone that knows you, know your capacity and your personality in the society can just say, this person posted it, that means it's true. Like in the world of football, there's one football analyst. Once he posts something, we know that he legit transfer news, everything. So I know such person will not just come and post something that will not be true, because he knows his credibility and his stand in the footballing society. So that is the thing. People most times just share for sharing sake. You see information, you don't even care to ask or even think about it. I do tell people, give information time. You must not share immediately. Digest it, analyze it.
I think
the urge is always there.
Yes, it's like an adrenaline thing. Let me be the first, the exclusive.
So that is the thing. So someone will just, even all this online scam, business scam, someone will say you pay 2,000 naira, you register and win it. That is how it starts. If I post it to a group that people know me very well, they cannot pay that 2,000 naira. Before you would realize that it's fake, they must have paid. Those people will make their money and go. then even if you are telling them that you are sorry when they have wasted their money. You have lost the trust they have in
So
you.
I hear you in verifying facts and videos and stories before pushing. What else can the people do to curb? Because we're not just talking full-blown terrorism, like I told you. There are other sorts of terrorism, all right, towards families, towards people, whatever, all right? So what other things aside
Then on social
verifying?
media too, like some time ago, something happened. So a guy invited 2 ladies, I think, to another state. The news came up that they killed the 2 ladies. It was online and stuff. And now nobody, they did not notify anybody of where they are going.
Where they were going.
You understand? So I think social media too is a good thing. If somebody is sending you a chat for anything, you can also forward to another person that you know very well for.
Joshua, I need you to do me a favor. Could you look into the camera and look into the camera.
Okay.
I need you to address the young people based on this second point.
So now, you are going for something. Like today, I was invited here. I don't know this place before. But I have to tell people that this is where I'm going. They say, okay, they know the place. They even gave me the direction, even with the Google map I was using to come. I tracked it. So, but most times, somebody may just be saying something online. You don't know the person for the first time. You just go. You're not involved in security.
Some could travel outside of a state.
The one I've forgotten the full story, but the person traveled from something like Riverline State, like me, Port Harcourt, to this eastern part, or I don't know the state again. They ended up being killed. It's when they were killed, they saw the body, they started analyzing and tracing what actually happened. They now saw the chart somehow. I don't know if it's from their phone or something. So they just went. No information. Nobody will know where they are going. They did not inform any security. Even their parents or guardian is not aware. They did not send any picture of even the person they are going to meet. With social media, it's very easy. If I'm chatting with you now, although what they do mostly online now is that if those scam people, how you know them is their profile most times. You look at their profile, they mostly use the profile of pictures of ladies. Depending on the scam they want to run. So that it will be something like subtle, maybe beautiful ladies or something. They may not look the exact picture. So you need to have verification. Most times, someone chat me on WhatsApp, tell me a name, I rush to Facebook. See if I can find a name and picture of so-so, if it's related to what the person is actually talking about. That is one point. Then there are some questions you ask somebody. Somebody called me last time. He's my brother from Canada that is doing this one. I quickly asked him, where are you from? Since you are my brother, you should know my state, you should know my village, you should know something about my area. He ended the call. That was the end of it. So these are the ways we need to be ready that scammers can get to us every time they chat me up on Facebook Messenger. But if you are so fast to just rush in, there are simple killing questions you ask the person, you know that you throw the person off balance. That is one. But when you just come online, someone, even in business or anything, you just rush and
you're just looking at the base. You're not looking at the
you are looking at what you are going to benefit from the benefit.
Picture.
Yeah. And they will come with something
enticing
and all that. So that is the thing. We need to learn how to be patient with social media. It's a serious, even this morning I have to delete one of the groups I manage on WhatsApp. Someone just posted something. As admin, I just deleted it. I don't even need to
inform
because the more you waste time, someone may pick it up and get to the wrong hand.
Absolutely.
So that is the thing. And you know, because of the level of education in our country, most people are not that educated like
they went to school, but they're not educated.
Or some did not go, like our mothers and our fathers now. So there is a way you do something. People can easily be misled with this social media of a thing.
True.
So that is just the thing.
True. You've elaborated so much on the role of the people, the ordinary people, and what to do. Now let's talk about these companies that own all of these platforms, Facebook, YouTube, whatever. Okay. What is their role in curbing terrorism?
Yeah, they play a significant role because one, they are the owner of the platform.
So they are liable in case something happens.
Because they should be able to track anything. Like even in Facebook, there are some things even this morning I was stopped from liking some picture, like reaction to post.
Why?
They told me that they just have to free me to protect the community or something for protective stuff. So maybe after some time,
They will allow you.
Maybe there's a why I liked, they thought is too much. Or something. So these are the measures. Then on Facebook too, you can easily report a post you felt is not following standard.
Okay.
If you report, like sometimes in Nigeria, one blogger came up and did something, people picked it up and started reporting the page. They brought the person's page down, stuff like that. So I think they have a role to play if you report such cases and they can verify it and see that it's true. There are some things you post on Facebook now with someone's song, that is a license right or something. They will bring the post down and tell you that you don't have the power to do stuff like that. So these are the regulation they put in place to monitor. But you know that all this regulation will not work very well if the people using the media, the platform, are not actually up and doing to be able to give report, for them to be able to pick it up and analyze and see if it's true or false.
Okay, so people will actually need to report.
Yes. That is the thing. They may not, there are so many people using the platform.
Okay, so being a social media user myself, I've come across some posts online that will tell you, okay, so this is a petition, sign this petition to do this and do that.
Yes.
Can someone actually start a petition against?
Yes, I'm even in a group, this amnesty, something, so I think.
Yeah. How does that work? Look us through how petitions work.
So I think
in bringing down some of these things.
Just like that now, somebody can pick it up, this is a problem he will write. They will now open a pool where people will come and react whether they are in support of what the person is saying or not.
How do you, I need you to take us through the nitty-gritty. How do you open that poll? I mean, where did you go to a website, or do you use an app? How do you go about it?
Yeah, I think there's I have not actually tried it. I've just joined. At times I see notification of petition that is going on that I should vote, that so and so is happening in this place. But I have not actually tried initiating any pool at all. So, but I believe there is like that amnesty something, this thing is a kind of app where you come in. If you see something like that, mainly they focus more on bad governance and everything, that these and these people are suffering in so country. Someone will pick it up, write that petition, other people will now follow up and vote. So I think in the end they will analyze the number of votes, and from there they take up action with it.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so let's talk. Okay, I had something in mind because I mentioned three stakeholders: the people, the government, and the companies. But before I get to the government, let's talk AI.
Okay,
AI is like the in thing now. In fact, AI is so popular now, it scares me somehow, because you could find AI to clone you where you just speak as though it is you and make inflammatory statements, right?
Yeah.
Where do we draw the line with AI?
This whole thing now boils down to being careful, because the more innovation comes, the more the negative side of it. So we need, if we are aware of that before it even comes, we know how to protect ourselves.
So how do we protect ourselves?
So like what you said now, somebody can clone your face with time.
And voice.
And your voice. So most times you hear of a recorded call. In the end, they will telling you that is doctored, that is not actually true. So you may be confused, but to some extent, there is sense in it that somebody can clone your voice, use it and make a call and form it that you are the one making that call, or even face. You understand? So, but in the end of everything, if we are careful, we not actually commit ourselves, you understand, into maybe showing something that we actually point out that we are actually the victim. It may be easier for you to trace it, analyze it. Like at times what they do in the voice is that they analyze the voice. There are people, they are specialists. They are specialists in that. They will put the voice in a particular app, analyze it. From the separation and the deductions they will make there, they will tell you that this thing was actually doctored. Maybe they will match up so many things to even make it up. They may not be just one straightforward conversation. They will bring from this place, cut and join. But with that analysis, they can be able to. But you know that all these things take time, resources.
Money.
You understand?
Yes.
So, and in our country now, with the current situation and everything, when such a thing happens, there may not be that time or that resources to start going through those rigorous process, and that is where the issue comes by. So I think you say that prevention is always better than care. Everybody should be very careful with your activities on the social media. Don't just expose yourself. Don't give out any vital information. unless needed. And if needed, you should know how needed it is, not just for one enticing offer. Send me your detail of this, the other one. Recently, something happened in my area. Someone claimed that someone used her account number to dupe another person, and the money entered her account. So she now went to, is it to withdraw the money or something? She was apprehended. They went to court. She was claiming that she's not aware of the whole thing. But the money is in your account. How
and
did
you
not
went
give,
to withdraw it.
How did you not give the person your account number? You see it. So that one was issued, though later they resolved and they paid back the person they duped and everything. But the person spent at least a month in the custody. So these are the issues there. Now he may be truly innocent. Maybe he did not have hand in that particular issue, but he have affected her business, her name. People will hear that she got involved in cybercrime and everything. She scammed somebody. There's a way people will be looking at her, even if she's innocent. And there may not be time to actually verify if she's innocent because of the resources involved, the energy, the time. So you see it now. But she actually agreed that she gave the person the account number. You understand? So the person now, so you see it now. And another thing is that they were not telling me, okay, take us to this person you gave the account number.
No way.
She couldn't give exact direction. It was online, they met. Did the thing, maybe promised her to give her a cut or something. Now the person noticed that the stuff have leaked. He left the whole thing on, he hung the whole bone on her neck.
Wow.
So that is the thing. So we have to be very careful. Although it's not easy, the country is hard, people are looking for a way to survive, and most times if you see any slight opportunity, you want to jump in and take it to be able to move on. But it's very important that we try to control ourselves to try and the best way to do it is to speak out. You see this, you ask someone near you, look at what I saw, what is your advice? Most times, all this scamming stuff, they will tell you, don't tell anybody. Someone chatted me last time and said, I have a business, I'll teach you. You're making 50,000 naira a week. You just give me, for your first win, you just give me 20,000 naira. Then you keep the rest, but don't tell anybody. I laughed. I told him, how will you be giving me this kind of business? He said, I should not tell. Let me invite other people now so that we join. The business will be big. Everybody making money. All of them will pay 20K to you in their first win. So the reason is that they will make it look as if they are helping you for not disclosing it. So that before you will be able to tell someone what actually happened, they are finished dealing with you. So that is the thing about all this stuff.
You know what the good book says, in the multitude of counsel, there is safety. So anytime anyone tells you, don't tell anyone, don't tell your mother, don't tell your father, don't tell your friends, my brother, run.
That is the thing.
All right. So moving on, Joshua, I want to ask you a fun question. Okay. Of all the platforms, social media platforms, which of them do you feel harbors a lot of inflammatory or insightful posts the most?
I will not actually be able to say that it's actually this particular one because it depends on the one you use the most. Like from Facebook now, I've seen people, so many of them, from Messenger, they will just chat you up, this and that, they did the other one, did the other one, business this. Then on WhatsApp too. So the thing is that it depends on your exposure to each of these platforms. Like I noticed that most times I see online courses, join this one, we teach you photography, we teach you the other one, you join. There are so many people in that group. Now, I notice that most times, once I...
Hi friends, how are you doing? How are you and yours doing today? It's a beautiful day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. Thank you for joining us. My name is Victor Chief Judge, and it is with great joy that I welcome you to Gospel Lounge on Signature TV. Please gather your friends and family together because we are certainly going to have a great show today. First of all, we're going to sing a song just to give God all the glory for all that He has done. It's a very simple Igbo song. Imela, Imela, Okaka, Onye Keruwa, Imela, Jesus, Imela. Ezemo join me now and sing Imela, oh Imela, Okaka Onekeruwa, Imela, Imela. Another simple song, we say, you've been faithful, Lord, hey, from the ages past. That is why your name, oh, your name is forever praised. One more time. You've been faithful, Lord. You've been faithful, Lord, from the ages past. That is why your name, oh, your name is forever praised. Dear Lord, we say thank you for all that you have done and the things you are doing right now and the things you will yet do. Thank you, Father. As our journey in life requires great caution, and this cannot be gotten if there is no sober reflection. When you reflect well, you will live well. Therefore, let us pay rapt attention in this segment as we reflect on God's Word, which has the capacity to make us better. I'll be right back shortly to continue this show with you.
Brothers and sisters, today we celebrate the Sunday of the Word of God. Pope Francis invites us on this Sunday to reflect on what the Word of God means to us. Do you read your Bible? I know that sometimes Protestants accuse us Catholics that we don't read the Bible. But that's not true. Because the Word of God is Jesus Christ, the one who came to save us. The Word of God is at the heart of everything that we do. The Word became flesh and dwelt among us. But do you read your Bible? Do you find time to pray the Bible? Do you find time to listen to the Word of God? It is the best book to read, the Bible. And then the readings today, the first reading, as well as the Gospel, shows us what the Word of God truly is. In the first reading, the people had returned from exile. And as they came into the city, Jerusalem, just by the gates of the city, they gathered, watching as the people did the ruins of their homeland, utterly devastated. But they prayed, they listened to the word of God, proclaimed to them by the prophet Ezra, the priest Ezra. The text says that after the people had listened to the word of God, they began to cry. What made them cry? Perhaps as they watched the ruins of their city, as they listened to the promises of God in the book of the law, the covenant, and as they remembered how they broke the commandments of God and how they suffered in their suffering, their pain, their devastation, but also as they were comforted by the promises of God, who had brought them back from exile and who promised them of a new day, of better days, of a new beginning. So it could be that they were crying tears of joy about the restoration that was about to begin, tears of sorrow about the failings of their ancestors and their own failings, even tears of anxiety about how they can rebuild. But the priest Ezra and their leader Nehemiah assures them God is always true to God's word. The promises of God will come to pass. The joy of the Lord should be your strength. So even though you have not seen the realization of the promises, they say to the people, begin to rejoice, to feel deep within your heart the certainty and the assurance and the courage and the hope that God will restore the city. God will restore your fortune. And these ruins that you see will be turned into flourishing cities, peaceful cities, and cities where God's people will flourish. And in the gospel, we see Jesus comes into the synagogue and they handed him over the scroll. He read from the prophet Isaiah, chapter 61, verse 1 to 2. Now, Isaiah chapters 40 to 64 are in some traditions called the Jubilee texts, because in these passages, a section of which the Lord read today and we heard today, God speaks about liberation of the exiles, the same people that we heard about their condition in the first reading. God speaks of new days, of new beginning. God speaks to the people of restoration. God speaks to them of a brighter and better future. Those words Jesus spoke today when he read from the scroll of the prophet Isaiah. And then he inserted a passage from Isaiah 58 verse 6 and following that talks about liberating God's people. So this year is a year of Jubilee. And when we talk about the liberation of God's people, it goes back to the Jubilee tradition that we find in Leviticus. Leviticus chapter 25. And Jesus says that his mission is to proclaim good news to the poor, sight to the blind, liberty to those who are held in captivity, to announce the Jubilee year of the Lord. Jesus is our Jubilee. In him is the restoration of creation. Jesus is our new life. In him is the restoration of whatever is damaged, destroyed, and decaying. Jesus is our hope. In him lies fully the promises of God. And he says to his audience, brothers and sisters, these words are being fulfilled as you listen. We need to enter deeper into the Word of God, especially as we journey this year with St. Luke. St. Luke's Gospel, as we see in the introduction today, that is the first part of the Gospel, where the writer of St. Luke tells us why he wrote the Gospel, how he wrote it, and the message of the Gospel. It is so that you will believe. What is it that troubles your mind today? For the world today, indeed, we are like the people that heard the word in the first reading, as well as those who heard the word in the Gospel. We look around us, the devastation in our world, the wars, people who are returning to their homes after the devastation of the war in Gaza, in Lebanon, or people today in Congo who are troubled in Goma as rebels from M25 surround them. Thousands of people fleeing their homes in Sudan, in South Sudan, in northern Nigeria, and in many parts of the world. What is the Jubilee to them? What is the message of liberation from Jesus to all of us? I think that this year of Jubilee invites us, brothers and sisters, especially on this Sunday devoted to the Word of God, invites each and every one of us to think of where our lives are in ruins, like the people in the first reading, and how we can allow Jesus to come in and do for us what he promises to do and what he always does for those who welcome the word and those who say yes to God, to restore us, to heal us, to liberate us, to bless us, to sanctify us, and to take us to that future which God alone knows. So let us celebrate this Jubilee with faith, with prayer, and with openness and trust in divine providence.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the move by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
right, you're welcome back from that reflection, and I know you were blessed by that session. Please receive and do the needful with what you have heard. Thank you for joining us. If you're just joining us now, this is Gospel Lounge on Signature TV. We have something very important to discuss with my guest today. Is a very critical matter. All right, just by way of introduction, you see, the new year opened up beautifully with great energy and hopes for a blossom in life and experience. However, the unfortunate story is making the rounds now on social media about the gruesome murders and hordes of people raise very disturbing concern, and it doesn't seem to stop. Now, our conversation today will center around marriage, okay? Its purpose as proposed by God, the designer. We will also explore why or the reason behind these unfortunate events and how to curb them. To discuss this issue with me today in the studio, I have Barrister Nnenna Nozie, a great woman with an outstanding portfolio, to mention but a few. A passionate advocate for women empowerment and development in all facets of life, seeing that they are given their rightful privileges as designed by God. Also, of course, I have Pastor Lemi Jonathan, an amazing author, editor, and relationship coach with great experience and visible results in relationship and family life. Friends, help me make welcome to Gospel Lounge this great man. Thank you for joining us today. I am so grateful to have you again. Thank you.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure being
All right. Is just like I said in the introduction, the year opened up very beautifully. Until lately, wahala everywhere. People killing themselves, and what's your assessment? Let me start with you, Pastor Lemi Jonathan. What's your assessment about all this? What is going on?
Well, for me, I think it's an act of transfer of aggression.
Okay.
A lot of people are aggrieved by the way society has become, the economic situation and all of that. And when somebody, you know, is bastardized or aggrieved or put under pressure and he cannot fight the source of the pressure, he transfers the aggression to a weaker vessel close by. And so many people are under the pressure of the economy. You can't survive, things are tough here and there. Then the anger builds up, you come back home, maybe your wife tells you something that is so beautiful, but the anger you came in with, you know, will not allow you to comprehend what she's saying. You transfer the aggression to her. And so all of these things we are seeing are actually transfer of aggression. People are actually going through pains and they can't fight the sources of the pains. So now they have to hit it back on the innocent and weaker vessels around them.
And I know a lot of people have said a lot of things, you know, having the videos that are so disturbing. People say this man has done that, the other woman has done that, and a lot of stories around that. And then the violence we see in marriage seems not to stop. What? I know, you know, a lot of people were shouting justice for the women, justice for them. So what's your take on that?
Honestly speaking, I think a lot of people have lost their values. I mean, our societal values. Some people have lost the humanity in them, because I don't think anybody has any reason to take anybody's life.
Yeah.
You know, because that same aggression you have, that same pain that you have, another person has it, but he has not taken another person's life.
Okay.
He has not resulted to even to you, because assuming you are angry and I am angry, and I unleash my own anger on you, you won't be alive to unleash to the next person. So I think people have really lost the essence of humanity. We used to be human. You know, there are some people that even to kill something as small as a chicken, they will find it very difficult. But these days, somebody carries fuel and pours on his wife and brings a light and lights it up. You have already decided to finish that person. So I think the reason is because a lot of people have lost it. I mean, they are no longer humans. They are just behaving like beasts. Because when you hear stories of, okay, look at what just happened recently in one of the states in Nigeria, where somebody killed 3 children and packed them inside the refrigerator.
That's a very disturbing.
So, I mean, how on earth will I justify that with how you feel? It just shows that you have lost your humanity, you have lost sense of living, you don't even regard anybody. Such a person, if he's in Igbo, they'll say, oh, Barejugi, and I mean, his eyes are full of blood, so he doesn't see his fellow human beings as a human being.
And now still talking about that, the next thing I want to ask, what could be responsible for this? You know, when Pastor Lemi was saying something, he said, you know, due to the pressure and the economic, a lot of things. But I want to really know, you know, in plain terms, what could be responsible for this wickedness that is expressed on a daily basis?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Loss of values. I mean, we no longer value our human beings.
Why?
Because people are mad. People have lost it. I don't know. Because if I begin to say, oh, it's because you're angry, because I remember during the lockdown, during COVID-19, we recorded a lot of violence, especially domestic violence, because people now sat at home, you know, you could now sit with your wife and discover that, oh, your wife talks too much, or your husband is not living up to the expectations. So people were, but I keep saying that even in my own thoughts, it is not enough for you to take. You can unleash your anger on somebody by beating the person, kicking the person, and maybe even walking out on somebody. But the moment you decide to take someone's life, it has gone beyond anger. It has become insanity. It has become madness. It has become loss of value for human beings. I mean, you no longer regard anybody. And so such a person does not deserve to remain in the society. You are no longer a human being because you have lost your sense. So, I mean, another thing we can liken this to is lack of fear of God.
Okay.
People do not fear God. People do not know God. In fact, we profess to know God. In Nigeria, we are regarded as one of the religious countries. But look at what is happening. Crime is on the increase. A lot of things. And these people, on Sundays, you still see them going to church. Those who go to mosque, on Fridays, they will go to mosque. So who are the perpetrators of this evil? Do they not go to somewhere? But they do not know this God they go to worship, and they do not even have regards for him, and they do not have regards for humanity. Because if you have regards, imagine the people who constructed the Nigerian constitution, for instance, and gave inalienable rights to human beings. And so these are your constitutional rights. These are rights that are given to you because you're a human being, and this should not be taken away from you by anybody. And one mad person wakes up one morning and decides that you annoyed me, the economy is hard, in fact you spoke too much to me, or you committed infidelity, because there will always be reasons perpetrators will give for justifying whatever they did. And then you pour fuel. You know what is fuel? Then you bring light. I mean,
you
so
know,
it is
going deeper to this now. I want to come to you, Pastor Lemi. You know, when we look at our context, the African context now, we begin to see that these quarrels or these crises we have in our homes might be because maybe the man is not meeting up to his responsibilities, or maybe the man is expecting so much from the wife and all that. I want to ask, what are the responsibilities? Because I'm looking at this, that the institution of marriage has come under a siege.
Serial attack.
And how do we cope? That's why I'm asking this question. What would be the responsibility of the man and the woman in a marriage to make sure that these things we are seeing on a daily basis doesn't come up again?
Okay, before I go deep into this now, while Mama was talking, I remember something that happened, or what was written in the book of Luke 6 verse 48. Talked about the foundation. A man that built his house on the rock, and then another one on the sand. Then the winds come. Now these winds, this pressure, and what we are seeing now, the economic situation, the pressure and all of that. Now, if you have a faulty foundation to start with, if your marriage or your family or your life had been built on a faulty foundation, now when pressures of life comes, you can't stand, you will start misbehaving. all the people who are doing this, a lot of persons jumped into marriage without understanding what marriage is all about. A lot of persons jumped into politics without understanding what it is. So when the pressure comes now, you can easily be blown off. So foundation is so important. When you have a strong foundation, godly foundation, moral foundation, family values, okay, no matter what happens, you know that I can't do this one. I tell myself, I can't slap my wife, I can't beat my wife, no matter what. I tell my son, look at me, have you ever seen me talk? I cannot do it. That is a moral value, no matter what she does. The highest thing I will do, I will walk away. Now, talking about this, in Genesis 2 verse 15, the Bible says, God told the man, the Lord God put the man in the garden and told him, dress it and keep it. It was the man God gave the responsibility of dressing the home and securing the home. Now, anybody you marry as a man, you ensure that she's going to help you to do these things. Now, if you marry someone that you cannot control, that becomes a problem. And you see, human beings as we are all different, even if you're twins. Now, for us to have the ability to manage our differences is a key to helping us resolve conflict. Conflict must arise. Whereas, as long as we have people of individual balances, individual differences, there must be conflict. When those conflicts are not properly managed, it turns to violence. Now, conflicts are not evil, and so because you and I can't agree on everything, we have different opinions. Now, we need to agree. Somebody said if we disagree, we can talk about it. But if you disrespect me, we're not talking about it. Now, you disagree over something. Maybe the man is not doing it as the woman expected. They can disagree. Now, you resolve it because you already have a foundation. Resolve it and conflict is solved. No violence will escalate. But when you don't resolve it, you are selfish. You want things to be done your own way. There will be violence because the conflict will escalate. It is the duty of the man to keep the home. Then he gets married to a woman that will help him do that. That is what Bible meant by saying help meet. Now, when these things are not properly understood, the woman will want to take over the responsibility of the man, or the man will expect the woman to be doing what he ought to be doing, and then there will be conflict in the home. So we need to understand these roles in marriages.
It's very, very wonderful that you are saying this thing now, and I'll need to come to you on this because you're already smiling. You don't know what I'm about to say. Today we have a popular movement. They call it the Purple Movement. It's all about empowering women and all that. And we've had over time, we say what a man can do, a woman can also do it. It tends to bring in a kind of strife and power tussle between the circle of marriage. That how do we balance this? Because it is a problem. It's a problem. The African man cannot take that stubbornness. I want to use the word stubbornness. You tell your wife, you sit down here, don't do this, and then she's doing the opposite. It can, the ego has been, yes. So what do you have to say about that?
All right, thank you. Let me start with the Christendom, as in from the Christian aspect, where I also belong to. During the time of creation in the book of Genesis chapter 1, if you read from verse 26 down to 28, the Bible says that God created them male and female. And he said to them, multiply, have dominion, bear fruit. To me, my understanding of that particular place in the Bible is that God gave joint mandate to this man and the woman to go into this family and ensure that this family works.
Okay.
You understand? So when you now come to role assignments, like what we have in the society, where some roles are already, there are stereotyped roles assigned to men, to women and assigned to men. I see that as a social construct.
Okay.
How do I mean? For instance, apart from a woman getting pregnant and giving birth, I don't think there's any other special role assigned by God to a woman. And I don't think there's another one assigned to a man other than, okay, you get the woman pregnant. From that book of Genesis, both of them were given the mandate to have dominion. And what is dominion? That is leadership.
Okay.
So when you come to a family where you are still assigning roles, you should be the leader, I should be the head, you should be the tail. Because, many a times you see men even saying, you should be submissive to me. They also forget that this same Bible says, submit you one to another. So everybody has the responsibility of submission. Do you understand? Even though the Bible says, love your husband, love your wife, you also have to love your husband. So there's no gender assigned roles to any gender. when it comes to home. It is when we begin to divide it and say, you don't know you are the man of this house, you should be bringing money. And the man is not bringing money. But the woman, you are in a better position to bring money. Conflict will come. Okay. But if you see it as a joint role in a family, that the only thing a man cannot do here is to give birth. And the only thing you can do to yourself as a woman is to impregnate yourself. Then both of us can work together to have, because God was not mistaken. He waited for both of them. So he said to them, have dominion. Multiply, bear fruit. So it was a joint task. So if a family must work together in love and unity, they must work together. Whoever can do anything should do it. If the man is in a better position to cook. All these societal norms of assigning roles to women, because you know some women may not be good at cooking or doing domestic chores. It could be the man. I have a brother who is very perfect in keeping domestic chores. The wife is not like that. You come to a home. I've also had a friend of mine. She's the one that owns the generator. The husband knows how to cook. I don't know if you understand. So if you begin to bring the societal expectations or the cultural expectation or religious expectation of a woman should be under this one, you know, those norms and gender stereotypes. I mean, when you bring them to family, you begin to have a dysfunctional family. Conflicts will arise, and you begin to hear what a man can do. We are all equal before God. In fact, if you go back to the book of Galatians or so, he said, we are now the same. We are equal before God. There's no more male or female, no Jew or Greek. So do we now read Bible and turn it upside down? Go to the beginning of the books, which is Genesis. He said to them all, to both of them, have dominion. So when a man, and in fact, it was even a curse. It was a curse. If you go to the book of Genesis 3, when man sinned against God, God cursed the woman and said, the man shall have rule over you, and your desire shall be for him. So it is not in the intention of God from the beginning for man to have rule over a man. But of course, we won't preach it this way. We want to preach it to suit us. Man is a selfish being. Once you're enjoying abuse, you are the abuser, you're enjoying it, it will not look like abuse to you. But so when they say women are angry for empowerment, and they've been empowered from creation by God to have dominion. I don't know if you understand. God empowered them to have dominion. And even when the man was doing things alone, God looked at it and said, it's not good for this man to be alone. So he can't be alone in the marriage. Thinking and being the one ordering people around, sit down, don't go there. I've seen some women, they'll dress up to attend our meetings, and you see men saying, don't go there. You are not going out. Don't befriend. You know, you begin to command your wife because you have assumed that dominion alone. It is not good for you to be alone. Both of you should have that dominion. Should have that submission.
At this point, I want to really make a case. You know, this is a very serious matter.
It is.
It's a very serious matter, and the society is going agog over this.
Yeah.
And the intentions of God in designing this institution somehow is being defeated. I don't want to say totally defeated, somehow, because a lot of misconceptions have come in, a lot of interpretations have come in these things. I know we have our different cultures and everything, but the word of God is supra culture, right? It oversees every other culture. Well, however it is now, I want to ask you, Pastor, what are our people doing, especially the religious leaders? What are they doing in teaching the truths concerning God's idea of marriage?
Okay, from my understanding of God's idea of marriage, God actually wanted to create leadership examples, for marriage. And God is not, God is all wise, God is all powerful. And if you look at the Bible very, very clearly, God gave the mandate of leadership of the family to the man. Anytime God was calling a family, he calls the man. He said, I know that Abraham will command his children. He didn't call Sarah. The fact is this: when we now begin to place gender, and we now say, oh, the man must be the head, these things have been stated clearly. The reason why God gave a man, Adam, a wife, is to be a helper to him, not because she's lesser in value. But the woman being a helper should also take leadership from the husband. Like now, We are all Nigerians and we are all under the constitution, yet we have a president. And the constitution itself, gives the president powers, and he's also under the constitution. He is actually answerable to the constitution. So we are, as human beings now, under God's order, based on the Bible. At the same time, the same order, just like in the church now. We can't say, oh, we are all Christians, so I can just wake up and go and stand on the altar. There's a pastor in charge. He tells you go. Now, God uses all of these things now to create the same leadership principle for the home. Now, like in Genesis 3 in verse 16, he told the woman, like Mama said, it's like a curse, but it must be obeyed. That's why even in Ephesians 5, you see that wives, be subject to your husband in all things. So when we have problems at home is when the woman or the man tries to remind the wife that your submission is based on a curse from God. It becomes a problem. Or when the woman now feels like, why should I submit? After all, we can do everything. I have dominion, you have dominion, and all of that. The church is a very balanced institution, and when we don't teach this basic truth now, we get it wrong. Now, leadership, the way God is, Jesus Christ was on earth. While he was on earth, he kept referring to God the Father. What he asked me to do, I will do. That's how he expects marriage to be. A man who, like now, when God asked Abraham, I called Abraham and asked him to go. Abraham carries a family, and God said, I know that he would command his family. A time came when the wife did ask Abraham to, go to the maid, and Abraham did not consult God. He did. When trouble came, God told him, listen to your wife. Then I was saying, God, ask Abraham to listen to his wife. He would have said, woman, keep quiet. Anything Abraham says stands. But God said, listen to your wife. Why? Because two of you are on this journey together. And two of you must create this thing. Now, there are times where the man listens to his wife because you did not marry a substandard person. You marry somebody that is sound, that will help you. The reason why marriage was brought in, so that the woman can help the man become a better version of himself. But the man is the leader. And so the church teaches that the man is the head. That is why the woman is not a second-class citizen, but she is a support system to the man. If a man succeeds, then the wife is actually a pillar of success for him. And now, that does not mean that the woman loses her value, loses her personality and her instinct because she is married. She also have her way, her part to play, because when we stand before God, we are standing before God individually, not as a couple. But then right here on earth, marriage is made in such a way that the man is the head, the woman is a support system to him. As a matter of fact, God created a woman for the benefit of the man. And I've given a very clear illustration. I buy a car, for what reason? So the car will help me take me from here to there and give me all the comfort to carry my load and all of that. For me to enjoy that car, I must take care of the car. I must fuel the car. I must give the car. If the car is making noise, I will listen and fix the car. Once you don't fix the car breaks down, you're in trouble. If you have a wife, the wife is so important to your life that if you don't fix her at any point in time, you have a problem. Even if you bought it for yourself, you went to marry her from her village and all of that. She becomes part of you. Both of you become one. But then the man still remains.
Wow, friends, this has been a very wonderful conversation, and it's so deep. I am learning a lot. I hope you are learning so much. Before I let them go, I'm going to be asking them a very serious question, because we need to put an end to these unfortunate events. Barrister, in case of violence, what do you do?
Okay, thank you.
Just a few minutes, because our time is up.
Oh my goodness, I wish we had time, because I had wanted to say something.
No, this will be an ongoing conversation.
Yeah, please let's it, because we need to get it right from the home, and we need all the stakeholders, the religious leaders, traditional rulers, bring out the truth in all of this, so that the people will have the right teachings, and then even the issue of violence you're asking of will go out of the marriage. So when you are violated as a human being, whether as a man or woman, we have, in Enugu State here, we have some places you can come to. We have the Ministry of Gender Affairs. The gender there is for both male and female. We have a lot of civil society organizations working to ensure that we have a free society free from violence. So the law is there to protect you. We have a law in Enugu State and in Nigeria that protects against violence. Like in Nigeria, we have what we call VAP law, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Law. That law covers every aspect of violence. So you are protected. You could come to a lawyer, you could come to us. I personally run an NGO where we take care of people who are abused and violated. So I mean, you are not alone. Just speak out. Don't die in silence. We are trying to kill the culture of silence, where people are being abused and they keep quiet, hiding under the guise of religion or tradition. You are not supposed to speak out, or you are not advised to separate from a place of abuse. Anybody who continues to remain in the place of abuse can die one day. We've had stories. So when you are violated, don't keep quiet. Come out of there. You have support system out here.
Wow, wow, wow. Friends, it has been a very wonderful conversation with these great personalities. I would like to call you to action right now. Marriage relationship is God's idea and must be done according to his principles. Life is too precious and you have no right whatsoever to destroy or maim it. As precious as God has made it, keep it safe and beautiful. When you find yourself in an abusive relationship, please consider safety first. Stay out and seek for help or support from discreet quarters. You have friends that are beautiful friends, godly elderly persons. All right, reach out to them. Even legal practitioners, just like our barrister have said here. Finally, we call upon the government and religious leaders, and even our parents, to set godly examples and policies that will help maintain a sane society. I'd like to thank you so much for being on the show today, and we'll call you again, because this is going to be an ongoing conversation. Thank you very much for coming. From all of us here at Signature TV, we wish you well. Thank you so much. And my wonderful audience, thank you so much for being there. As always, you're all amazing. Thank you. Please do follow us on all our social media platforms. Send us feedbacks and let us know how we can serve you better. Till I come your way next time, be loving and be lovely. My name is Victor Chief Judge. Bye for now. Hi friends, how are you doing? How are you and yours doing today? It's a beautiful day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. Thank you for joining us. My name is Victor Chief Judge, and it is with great joy that I welcome you to Gospel Lounge on Signature TV. Please gather your friends and family together, because we are certainly going to have a great show today. First of all,
Kiếm ra gần. Majorly, what we need in Nigeria currently is what can increase our cycle, technologically, academically, and otherwise. So majorly, at least I've watched Big Brother Nigeria, but basically I don't see the need because it's more of, to me, it's more of a guy or a lady sleeping in the morning and waking up by 12 or sleeping by 9 and waking up by 10 without a clear view. You understand? So I feel like it's not really, for me, it's not something that is educating. It's not something that is innovative. There is no future, if you ask me, towards watching Big Brother Nigeria, because those doing it there, I don't see the motive though. You sleep and you wake up, you eat, you dance, you do whatnot, and we are sitting down watching you. So we ourselves, there's nothing creative actually. Based on your field, you can there are various programs that has to do with tech development, that has to do with various programs that has to do with the medical field based on your field that can help you even both physically and virtually. These are things that can groom students currently in Nigeria.
Because I hardly watch it. Yeah, I've never tuned into Big Brother Nigeria myself. The few times I've caught a scene on it, maybe I'm passing by and somebody's watching, but personally I've not either tuned in with my phone or the television. So, but from what I know about it, from people's comments and all on other social media handles, I really don't see the positive impact of it on the Nigerian youth. It's a waste of our mental acumen. We coming to sit in the TV arguing we're supposed to come up first, who slept earlier than the other yesterday, who caused the fight between this and that, why this person should be removed and why the other person should be retained. I think with the amount of interest the youth put in it, and even going as far as using their hard-earned money, because finance is one thing that is so difficult to part with. So, but people still go the extra mile of trying to vote their favorite personality in the show and stuff. So I feel if our interest is being channeled rightly, people can still pick up interest. So like a level of interest in something else that would have been more productive.
During the Roman Empire, whenever the people revolt, they usually try to distract them with circuses and gladiator games. So I think this is like a plan to distract the youth because of the upcoming protest. So they are trying to use it to distract them, and of course the people that are benefiting will be in support. Those that will benefit from all this, from the everything, obviously will support it. So I think it's not necessary now, because we need to be focused and we should not allow big corporations to distract us from the main thing, that's the elephant in the room, which is the hardship, the economic situations and all that. So long story short, I don't think it's necessary.
I do not really think that it should be. Though I don't watch the movie, but I think that some persons that watch it doesn't contribute anything to their life. I've seen the show one certain time where I saw it kind of have naked pictures. So what does it have to do with people? Like and sometimes it's competitive because some of the wears they put on their apparel, some youths will want to like level up to their what they do and some of the things they say is a kind of the slangs or maybe their words. Some youth are copying it, which is very negative, and then it has a lot of negative impact on university students. Even people that don't have money will want to do things to get up to their side, and that's just it. I don't think it's really good.
I won't say I'm against the show, but at this particular time when country is hard, I don't think so. But Big Brother too, it's also to like ease your stress. Let me just say it's to ease your stress. Maybe like if you just come back from work now, you watch it. But like at this current time now when everyone is facing this thing, there is advantage and there is disadvantage of the show. I mean the advantage right now is that it's to ease stress now. But the disadvantage is that at this particular point in time when everybody is crying for the protest and all, we don't really need it. That's just the disadvantage, and that's the I give you an advantage. If I win the money, I know what I want to channel my money into. But like if you win the money, they just want to use it to be popular. Most of them there, I just feel like they're not bringing the right.
Mm-mm. Have you guys said anything? There's this sound, this grrr sound. You guys never notice them. There's this serious grrr sound that it makes. Signature TV, I'm Charles Pius. In the headlines, Nigerian government announces deadline for workers' verification. Nigerian government initiates enforcement action against Kenya Airways. Namibia's founding father, Sam Nujoma, dies at age 95. And North Korean leader Kim Jong-un vows to further develop nuclear forces. Details in a moment. We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos? People.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken it over before.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Amid efforts to flush ghost workers, the Nigerian government has given federal civil servants a February 17, 2025 deadline for identity verification. The notice was contained in a memo by the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation on Saturday. Accordingly, civil servants are expected to verify their identities on the portal of the Integrated Payroll and Personnel Information System amidst the planned stoppage of salaries and other sanctions for ghost workers. Part of the requirements for the verification is the TIN, alongside the IPS number and salary account number. This comes as President Bola Tinubu in 2024 directed that all civil servants drawing salaries from the federal government after relocating abroad be made to refund the money. Tinubu also prescribed punishments for culprits, supervisors and department heads aiding and abetting the fraud while they were in charge. A former President Electoral Commissioner (REC) for Adamawa State, Hudu Ari, who was recently dismissed for alleged electoral offences, has expressed concerns about not being given a fair hearing before his removal. Speaking to journalists in Bauchi, Ari claimed that he wrote several letters to the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to explain his side of the story, but his letters were rejected. He further stated that the tribunal overseeing the case between Aisha Binani and Amadou Fintiri had refused to accept his evidence. Ari insisted that he had substantial evidence to support his position, but was never invited to present his case. He displayed documents he claimed were authentic result sheets along with letters he sent to INEC. Ari also alleged that some of INEC staff were compromised, beaten, and threatened during the 2023 electoral process. The federal government, through the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority (NCAA), has initiated maximum enforcement action against Kenya Airways for many consumers' protection infractions. Among the infractions is the airline's refusal to tender an official apology, refund, and compensate a Nigerian traveler, Gloria Omishere, within 48 hours. The NCAA said while the airline requested an extension of an hour after 48 hours elapsed, it failed to comply with the agency's demand. The Director of Public Affairs and Consumer Protection at NCAA, Michael Achimugu, while disclosing this in a post on X on Saturday, also noted that on Thursday, Kenya Airways failed to send in a compliance report about a scheduled flight that was delayed for 7 hours with no compensation for the passengers. Achimugu further revealed that when the airline was confronted over the phone, its team claimed ignorance of the NCAA regulations, wondering how a company would operate in a foreign country with no recourse to the relevant laws. Meanwhile, the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria has officially resumed the collection of access gate fees at Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, following a temporary suspension due to ongoing road construction. In a statement issued to the public via their social media account, X, on Saturday, FAAN confirmed that the collection resumed at 8:30 a.m. on February 8, 2025. The authority had earlier halted the fee collection on January 24, 2025, citing challenges caused by construction activities at the airport. It further noted that the suspension would be in effect from Friday, January 24, 2025 to Friday, February 7, 2025. Lagos State Government has signed a Memorandum of Understanding (MOU) with construction company Suma Group for the development and construction of international airport around the Lekki Airport access. This was disclosed by the State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu in a statement on his X handle on Saturday. Governor Sanwo-Olu said the Lekki International Airport will facilitate travel and create new opportunities for businesses and residents throughout the state. The federal government has appealed to drivers, particularly those of articulated trucks, using the Ido Bridge to watch for diversion signs as height restriction barriers will soon be installed. The Federal Controller of Works in Lagos, Olukorede Kesha, made this known on Saturday that these restrictions were necessary to facilitate repairs. The Controller of Works added that trucks higher than 3 meters will be unable to cross the bridge once the height restriction barriers are in place. She noted that the initial phase would target heavy vehicles, but eventually even light vehicles would be affected. He added that the ultimate goal was to improve the bridge and provide better service to the public. The Comptroller of Works therefore emphasized the need for patience and cooperation during the repair process. According to Kesha, a structural evaluation revealed defects in several spans of the 550-meter bridge. She stated that repairs to the 3 major defective spans would take approximately 6 months, as the process would involve breaking down and recasting them. Up ahead, Labour Party suspends Rivers caretaker chairman Hilda Dokubo. Nigerian Legion donates 10 million naira to 160 widows in Kaduna. Do stay with us. Welcome back. You're watching Global News on Signature TV. The Special Assistant to President Bola Tinubu on Constituency Affairs, Khadija Tomotayo, has urged Nigerians to stop attacking her principle over the removal of fuel subsidy. Tomotayo made the call on Saturday in Jos, the Plateau State capital, during a town hall meeting attended by various stakeholders, including market women, youth groups, labor leaders, farmers, traditional rulers, government officials, and students, among others. According to Omotayo, the president is committed to implementing initiatives that will improve the lives of all Nigerians. She emphasized that the resources generated from the removal of the fuel subsidy have been shared among all states, and that the president has also increased the salaries of workers with promises of more increments during his tenure. Omotayo praised the president's commitment to inclusivity, citing her own presence in Plateau State, a PDP stronghold, as evidence of his willingness to work with all Nigerians. The Special Assistant urged Nigerians to work together to build a country that works for all and to hold their representatives accountable rather than attacking the president. The Rivers State chapter of the Labour Party has indefinitely suspended its caretaker chairman, Hilda Dokubo, following multiple petitions alleging gross misconduct, extortion, and negligence. Dokubo was suspended by her ward, Ward 3 of the Asari Toru local government area, Asaga. The letter addressed to the national chairman of the Labour Party called for an immediate investigation into Dokubo's conduct. Among the allegations leveled against Dokubo are the unlawful inflation of fees for the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission, RISEC, screening and nomination forms during the recent local government elections in the state, negotiations over party positions, and actions that compromise the party's standing during House of Representatives run in the 2023 general elections. She is also accused of attempting to persuade other Labour Party candidates to sell out and of failing to properly account for funds allocated for party use, which she allegedly diverted for personal gain. The statement noted that Dokubo has failed to address the allegations despite several invitations to do so. The party suspended her from all activities indefinitely pending further investigations. Meanwhile, a 9-year-old boy, Miracle Lehada, who was abducted in Makurdi, Benue State, has finally reunited with his family Sunday, Ehada, after nearly 2 years of separation. The emotional reunion took place in Abia State, where Miracle was found after his abduction on November 14, 2023. The father, Sunday Ehada, who struggled to contain his emotion, expressed gratitude to God for his son's safe return, describing Miracle as a child he would never forget. Speaking to Signature TV in Aba, the Abia State coordinator of the Child Protection Network Nigeria, Joy Nwosu, the long and difficult search for Miracle's parents after the boy was found 2 years after he was abducted. She explained that the Child Protection Network, founded by UNICEF in collaboration with the Ministry of Women Affairs, is dedicated to protecting children from abuse and exploitation.
Staying without my son, Miracle, among the whole male child that God gave me, no one that is smart as this boy. This very Miracle here, whenever they break, you never wake him from bed. You will be the one to wake the senior one. Just missing him among the children is as if I don't even know what I am. If you can see me, It was as from yesterday that my joy started coming. If not, I am just like a half-dead man. This boy missed since on 14th November 2023 at Makodio, at Wadata Makodio. I have already lost my hope completely after tracing the case down to NAPTIP office, where I see no hope again. I have already surrendered. Then I was on national assignment at Edo.
Well, the child got missing. We got the information about 3 days ago when the video started trending on the social media. So when we confirmed that he was with the police, as Iziama, I reached out to my Benue State counterparts, Mr. Amos, because that's what we do as Child Protection Network. When such an incident happens, we reach out to him. He was able to trace the family, get the father, and the father, we communicated that he's here today. So it's a joyful moment about to unify the child with the father.
The reunion marks the end of a long and painful wait for Miracle's family and a significant success for child protection advocates. Executive Chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Ola Olukayede, has conferred a posthumous award of bravery on a slain officer of the Commission, Assistant Superintendent of the EFCC, ASE-2, Aminu Harisu Shahabi. He disclosed this in Sokoto on Friday when he paid a condolence visit to the family of the late officer at the Gawon Nama area of Sokoto's metropolis, Sokoto State. Sahabi was killed in cold blood in Oka, Anambra State on January 17, 2025, while on an official assignment to apprehend suspected internet fraudsters. The EFCC boss then conferred a posthumous award for bravery to the late officer and a condolence letter on behalf of the EFCC and the federal government of Nigeria to the family. Responding on behalf of the late officer's family, Justice Mohammed Lawal Shuaibu, JCA, thanked the executive chairman and his team for the visit. He commended the commission for its intervention in conveying the late officer's corpse home for burial. The Nigerian Legion Kaduna State Chapter has donated 10 million naira to 160 widows in the state. The money was a pledge redeemed by Governor Ubasani to the Nigerian Legion on the 2025 emblem launching day. The acting chairman of the state chapter of the Legion, retired Major Barred Danjuma, disclosed this while briefing the press in Kaduna on Saturday. Danjuma said that briefing marked the commencement of activities for the upkeep and welfare of widows, disabled ex-servicemen welfare package. According to him, it is the responsibility of the Legion to cater for their welfare through the means of generating funds during and after the launching of Armed Forces Remembrance Day in the bid to ameliorate their suffering. He disclosed that this year in particular, there was a total of 160 beneficiaries of the widows, orphans, and physically challenged ex-servicemen cutting across the 23 local government area in the state. Meanwhile, the Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf has appointed Umar Ibrahim as the new secretary to the state government. The appointment was announced in a statement by the governor's spokesperson Sanusi Dawakin Tofa on Saturday night. According to the statement, Ibrahim was selected based on his extensive experience and expertise, which are expected to play a pivotal role in advancing the administration's development agenda and keeping the state on track with its goals. Yusuf expressed confidence that Ibrahim's appointment would significantly contribute to realizing his administration's vision for Kano State, emphasizing the importance of experienced leadership in steering the state towards sustained development and growth. Still to come, Trump revokes security clearances for top diplomats, security official under Biden. Canada seeks stronger EU trade ties as both regions threatened by Trump tariffs. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Sam Najumo, the activist and guerrilla leader who became Namibia's first democratically elected president after it won its independence from apartheid South Africa, died aged 95 late on Saturday, February 8th night, according to the Namibian government. The Namibian presidency announced Najumo's death on its social media platforms on Sunday, February 9th. Najumo rose to head the thinly populated southern African country on March 21st, 1990, and was formally recognized as founding father of the Namibian nation through a 2005 Act of Parliament. The acclaim was balanced out by domestic and international criticism over his intolerance of critical media coverage, his railing against homosexuality, and over the 1998 constitutional amendment that lets him run for a third term. Canada wants to deepen its economic ties with the EU and uphold global trading rules in the face of threatened U.S. tariffs, its Trade Minister Mary told reporters on Saturday. The EU and Canada have benefited from free trade agreements since 2017, which has boosted bilateral trade by 65% and set up a raw materials partnership in 2021. Mary met EU Trade Chief Maros Sefcovic for a lunch on Saturday following a meeting with Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, the Director General of the World Trade Organization in Geneva on Friday. She said critical minerals and smaller businesses would be among the focus areas of the EU. The EU, in particular, is keen to forge partnerships to secure metals that are key for the energy transition, cobalt, lithium, and nickel, to reduce its dependence on China.
Since CETA is coming into force, so our trade agreement, we've seen a 65% growth between trade between Canada and the European Union. We have seen two-way foreign direct investment in the order of about $445 billion. And what we actually talked about was, what can we do better? What can we do more? Because trade agreements are one thing, and we have seen really great numbers, but what more can we be doing to help Canadian businesses enter into any of the 27 member states that's here in the European Union? What more can we do to do the same in Canada for European businesses? We are pleased that tariffs for now have been paused through the work between Prime Minister Trudeau and President Trump. And the work that Canada will continue to do to advocate against the tariffs will be what we are doing. Tariffs, as I say to my American friends, colleagues, trading partner, is that tariffs really make life more expensive for Americans at the grocery store, at the pumps, and that essentially they add up to a tax for Americans. We will continue to do that work.
Canada is also pushing to diversify its exports and set itself a target in 2018 of increasing non-U.S. exports by 50% by 2025. Mary said the country was on track to meet or exceed the target. Canada struck trade deals with Indonesia in December and Ecuador last week and is pushing hard in the Indo-Pacific region. The minister is leading a delegation including more than 200 businesses to Australia, Singapore and Brunei next week. A handful of demonstrators gathered outside Trump International Golf Club in Florida on Saturday to protest President Trump's immigration policies, while the commander-in-chief spent leisure time at the club. Carrying signs of Mexican, Guatemalan, and U.S. flags and chanting "Immigrants, Make America Great," the small group of people shouted loudly and was visible as Trump, who spent several hours at the club, exited it in his motorcade and drove by on Saturday afternoon. The chant was a reference to the president's Make America Great Again campaign slogan. Trump, a Republican who has been in office but just shy of 3 weeks, won the presidency in large part of the back of a promise to crack down on illegal immigrants or immigration. He has implemented that promise with speed starting on the day he was inaugurated by tasking the U.S. military to help with broader border security, issuing a broad ban on asylum and seeking to restrict citizenship for children born on U.S. soil. President Donald Trump has revoked security clearances for Anthony Blinken, the former Secretary of State, and Jake Sullivan, the former National Security Advisor, White House officials say on Saturday, February 8. The move came a day after Trump said he had revoked a security clearance for his predecessor, Joe Biden, stopping his access to daily intelligence briefings. Trump also revoked security clearances for Biden's Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco, who helped coordinate the Department of Justice's response to the January 6, 2021 attacks on the U.S. Capitol, the officials say. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says U.S. President Donald Trump is the greatest friend Israel has ever had in an interview that aired Saturday, February 8 on Fox News channels Live, Liberty, and Levin. Netanyahu also emphasized the urgency of halting Iran's pursuit of nuclear weapons and securing the release of the remaining hostages. Trump has forged close ties to Netanyahu, pledging to back Israel strongly in its war against Hamas in the Gaza Strip. Trump shocked the world earlier this week by saying he expected Gaza to be taken over by the United States.
I think he's not only making a tremendous change in the Israeli-American alliance, strengthening it beyond anything we've seen up to now, but also he's a great leader for America and for the world. And all of that comes together in this meeting between two great allies, America and Israel. Israel has no better friend than America, now under President Trump's leadership, and America has no greater friend than Israel. And it's a meeting of the minds and hearts. We still have an issue. The President and I discussed it. Iran's quest for nuclear weapons. They cannot be allowed to have nuclear weapons. We both agree on that. And we also have to finish off what remains of Hamas while we try to get all our hostages out. We agree on all that. And that's a point of agreement that makes us both a lot more powerful. When there's no daylight between an American president and an Israeli prime minister, that...
Rio on Saturday, February 8 hosted the third day of carnival rehearsals at the iconic Sambadrome venue in the run-up to the beginning of the annual festivity. The Sambadrome Marquis do Sapucaí saw rehearsals from 3 of the 12 most important samba schools that parade in the special group in the contest. Rehearsals began with the Unidos da Vila Isabel School and its Reina da Bateria, Queen of the Drums, the queen who leads the samba percussions ensemble, Sabrina Sato. The other 2 schools to parade at the iconic venue were Portela and Academicos do Grande Rio. According to local media, rehearsals are free for the public, and schools use them to evaluate their performances through the Sambadrome's venue. The Rio Carnival will start on February 28th and run until March 8th. Investigators from the U.S. National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, examined the wreckage from the mid-air collision between the passenger jet and an Army helicopter in footage released on Saturday, February 8th. Video posted on NTSB's social media and dated as between February 6 and 7 showed investigators discussing and taking notes of different aircraft parts that were loaded on a flatbed and a large hangar. An intact piece of fuselage, landing gear, and plane wing were seen among smaller pieces of debris. Captions on their social media post said that NTSB investigators continue examination of the recovered wreckage of the mid-air collision. 67 people were killed when a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter collided with the American Airlines Flight 5342 near Washington's Ronald Reagan National Airport. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un criticized trilateral military cooperation among the United States, Japan, and South Korea for raising tensions in the region and vowed countermeasures, including the further development of nuclear forces, the North State media reported on Sunday, February 9th. Kim's remarks came during a speech made during a visit to the Defense Ministry on Saturday, February 8th, to commemorate the founding day of its army. Kim said U.S. deployments of nuclear strategic assets, war exercises, and military cooperation with Japan and South Korea were inviting military imbalance in the region and raises a grave challenge to the security environment, state-run television KRT said. U.S. President Donald Trump, after a meeting on Friday, February 7th with Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba, said he would have relations with North Korea as they expressed concern over its nuclear program. But during the visit, Kim reaffirmed the unshakable policy of further advancing the nuclear forces, the report said. Meanwhile, North Korea celebrated the 77th anniversary of the establishment of the Korean People's Army KPA on Saturday, February 8th with musical and dance performances in Pyongyang, state media reported. Video provided by North Korea's official news agency KCNA, which Reuters cannot independently verify, showed various artistic performances on a stage at the April 25th House of Culture. North Korea in 2018 switched the Army anniversary from April 25th back to February 8th, the date when North Korea's regular army was founded by founder Kim Il-sung in 1948. The reclusive state's current leader, Kim Jong-un, reportedly vowed to further advance his country's nuclear capabilities during his Saturday's visits to the Defense Ministry marking the anniversary. Polls opened in Kosovo on Sunday, February 9th, after a combative election campaign in which opposition candidates clashed with Prime Minister Albin Kurti over the economy, corruption and relations with the country's old foe and neighbor Serbia. Kurti, a leftist and Albanian nationalist, came to power in small Balkan country in 2021 when a coalition run by his Ventevados party received more than 50% of votes and secured a 7-seat majority in the 120-seat parliament. Political analysts say his popularity has been bolstered by moves to extend government control in Kosovo's ethnic Serb majority north. But critics say he has failed to deliver on education and health, and his policies as the North have distanced the country from its traditional allies, the European Union and the United States. Leading opposition parties include the center-right Democratic League of Kosovo, which has campaigned on the restoring relations with the United States and EU and joining NATO, and the Democratic Party of Kosovo, also center-right, founded by former guerrilla fighters of the Kosovo Liberation Army. Nearly 2 million voters are registered in Kosovo. Voting started at 7 a.m. and will end at 7 p.m. Exit polls are expected soon after, the results later into the day. Thousands of NFL fans dressed in green and red flooded the French Quarter of New Orleans, Louisiana on Saturday as the city hosted the pre-Super Bowl parade. The streets were flooded with Mardi Gras beads as the parade made its way to the Caesars Superdome ahead of Sunday's game between the Kansas City Chiefs and Philadelphia Eagles. NFL officials said they modified their security plans for Super Bowl, including adding more law enforcement support following a New Year's Day attack in the city. An ISIS-inspired U.S. Army veteran rammed a truck into a crowd of revelers in the early hours of January 1 that killed 14 people and injured scores more.
I got it at the beginning of the season. I wore it to our home opener in Kansas City, and it brought us good luck, so I'm wearing it this weekend.
Did you get it? Yes, but we feel pretty safe. We were walking around Bourbon Street last night, and there were a ton of law enforcement people around, so we felt good, right?
The police presence has been wonderful. They're everywhere. They're not
They're standing back and letting people having fun.
I didn't have any concerns because we live in a society where, hey, listen, we hope most people are lawful, follow the laws, but you never can stop all crazy. But I think they've done as much as they possibly can here. Feel totally safe here.
I came out of the womb as an Eagle fan. My mom and dad were Eagle season ticket holders since Franklin Field, and my whole family, Eagle fans. I wish they could all be here with me, but they all couldn't come this time.
I mean, it's very safe. It's got to be the safest city in the country right now. I mean, security is everywhere, but everybody seems to be acting right. Yeah. People want to have fun. They don't want any drama.
The U.S. National Transportation Safety Board and Federal Aviation Administration retrieved on Friday parts of the wreckage of a Black Hawk helicopter which collided with an American Airlines jet last week near Washington's Reagan Airport, killing 67. It was the deadliest U.S. air disaster in more than 20 years, with both aircraft plunging into the Potomac River. The helicopter was flying about 100 feet over the maximum allowed for that route, the NTSB said earlier. Senate Commerce Committee Chair Ted Cruz told reporters on Thursday the Black Hawk helicopter had turned off its automatic independent surveillance broadcast ADSB, which is permitted for military aircraft. ADSB is an advanced surveillance technology to track aircraft location. Cruz noted the helicopter had a transponder so it would appear on radar, but ADSB is significantly more accurate. The NTSB said the wreckage would be stored securely for inspection by investigators, according to an update on its website. Meanwhile, the Ecuadorian Electoral Council dispatched electoral kits across the country on Saturday as security forces were deployed to ensure the presidential election day on Sunday runs peacefully. CNE workers prepared and dispatched electoral boxes in the capital city of Quito under supervision of international observers who arrived in the country to monitor the electoral process. In Guayaquil, the police guarded the streets as the armed forces were in charge of distributing the electoral materials to set up the polling stations. Drug-related violence has rocked Ecuador in recent years and is once again the biggest issue for many voters in Sunday's poll. Ecuador's President Daniel Noboa is betting that his pledges to push crime-fighting initiatives begun under his truncated first administration and to tackle power cuts will secure him a full term in this weekend's vote. Two recent opinion polls have pointed to a possible first-round win to Noboa, raising Guayaquil and heir to his father's vast business fortune, which includes holdings in banana plantations, packaging and shipping. Other surveys suggest the votes will go to a runoff in April, where he would likely notch a victory against leftist Luisa Gonzalez. Zonamaco is one of the biggest art fairs in Latin America and opened in Mexico City Wednesday, February 5th. The 21st edition of the fair has turned the city into an epicenter of arts, said one contemporary art curator, Esteban King. This year, the Zonamaco brings the works of 200 galleries from over 30 countries, and there are also talks with international experts on contemporary art.
I love Mexico. I love the people, the culture, the warmth, the food, the colors, and I think that my work has a celebratory sort of sense to it that I feel very much in kind of the pulse of the city here as well.
Contemporary art really succeeds is when it seduces you through aesthetic into having conversations about really hard things like otherness, like post-colonialism. It kind of invites you into having those conversations that maybe you wouldn't have in another way. So a lot of our artists do work with social justice themes, and I really love venues like this where you're introducing that to a whole new audience who might not have been familiar with that and is able to see a world of different opinions.
The event is part of Art Week, which features exhibitions across various parts of the city and will conclude on Sunday. South Korea's short track speed skating 2,000-meter mixed relay team took the first gold medal of the Winter Asian Games in the Chinese city of Harbin on Saturday. Kim Ji-lee, Choi Min-jong, Park Ji-won, and Kim Tae-song beat Kazakhstan to the gold, with Japan claiming bronze. Favorite China had a lead going into the closing stages, but Ling Xiangjun crashed out, leaving the door open for South Korea to take the victory. There were further medals for Kim Ji-lee. She took gold in the women's 1,500 meters short track and silver in the 500 meters. There was better news for Ling Xiangjun in the men's 500 meters short track, where he took gold, while Park Ji-won of South Korea added to his medal haul with gold in the 1,500 meters. Japan's Shizaki Maeda won the women's slalom, finishing ahead of South Korea's Jim Song-hui, with her compatriot Erin Watanabe filling out the podium positions in the bronze medal place. China took the top two places in the women's free ski halfpipe, Li Fangui claiming gold and Zhang Kexin the silver, with South Korea's Eugene Jang in third place. The men's event was won by Lee Son-han of South Korea ahead of China's Sheng Haipeng. Another South Korean, Moon Hae-song, finished in third. China also took the gold and silver in the women's snowboards slopestyle. Gold went to Zhang Xiangnan, silver to Xiang Shirui, with Japan's Himari Ishii in bronze position. South Korea's Lee Chung won gold in the men's events, China's Liu Haiyu taking silver and South Korea's Kang Dong-hoon bronze. The speed skating saw victories in the 100 meters for China's Gao Tingyu in the men's race, while South Korea's Na Hyun Lee topped the podium in the women's sprint. Belinda Bencic captured her first title since becoming a mother with a come-from-behind 4-6-6-1-6-1 victory against Ashleigh Kerger at the Abu Dhabi Open on Saturday. Less than 4 months after returning from maternity leave, the Swedes overcame a slow start to rack up her 9th career WTA singles title and her first since 2023. Ranked 157th, Bencic is the 3rd lowest player to win a WTA 500 title since the tournament tour was created. Bencic celebrated the victory with her daughter Bella, with the pair waving to the crowd following her latest triumph. 3rd seed Alex de Minaur ended Italian qualifier Mattia Bellucci's dream at the Rotterdam Open on Saturday, easing to a straight set win in their semi-final encounter. The Australian world number 8 needed just 67 minutes to claim a 6-1, 6-2 victory and will next face either top-seeded Spaniard Carlos Alcaraz or 8th seed from Poland Hubert Hurkacz for the ATP Tour 500 levels title. Bellucci had upset 2nd seed Daniil Medvedev and 6th seed Stefanos Tsitsipas en route to his maiden ATP Tour semi. Top seed Carlos Alcaraz of Spain in 3 sets to saw off 8th-seeded Paul Hubert Hurkacz in an entertaining Rotterdam Open semi-final on Saturday. The world number 3 overcame a 2nd set bleed to seal a 6-4, 6-7, 6-3 victory in 2 hours and 21 minutes. Alcaraz, in search of a first-ever trophy at an indoor tournament, will next face 3rd seed Alex de Minaur after the Australian eased past Italian qualifier Mattia Bellucci 6-1, 6-2. In other sports stories, Real Madrid salvaged a 1-1 draw against City rivals Atletico Madrid in La Liga on Saturday, February 8, with Kylian Mbappe scoring a second-half goal to cancel out Julian Alvarez's first-half opener for the visiting side. That kept Real Madrid top of La Liga on 50 points, 1 ahead of Atletico in second, who missed a chance to leapfrog them. Barcelona, 3rd on 45 points, visits Sevilla on Sunday with a chance to close the gap in the 3rd title race. In a tale of 2 halves at the Santiago Bernabeu Stadium, Atletico dominated the first 45 minutes and took the lead when Alvarez struck a 35th minute penalty after Aurelien Tchouameni had fouled Samuel Lino inside the box. Real rode back after the break, with Mbappe striking home a rebound in the 50th minute to level the game. In the 25th minute, Atletico's players complained forcefully to the referee over a start-up challenge on Pablo Barrios by Dani Ceballos, asking for a straight red, but Cesar Soto Grado gave only a yellow. 5 minutes later, Atletico had their complaints heard when Tchouameni left a foot in on Lino as the ball came into the box in a quick counter-attack. At first, the referee did not spot the foul, but after he was called to review the play in the VAR booth, he pointed to a penalty spot. Cold-blooded Alvarez held his nerve under deafening booing from the sold-out Santiago Bernabeu crowd to brazenly chip his penalty down the middle as Thibaut Courtois dived low. Lino and Alvarez wasted golden opportunities that should have given the visitors a more comfortable lead, and they paid a heavy price as Real came back leveler after the break, with Vinicius Jr. and Rodrigo impressing in the channels. It took them 5 minutes to find the equalizer when Rodrigo ran past 2 opponents on the right and crossed to Jude Bellingham, who sliced his first strike from a close range. Jimenez managed to block the rebound, which fell to Mbappe, who fired home the loose ball. Real went all out for the 3 points, but ran into Oblak, who denied close-range efforts by Vinicius, Rodrigo, Mbappe, and Bellingham, who also had a strike off the crossbar to secure Atletico's points. Hundreds of Dallas Mavericks fans protested the recent trade of Luka Doncic ahead of their first home game without Slovenia star. In his Mavs debut, Doncic's replacement Anthony Davis scored 26 points with 12 rebounds before leaving in the third quarter with an abdominal injury as his new side saw out a 116-105 victory over the Houston Rockets on Saturday, February 8th. It was Davis' first game with the Mavericks since he was acquired in a league-shaking trade that sent Doncic to the Los Angeles Lakers on February 1. Davis, who added 7 assists and 3 blocks, left the game near the end of the third quarter after clutching at his lower abdomen and did not return. Facundo Colidio netted twice to give River Plate a 2-0 win over Independiente in the Apertura tournament of the Argentine Primera Division on Saturday, February 8th. River, who were previously held to a goalless draw by San Lorenzo, sit fourth in Group B on 8 points, while Independiente missed out on top spot and remained second on 9 points behind leaders Rosario Central. River Plate broke the deadlock 6 minutes into the second half. Gonzalo Montiel's pinpoint pass into the box was met by Colidio's superb header, much to the delights of coach Marcelo Gallardo. In the sweltering conditions at the Mas Monumental Stadium, Colidio doubled the lead in added time to seal the victory. American Baron Mamiya narrowly outdueled Italy's Leonardo Fioravanti in the final heat to win the World Surf League Lexus Pipe Pro Saturday, February 8 on Hawaii's famed North Shore. Both Mamiya 9.80 and 8.17 and Fioravanti 9.10 and 8.87 finished the final heat with their best 2 runs, combining the score 17.97. The Hawaiian clinched the win with his higher best run of 9.80 out of 10 to Fioravanti's 9.10. 11-time WS champ Kelly Starter, who advanced to the quarterfinals with a stunning Friday performance, was eliminated in his first heat of the day, losing to Brazilian Ian Guevara 15.17 to 9.26. The 52-year-old Slater is officially retired from the WSLCT but competed this week as a wildcard entry. Mamiya's victory at the WSL's first of 12 scheduled 2025 Championship Tour events moved him to the top spots in the standings. On the women's final heat, Australian Tyler Wright defeated American Caitlin Simmers 7.70 to 3.94. The CT's second event, the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro, will take place February 14 to 16 at a new wave pool on Hudayriyat Island built by the Keller Slater Wave Company. And that's the news this hour. I'm Charles Price. Thanks for watching. See you later.
Majorly, what we need in Nigeria currently is what can increase our cycle, technologically, academically, and otherwise. So majorly, at least I've watched Big Brother Nigeria, but basically I don't see the need because it's more of, to me, it's more of a guy or a lady sleeping in the morning and waking up by 12 or sleeping by 9 and waking up by 10 without a clear view. You understand? So I feel like it's not really, for me, it's not something that is educating. It's not something that is innovative. There is no future, if you ask me, yeah, towards watching Big Brother Nigeria, because those doing it there, I don't see the motive though. You sleep and you wake up, you eat, you dance, you do whatnot, and we are sitting down watching you. So we ourselves, there's nothing creative actually, based on your field. You can there are various programs that has to do with tech development, that has to do with various programs that has with the medical field based on your field that can help you even both physically and virtually. These are things that can groom students currently in Nigeria.
Because I hardly watch it. Yeah, I've never tuned into Big Brother Nigeria myself. The few times I've caught a scene on it, maybe I'm passing by and somebody's watching, but personally I've not either tuned in with my phone or the television. So, but from what I know about it, from people's comments and all on other social media handles, I really don't see the positive impact of it on the Nigerian youth. It's a waste of our mental acumen. We coming to sit in the TV arguing we're supposed to come up first, who slept earlier than the other yesterday, who caused the fight between this and that, why this person should be removed and why the other person should be retained. I think with the amount of interest the youth put in it, and even going as far as using their hard-earned money, because finance is one thing that is so difficult to part with. So, but people still go the extra mile of trying to vote their favorite personality in the show and stuff. So I feel if our interest is being channeled rightly, people can still pick up interest. So like a level of interest in something else that would have been more productive.
During the Roman Empire, whenever the people revolt, they usually try to distract them with circuses and gladiator games. So I think this is like a plan to distract the youth because of the upcoming protest. So they are trying to use it to distract them, and of course the people that are benefiting will be in support. Those that will benefit from all this, from the everything, obviously they'll support it. So I think it's not necessary now, because we need to be focused and we should not allow big corporations to distract us from the main thing, that's the elephant in the room, which is the hardship, the economic situations and all that. So long story short, I don't think it's necessary.
I do not really think that it should be. Though I don't watch the movie, but I think that some persons that watch it doesn't contribute anything to their life. I've seen the show one certain time where I saw it kind of have naked pictures. So what does it have to do with people? Like and sometimes it's competitive because some of the wears they put on their apparel, some youth will want to like level up to their what they do, and some of the things they say is a kind of the slangs or maybe their words. Some youth are copying it, which is very negative, and then it has a lot of negative impact on university students. Even people that don't have money will want to do things to get up to their side, and that's just it. I don't think it's really good.
I won't say I'm against the show, but at this particular time when country is hard, I don't think so. But Big Brother too, it's also to like ease your stress. Let me just say it's to ease your stress. Maybe like if you just come back from work now, you watch it. But like at this current time now when everyone is facing this thing, there is advantage and there is disadvantage of the show. I mean the advantage right now is that it's to ease stress now. But the disadvantage is that at this particular point in time when everybody is crying for the protest and all, we don't really need it. That's just the disadvantage, and that's the I give you an advantage. If I win the money, I know what I want to channel my money into. But like if you win the money, they just want to use it to be popular. Most of them there, I just feel like they're not bringing the right people into the show.
I think it is a show that should be promoted in Nigeria. Because I believe it has helped so many people. Given the winners are now celebrities, they are known all over Nigeria and all over Africa, possibly all over the world, and it makes people feel good about themselves. They have something to look forward to, something to talk about at home. It has brought people together, lovers, parents, siblings even.
and the Gino and Prince Nicholas wedding. So like as we were saying, Athens later stripped of him and his citizenship, and his family had lived in London for years before returning permanently to Greece in 2013. So let's take a look at the view of the wedding. Good afternoon, welcome to Eva's the Entertainment Show on Signature TV. I am not here alone. I'm your baby girl, Queen Kunta. And I am not here alone. I want to sing one song for this fine girl. There's this fine girl that is sitting close to me. Should I introduce her first or should I sing? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the studio. A very demure, very pretty, very elegant, our action woman leader. You know who I'm talking about.
Please,
Ta-da!
please guys.
It's like me, Adeyemi. I don't know what's going on with her today, but she's hyper. We like it. We love it. I'm sure you guys love it.
Chill.
You are ensured of pop and arts and culture here. The very best of entertainment is entertainment. You know, it's time for us to jiggy. Stay jiggy.
I told you she's woman leader. You thought I was joking. She's woman leader. I wanted to sing one song, but I know she will embarrass me, so let me just relax. All right, so we have stories today. We have memes of the week. That particular segment you don't want to miss, especially the meme lovers.
Yeah.
So we've got it all covered for you today. But first, let's delve into the stories of the day. Veteran Nollywood actor Nkemowo, popularly known as Osofia, marked his 70th birthday on Friday, taking to social media to express gratitude for the milestone. Owo posted on his Instagram page and wrote, "Che Fogo, and it is my 70th birthday. What else can I say? To God be all the glory. Special thanks to you all for being part of this journey. I love you all." Several Hollywood stars and entertainment figures flooded the comment section with well wishes. He was born on February 7th, 1955. Nkemowo has had a distinguished career as an actor, comedian, and singer. He won the African Movie Academy Award (AMAA) for Best Actor in a Leading Role in 2008 for his performance in Stronger Than Pain. In 2017, he was honored with the AMAA Lifetime Achievement Award, further cementing his legacy in the Nollywood industry. His unique comic style and memorable roles, especially in the classic movie Osofia in London, have made him a household name in Africa cinema. I'm supposed to play one of those his songs, honestly. There's one that I was reviewing last week. What was that song again? Forgotten, but I'll remember. Though you know those is very funny.
Yes,
music.
I know he always has like a funny sound. You know,
Yes.
comedy is like his thing. So even when he's acting and when he's singing, we are seeing the whole comedy and we are laughing
Kissing me small, my sweetheart and my darling.
Wow,
I love you. Well, that song is going to trend this Valentine's.
Oh yes.
And this is another song that he has to I'll still remember. It's come to my brain. But honestly, he is a veteran actor.
He's a veteran.
And we love him so much. Happy birthday in arrears to him. 70th birthday. According to him,
like, I didn't even know he's this young. I don't, maybe growing up, seeing him on our screens with Aki and Popo and all the rest, I used to think he was very old then. Not knowing that, wow, he's just clocking 70. Wow.
And he's aging well.
Yes,
he's aging well. I saw this particular clip of him and Mama G on TikTok, and you need to see what's going on that comment section. Like, they are growing old and they're really aging well. You won't see that spark as of when they were young, but like you will still see the whole. You will notice that acting is in them.
Yes, they still have the passion for it. Yes.
They are good. Yeah. And Nkemowo has always given us this legacy and milestone that everybody
can look up to and say, "Oh, I want to."